Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Merseyside and to Liverpool. We're here at the Exhibition Centre for the BISFed 2018 World Boccia Championships. It's day number 2 of competition in this wonderful city, so often known and renowned for its music and its culture and, of course, its sport. Two of the greatest sporting institutions in England here residing in the city. We've got the Netball World Cup next year, World Gymnastics in a few years' time as well, and a World Championships this week in the form of the Boccia. It's a party city, and everyone in the Boccia community is having a wonderful time here at the Exhibition Centre, here at these World Championships. Our first game up of the day involves someone that in the boccia world requires very little introduction. Paralympic champion David Smith. He's up against Thailand's Subin Tipmanee. Stephen Jameson here with you on the commentary, alongside another Paralympian, Scott McCowan. Scott, we saw such a brilliant opening day yesterday that in some respects today's got a lot to live up to.
Yeah, good morning. We did see a really good day yesterday. Some cracking games. And yeah, I think there's a bit of excitement, the fact it's another day closer to the medal matches. We get to the decisive point in group stages. And yeah, it's exciting at this point. And it's great to start off with a teammate of mine, a man I know very well, against Subin Tipmanee, who's a good player as well. So it should be a good game we've got here.
Yeah, you can see the two players warming up at the moment. We are in the BC1 classification here in Pool A. David Smith, the two-time Paralympic champion in Beijing and in Rio. And a real character as well. He's almost infamous among UGV players, I know. He's a very popular figure among the team, though.
Yeah, popular is one word for it, certainly. We like to wind him up, that's for sure. He gives as good as he takes, so it's all good spirits. But yeah, he's a phenomenal player, the best player in BC1 on the planet at the moment. Clearly, by a good gap there between him and the world number 2. So it's going to be a great game. We should see some cracking shots, and hopefully he's in the mood today.
Well, the world number 2 is in action at the moment as well. We can actually see him just down below us in our commentary position. It's a very open plan set up here at the World Boccia Championships. A new idea for this major international competition with a show court that we're looking at here between Tipmanee and Smith, and all the other courts gathered around it in a semicircle. And it means that we can keep an eye on some of the other games as well. Daniel Perez from the Netherlands is against Ferran Ribas of Spain, just below us here. But we're going to focus our attention on the show court, and quite rightly too as well, because we've got a couple of very good players. It's a long throw from Tipmanee to kick things off. It's a very far set jack, about 8 metres.
That's what we like, a bit of variation to start the morning. And it's never a surprise to see Smithy's opponents opting to go for a longer jab, because he is just so accurate in the bottom half of the court, and that is an absolutely fantastic start. Just what they'd be looking for to start the day. Subin will be delighted with that.
Yeah, Smith just goes to investigate the Thai athlete's handiwork. You can just see just from the angle, made it difficult here for Smith. He's got to be incredibly precise.
Yeah. He's going to go for the power shot here. You can tell because the brakes are now on to keep him in place. Obviously it's so important you can keep a stable setup when throwing the ball. No, going for the finesse shot.
He likes
Almost
that.
perfect. Pretty good.
He is automatically closer. You can see actually the angle that Tipmanee threw his first ball down at. Whilst in straight lines it looked quite good. The way that Smith releases it, almost it arcs around naturally from that position.
Yeah, you could see the way that Smithy bowled the ball, that the way that his arm is shaped creates an interesting dynamic when he releases it. He always gets a bit of a curve on the shot, and yeah, that shot just suited the natural angle that he plays it at to come up the side there, and he was very, very close to sticking it right on the jack actually, but that's as good a start as you could hope for outside of absolutely nailing it.
David Smith and Sobol Tipmanee have already been in action. Tipmanee is in a bit of a sticky situation though here. He needs to pick up a victory or he is eliminated from the pool stages. He was defeated by Omar Hayward yesterday from Bermuda. David Smith got a victory over Sungjun Jung of Korea. Those two are the other two players in this pool. Omar Hayward and David Smith knowing that if they both win, they are both guaranteed a place in the next rounds.
You can see the assistant there just stabilising the chair as the ball was released, but that's not quite what Sobol had in mind there. Missing the target. Not sure if the idea was to move the blue or promote the red. Either of them would be a good shot. Again, this overarm throw does limit the power you can provide, but there should have been enough there if the contact had been made. Just struggling to find the line at the moment.
It does sound like a slightly obvious thing to say, but the further away it is, the more difficult it is to get that line right.
Yep.
He has set a challenge for the pair of them with this opening set the jack.
Yeah. Yeah, and sometimes it can just take you one or two balls to find your feet. But David would be really happy that he settled in with his line right away, put the pressure on.
Tipmanee is using up quite a few balls here.
That one was a bit closer, but still not quite right.
And at this point you'd make Smith big favourite.
Yeah, I mean, if the ball could be knocked on still, you'd still fancy the Thai athlete to get the result in this end, but maybe has to think about being a bit more defensive with it being the last ball, because David has so many balls left. You don't want to lose a lot of points in the first end.
This is his last delivery. He needs to make it count, either offensively or defensively. There you can see the distance he's got to traverse.
Oh, that looks like the one. Absolutely brilliant.
He loves it as well, and as well he might. It's a brilliant shot from Sobol Tipmanee.
And that's obviously what he was trying to do for the whole end, following the first ball. But caught that absolutely perfectly. And now Smithy got a bit of work to do.
Here we go. He couldn't have played that any better, really.
Not really, and to leave that other ball next to it just shows how perfect the pace was. And that's another ball that could be useful in terms of keeping the score down if David is able to move the shot, the one that is closest.
You can see that Smith asking for the brakes to be applied.
Yeah, this is where it gets exciting. Smithy going for a suede ball here. His favourite balls. He's always talking about the ability of those balls. It's just a different reaction that they get in contact. He's lowering himself down for the power shot. Oh, that's a good connection. Not bad.
You can already see the levels of accuracy that Smith's had. He's only played a couple of shots, and both have really been bang on the money, despite being a full 8 metres away.
Yeah, and David is the strongest player in the BC1 category. I don't think there would be any doubt about that. And he possesses a ridiculous amount of power, which he'll be using here again to try and get this red off, or potentially move the jack. He's got both those options. Sometimes it may be the case you just aim for the middle. You'll take either of those outcomes. Depends how well he's feeling, of course. That one just got away from him.
First flat note from David Smith.
Yep. It's disappointing, but he's still got enough balls left to turn this end round. Being handed the ball by his long-term assistant, Sarah.
Doesn't like it, and you can see almost with the angle that's now been created by Subin, he's having to really get this so perfect with the way that his balls swerve naturally to the bottom right of the court as we look at it. The angle is now far more difficult for him.
Yeah, he's got to try and figure out the curve and just connect it. But if he's trying to hit obviously a smaller target now, it's a bit tricky.
That's a bit more like it.
Yeah, that's not bad. He's opened it now, and he can now either just go in there for the jack or try and move it back with a bit of power.
It was one of those trusty blue suede balls as well.
Yeah. So now he's got
30 seconds.
obviously this opportunity.
Still needs to play another very good shot though.
Going for the power again. Yeah, come on. Yeah, that's a great shot. Fantastic hit there. And he's lying probably 3. Interesting to see.
Yeah, he's just going to tot them up here.
It's a very nice finish.
Yeah, it certainly looks as if it's 2 and probably 3 as well. We'll get a better look at it in a second.
Yeah, that's 3, I'm pretty sure.
Looks that way. Calipers are going to come out just to make sure, but
it's just what he wanted here.
is he the sort of player that would try and squeeze a 4th in here? Oh, my apologies, he's just played his final shot, the graphic just updated.
Yeah,
but he's going to be really pleased with 3, because even though Subin had to work hard to get his shot where he wanted to in the end, David's had to wait until the final shot of his 6 to really open up that end and actually take away the points.
Yeah, he showed good patience. There's a bit of pressure on there because obviously if he misses that one he loses the end, so he had to get it. But yeah, I think he'd be pretty happy on the whole with that end. There was a couple of loose shots, but you can forgive that when you score a 3. He did everything the right way, and I think he'll grow into the game now. That'll have settled him down. He'll take a drink now and have a pep talk with Sarah.
We'll have a minute as will both the players until the next end starts. 4 ends. And if we are level at the end of 4, there will be a tie break. Let's see. Quite a few of them around the courts yesterday. None of them on the show court though.
Can I ask, the gentleman in the pink t-shirt there is actually using his phone to record and he's using the light and that's going to be on the side of the court now, to be honest with you. Thank you.
And obviously we mentioned earlier that David Smith is the world number 1, and he's been on a remarkable run of consistency in the last couple of years.
Time.
Since he won that medal, the gold medal in Rio. It's easier to write down the games that he hasn't won than the games he has. Since 2017 he's been Kansas City World Open Champion, Seville World Open Champion, European Champion, Madrid Regional Open Champion, Montreal Open. He was 3rd, that's the only time when he hasn't came home with the gold, and obviously won in Pavoa at the World Open, which was the last event before we came here.
Which is an incredible run, really,
As
when you think about it, because it's not just winning matches, it's getting to the end of tournaments as well, which is such fantastic preparation for a World Championships. He's been there and done it. There's only one final he's not made,
yeah,
and then won.
and it's coping with the pressure because everyone expects him to win the gold every time he comes onto the court, and he's been able to do that so well in the last couple of years.
Yeah, it is also a different pressure for him to deal with. He's something of a poster boy for this competition and indeed this sport at times. It's on the front cover of the programme.
And that's a very good start to this end.
And this is where David actually is his best. This is his bread and butter. When it's a short game, it's very, very, very difficult to beat.
Yeah, well, he's got the power to open things up, and the accuracy to exploit the jack when it's open. So yeah, it's quite difficult to turn it around when you're up against him, and that's even at times when I play him as a BC3, when I have the advantages in the ramp and training, it's still a difficult game. So I don't envy these BC1s that have to go up against him. And that's a good line, but I'm surprised that he didn't go for the power to try and open it up, but maybe has trouble with that. It looks like that he's going to try and get a short one and come up the side, maybe try and tap one in to the jack, but that one needed to be a bit closer, so you can't really do too much with it. Yep, that's a bit better. Pushed it a little closer, and just trying to maybe build a collection of balls. But always the trouble with that strategy is that with David's power, if you do get them quite close, you leave him a lot of balls left to be able to then open it back up. So it's a risky strategy.
Yeah, you can see Subin changing the angle here as well. His feet just poking out above the white line. As long as nothing on the ground is over it, he's okay.
That's right.
Remember, Tipmanee needs to win to stay in individual competition. Well, as you say, his line, as you can see, has been very consistent and very good.
Yeah, the problem now is that these balls that they've been played short are now becoming a hindrance, starting to get in the way, and it makes it awkward to find the route to the jack. That's why the chair is being manoeuvred again to try and find that route in.
There's an interesting aside in the other pool-way game currently after the first end. Sung Joon Jung, who likewise needs to win to stay in the competition, currently 3-0 up against Bermuda's Omar Hayward. So a long way to go then in both matches.
You can see the problems that first ball can cause. It's just such a good angle that obviously Subin decided that wasn't going to be able to get it off using the power shot. Maybe just too good an angle. But this is not, at the moment, very secure, and I would fancy David to
1 minute.
maximise his score and be able to get multiple points here if Subin doesn't get a ball in close soon.
He tries a slightly different angle, it was tough. Just wonder, with the way that Subin throws, we know he's got the power. We've just played an end that was 8 metres long. Would it not be an option to try and just go over the top of his reds and play into the blue that way?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether there is the ability to go as high as that to be able to get aerial on the jack, but yeah, if that was a shot in the repertoire, it's certainly something could be employed.
You see, it was a good line, but again, just lacked the power to really trouble David's blue here.
Yeah, but that might have just saved the day a bit in terms of limiting the score. That was a good ball.
And that is all of Subin's reds used up now, so David has 5 more of his own.
And David is definitely a player who has the capability for an aerial shot, the lob as we call it, to try and take the jack back into space. Now the fact that there's a red behind might make him think twice about that. We'll see what he goes for. He's getting right back in the box. The strap's on as well, which means there's going to be some sort of power involved because he uses that for some stability. So you know when that gets clipped in, what's going to happen. So it looks like it's, rather than the regular power shot, it's a kind of aerial shot maybe. Not sure what happened there.
Well, here we'll find out.
No, it wasn't. Don't know.
Just wanting a ball to come in off, maybe?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. So I wasn't sure of that one, but I think that's what he was trying to do. Just a bit offline there. That's clearly the tactic, was to try and come off that ball. Yeah, I kind of feel with the balls that Smithy had left, that it was worth being a bit more aggressive with the shot choice, because he's got the ability. But he's committed to that shot now.
To showcase as well the beauty of this sport. There's no right or wrong way to get the ball onto the court.
Absolutely.
I've seen Subin's style. David has already showcased
Oh, that's better.
a couple of his.
Fantastic shot.
And that's the best we've seen from the overarm of David Smith.
That was a really nice shot. And that's an alternative strategy we've seen him apply there. Just using that red open it up, which is really good.
Taking a good look at the angles.
He now has he's holding 2, and he's got that red at the back on the right as we look at it, and the blue behind. You can kind of use that to get another ball in there, use it as a bridge to hold the ball. But he's also got the left hand side, which he tried earlier, now to still possibly exploit.
It's an overarm throw again.
Yeah, he's just not finding the line on that shot at the moment.
A couple of times he's tried it.
Yeah.
Not quite come off.
Wonder if he'll apply that again.
30 seconds.
That wasn't.
He knows how close he was.
It wasn't far away.
A little bit, probably a couple of centimetres closer to the jack on the line, and he'd have probably deflected that right onto it.
Yeah, he'll be happy with the 2. 5-0 after 2 ends is not to be sniffed at. I'm not entirely sure why it needs to be measured here. It looks clearly 2. I can't see. Yeah. But ref just being flare up. No harm in that.
So Kathy Drobny, our referee here. And assertive, you can see that 2 points go the way of David Smith. It's a 5-0 advantage to the British athlete. And of the British contingent, a really good start yesterday, generally speaking. It was a 9-0 win for David against Sungjun Jung, but Steve Maguire, the BC4 #1 seed, looked in superb form as well, and there's a reasonably good chance of some home medals this week.
Yeah, but by all accounts, Stephen was in blistering form yesterday, and yeah, there's some good chances for medals all over in the different categories for Great Britain. Jamie McCowan was off the 100% start. Patrick Wilson has a chance today if he wins his game to go through. So there's quite a few players in the mix. David as well, obviously, with his results to this point. But you never know. In the pool stage, anything can still happen, and every player's got to stay focused and on it, because there's some great competitors in this championship across the board.
We saw yesterday the drama that the pool stage can create as well. Another British player, Evie Edwards, in the BC4 class, is at the stage where after 2 games played, all the players in the pool have won 1 and lost 1. They've all been pretty close games as well.
Yeah.
And
BC4s
a shootout.
can often throw that up.
It looks like Tipmanee could be looking long again here.
Yeah, the world number 22 has got to respond now.
And that's unerringly similar actually to his first jack set.
Yeah, I think
a little bit further maybe.
Maybe a bit narrower as well. But yeah.
So obviously the tactic is employing.
They can start with a first ball similar to the first end. That would be ideal. It's a player that recent results is not really contested for major medals, but the last outing in Pavoa in Portugal finished 12th. So a player who's progresses reasonably far in events. Did get a medal in Dubai in 2017 at the Regional Open, so there's potential. But that's
well
not,
short there.
not what Subin was looking for. Left a big opening for David.
Just wonder as well whether Subin has, you mentioned he narrowed the angle, I just wonder if that was a deliberate ploy based on the shape that David can get on his balls out the back of his left hand. And it might just negate the amount of sweep if it's straighter on to David, if that makes sense.
Yeah, the players always have to consider that, particularly in the BC1 category, because there's more likely to be some variance in terms of how they release the ball and the shape of it. They won't always be dead straight.
But David here has got a big chance to set the tone in this end.
Yeah,
It's
and
an
at this
open jack.
point, all you want to do is get it past the red and get it in a good position in terms of the line. You don't have to get it right on the jack.
It's not a bad go.
Yeah, very similar to the first time. Almost perfect again. And that's, I reckon, will be hidden from Tipmanee and hard to remove.
Yeah, the issue that Tipmanee's got as well from that first shot is that red now could almost act as a little bit of a blocker for him on his line.
Yeah, I think that is the case. And that is the problem when you have a short first ball like that. When it's so short, it's normally ended up in your way.
Needs to avoid that red.
Yeah, if you try and get one up the side of the jack, maybe use that to come off. Yeah, that wasn't bad. If it had been a little bit closer, it could have been more useful. But it's a decent effort. Can try and build on that now.
Just bringing up to speed with what's happening in our other game in Pool A. I mentioned Omar Hayward was 3-0 down after the first end. It's now 5-3,
Wow.
which is a storming second end from the Bermudan
It's a turnaround.
athlete.
So that was almost a copy of the previous shot, just on the other side.
You can almost see with the shape of the ball's almost making a triangle. The issue that
Yeah.
he's got to go either side of it, and just overdoing it on both sides.
Yep.
And that's the issue.
Yeah, just causing problems trying to get it past that one. The trouble is when you're releasing, it's right in your eye line when you're looking at it, and it's very easy to just become focused on it and hit it.
You may, though, now be able to use the little cluster of two reds to bounce in off and get a little bit closer. That could be an option for him.
Still think this side is the left side as we look at it's the side to go on. That looks much better.
Oh, that's a shot.
Yes.
He loves that.
Fantastic. That's as good as he could have got it from there, because he can't see the jack. So that's absolutely perfect.
Played that really, really well. Actually, a similarity again to the first end of the match, where Subin took his time, but ultimately ended up throwing a really, really good shot and putting David in a little bit of trouble.
My guess is here that David's going to go hard for the jack. Suede ball he's got in his hand, so that would also suggest that. Try and move that jack back and get the shot back. Here we go. Yes, that's a great shot. Lovely.
You just see the little... I know it's almost become a running joke amongst the GB players, but you can see the difference that the suede ball has there in terms of effect on the balls.
Yeah, that's a good shot. And you see it's held up, that he could maybe push the jack back further, get more points. Seen some great shots now. That's a fantastic shot from Tipmanee, and then a great response from David. We're really getting an exciting game now.
Looks like that's 2 for David as it stands. So Tipmanee with his final shot of this end. Again, has to pull something pretty special out here. He did it with his last throw. Let's do it again.
Yeah, take confidence from that. Try and replicate
30 seconds.
what he produced there.
Thai athlete seeded 17 in this World Championships. Needs something to stay in the competition.
Let's hit that ball again.
Not be it.
And now there's a big opportunity for David to get more points here.
Could in many ways be almost match ball in a sense, that one.
Yeah. For me, it would be the same shot again. Just go for the jack, move it back to get the other ball scoring, and you might even leave your other ball there. Got to be aggressive here and take the opportunity. And that looks like what he's going to go for. Another suede in his hand. Down low, lots of power.
Really winding this one up.
Oh yes, yeah, that's a fantastic shot. Absolutely brilliant.
That's why he is the world number 1 and the 2-time Paralympic champion.
At that distance as well, to catch it with so much power. Great line, takes it back into the open court to hold 3, and now he's got a massive area to score extra points.
Could be actually looking at a 6 here if
Well,
he
yeah.
gets it spot on.
Turning on the style now. And Subin Tipmanee looks resigned to the fate that's coming.
You can almost see that has inspired a little bit of extra enthusiasm. You can sense the excitement in David
he's got
when
the
he's played
swagger
that
now.
good shot.
It's nothing better when you hit a shot fully the way that you intended it. Gets you pumped up.
He's feeling it now, all right. Already 3 up in this end. It could be more. And it will be.
Oh yes.
What a shot that is.
And the thing about that was, there was absolutely no need to play the shot as well as that. he could easily have just played up into the gap, but at this point, he's got the points to win the game, and he's within his rights to go for the stylish shot. So the 8-0, 9-0, game's won. And then he goes again, and he probably has that one too. But again, that shows what I was saying about the margin that he had, because that shot bounced off, but obviously it's such a big space for scoring.
Yeah, that looks to me as if it's 5.
Yeah. Can he get the maximum? I think that will be our first maximum on the show court.
Well, indeed.
30 seconds.
Looks that way.
Oh, no.
He's just going to roll it off. And you can see
Yeah.
the disappointment in him as well.
What a shame.
That is the true elite mentality, that, isn't it?
He's not pleased. And I don't think Sarah will be pleased either, because he had lots of room for that one.
Reset.
Yeah, still shaking his head. But I've got to say, we're 3 ends of the way through this match, and this is the second BC1 match I've commentated on so far, and they've been my favourite probably so far. So credit to the BC ones, there's been some cracking shots.
We did see a brilliant game yesterday between Yuriko Fuji and Jose de Oliveira. The Brazilian de Oliveira producing some truly magical shots in that match.
Yeah.
We watched that one, and David Smith has pulled out some similarly impressive shots in this one. Tape measures coming out here for the nearest red and the furthest blue. Looks to naked eye as if it's going to be 5 for Smith, but our officials here really do take every precaution to get it absolutely spot on.
Yeah, well, it's important that they get it right. There's a lot riding on these games, ranking points and whatnot.
Yeah, there you see it.
Yeah, definitely. Cracking end from David. We'll forgive him that last one.
I'm not sure he'll forgive himself. But it's 5 more to the tally of David Smith. It puts him into double figures. 10-0 leads the Great Britain.
And it's
been Tipmanee.
Yeah, it's been a good display for David, and to be fair to Tipmanee, played his part as well. Some cracking shots, but David is a outstanding competitor.
It really is just a level, isn't it? Subin played one absolutely brilliant shot in that end, but David just ramped up the level to an ability that Subin just doesn't have. It was superb from Smith. Really, really good. And that's where he's at. He is the 2-time Paralympic champion and the heavy favourite in this BC1 classification to take home a World Championship gold medal as well. And that was the end of a world champion.
And now for Tipmanee, it's about trying to get some momentum back, some confidence. It's disappointing, but can finish on a high.
Yeah, these ends are never easy. I think we were talking about this towards the end of yesterday. Subin will be very much aware that, barring a miracle, he's on his way home in this competition, and that can make this final end difficult.
Yeah. For David, it'll be interesting to see what he does now. Will he go to his standard jack position? Will he try something new for the subsequent rounds and whatnot? And that's a wider jack ball.
Well, we can update you with the score in our other pool A match between Sung Jun Jung and Omar Hayward. It's now 5 apiece.
Wow.
Going into the final end. All to play for there.
That's obviously an exciting game.
I mentioned at the top of the game Daniel Perez against Farron Ribas, the world number 2. And
Good shot.
He's won 8-2 in that match. As we take a look at David's first shot, and it's a good one.
Yeah, even Subin applauded that one, which is good to see. Good bit of sportsmanship. And yeah, David's been relentless in this game. That's not as good as the first ball he played in the second end, but it's touching. It's covering most of the jack. You'll always be happy with that. And it's going to be difficult to generate enough power to move this one again.
Out of bounds. I think that was a definite attempt to move that blue from Tipmanee. And
yeah,
he has got the angle to do that.
Wasn't far away.
If you had to pick fault with the shot there from David, Subin should have the angle to move the blue without moving the jack too much.
Yep. It's good to see that David didn't let the missed shot at the end bother him too much, and he responded. Subin just trying to compose before releasing the ball. And yeah, the line was better there, but just not able to get anywhere near enough power to open things up, unfortunately.
Do have plenty coming up today at the BISFed 2018 World Boccia Championships here in Liverpool. Following this match on the show court, we've got another BC1 fixture as the Korean Do-Hyun Kim takes on Portugal's Antonio Marquez.
Yeah, Antonio, very experienced player, been around a long, long time.
Apologies, just picking up some audio interference there, ladies and gents.
Subin trying to this time get into the jack, try and open things up. It's difficult when you get to this point. Frustration builds. Yeah, lost the line. You can see the disappointment there. But David can have that effect on
1 minute.
the best players in the world. There's no slight on Subin.
There's a couple of really close games happening around the other courts at the minute. There's only 7 games still to finish of the 12, including this one. And I mentioned Sung Jung Jung and Omar Hayward was 5-5. 2-1, another 2-1, 4-3 as well.
And seeing how well Jose de Oliveira played yesterday, it's quite a close game he's involved in.
4-2 against Oryx Kelnet of Israel. And this is what we like to see, isn't it, at these championships, that even though that is the number 4 seed against the number 20 seed, and we saw how well Jose can play, there's nothing guaranteed. You have to earn absolutely everything.
That's right, and even though this game's 10-0, that's because David's played exceptionally well.
I think Subin is just losing a little bit of art in this final end. His last 2 shots weren't anywhere near what he's capable of.
It's a little bit of a mix-up there where I think the referee didn't realise that Tipmanee had played out. Smithy was perturbed to see that it wasn't him to play. Sorted out. And he's just going to try and go for the jack here. May even just try and take the jack out, get it on the cross in the middle, and that leaves you the massive area for extra points. So, don't know if we've seen that yet in the show courts. This is going to be exciting for viewers that are new to it.
Yeah, we haven't. And, It's an interesting tactic available, especially when you pitch the jack so wide initially. It's something that David will always know is possibly there. He's really winding this one up.
Yeah. Oh no, didn't go for it this time.
Well,
the other option is just as good.
He's taken out 3 reds.
Oh, that is fantastic.
Totally out of commission.
He just caught them exactly where he needed to get them all out of court. And
that's an unbelievable power shot.
Yeah, just shows you the difference it can make. I think probably if the jacket went out, it would have been better, obviously, because the area is bigger, but there's nothing wrong with that shot. Leaves lots of room for extra points.
It was almost as if it was a strike in bowling, the way that those balls all split away. Beautiful. On the money from David Smith. And he's going to tot up some points here as well. They're all there for him. Don't think he'll... In fact, I'm pretty sure he won't score with the blue. That did the damage to those 3 reds, but
no, he might
still got 2 more to come.
He might elect to move the jack again to get that one in, but probably not. Yeah, nice call. And now it's just target practice for David, which is what you do in training all the time.
It's going to be one of the heaviest victories of the competition so far.
Yeah, sets the tone for the other BC ones in the field. Lovely balls he's playing now.
It's going to be another 5 for him. And he is looking in very ominous form.
Yeah, don't need to worry about the pace here. Get into a collection of balls, just get the line right. And that's a very comfortable 5. Fantastic shot to open them up. And a fantastic performance all round.
It's one of the highest scores we've seen at this competition so far. It will be 15-0 whitewash from David Smith. The highest we've seen so far was a 16-0 win, ironically, in the BC One class for the number 2 seed, Daniel Perez.
Anything you can do, I can do as well.
You get the feeling he's sending a little bit of a message with this victory. What a start to the opening day for the number 1 seeds on the show court. David Smith with a superb performance. That was a real clinic in boccia.
Yeah, it definitely was. See how many balls he had left at the end of every end. Shows you the importance. But he set the tone in every end right from the beginning. I think his 4 first balls were exemplary. And it just put the pressure on Tipmanee every time.
And it also shows the variety as well. 2 ends went 8 metres, and then the short ones played by David. He's got the lot.
He can do it all. He's had a good test at range as well, which he'll be happy with for future games. He'll be just really happy all in all.
We have got our next game coming up in around about 20 minutes. It's, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, it's still in the BC One classification as Do-Hyun Kim of Korea takes on Antonio Marquez of Portugal. Do stay with us. I'll be back with you for the start of that one. It's around about 20 minutes away due to kick-off at 10:15. Perfect start then for the number 1 seed and the Paralympic champion David Smith to kick off Monday morning.
No. On the rough. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Excellent. This is a nice team. Doesn't it?
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympics at the New York and Stoke Mandeville Games in 1984. Nearly 30 years on, London 2012 plays host to this event here at Excel, right in the heart of London's Docklands. Boccia, the stats. Boccia comes from the same family of sports as boule or bowls. In the Paralympics, it is played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball, weighing approximately 275 grams and measuring 27 centimetres in circumference. They can be rolled, thrown, kicked, or released down a ramp. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes in which the competitors must remain during play. Boccia Essentials. The aim of the sport is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to a white target ball called the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls on each end. Individual and pairs matches consist of 4 ends, while team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack first, followed by one of their own red balls. Then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer than their opposition's, or they run out of balls. Boccia balls often get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. Watch out for the jack or nearest scoring ball being moved. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point for every ball that is closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia, the competition. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. 104 athletes will compete for gold in individual, pairs, and team competitions. These have been divided into 7 events based on classification class. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sports assistant on the court and deliver the ball using a ramp. The sports assistant must never look onto the court or communicate in any way. Boccia requires strategy, intense focus and pinpoint accuracy when just one good ball can make all the difference. Prepare to be bowled over. Let the games begin.
My name's Nigel Murray and I've been playing boccia competitively for around 17-18 years now. I first became aware of it through my work. I work with people with disabilities and I went along to a disability sports taster day where I first saw boccia being played. So I thought it was a sport I could take back to people I supported, work with, and that's really my first introduction to boccia.
There's 4 categories within the international level. There's BC1, which is for cerebral palsy throwers, the most severe cerebral palsy throwers. BC2 are the more able cerebral palsy throwers. BC3 uses a ramp or assistive device to propel the ball because they're unable to throw it. And my class is BC4, which is for any other neurological condition.
The BC3 category is for people who can't naturally grip and throw a ball, so they use an assistive device or a ramp, and we have them bespoke made for us. They also use a head pointer to release the ball, and The degrees of accuracy that these guys can get are unbelievable, and partly that's about communication. So there's a ramp assistant or a performance assistant who sits on the court, who's very much part of the playing staff here rather than support staff.
Play with leather balls. So, they're quite soft. Everyone has a jack ball, and each team has 6 red balls and 6 blue balls. And the object is to get as close as possible to the jack ball. But unlike bowls, you don't alternate shots. So like, I would throw the jack ball, then my first red ball. And blue would continue playing until they get closer. So technically they can be out of balls before the next red ball's thrown. And then at the end of the end, if 2 reds are closer than the blue, it's 2 points, etc.
I don't think there's a sport in the whole Paralympic movement that represents the Paralympics more than boccia. They couldn't do any other sport. They can't play wheelchair rugby, they can't do Paralympic athletics, they can't do the swimming. But this, anybody with the conditions that are severe enough to direct them here, but they're sporty and they're competitive, this is an outlet for that. So I think it's wholly representative of what the Paralympic movement should be about.
Boccia to me, it's my living, it's my work, it's what I do professionally. So obviously I want to be the best at it for as long as possible. Win as many competitions as I can, sort of leave a legacy in this country.
Great Britain team, been a solid professional performance for all the games we've seen. They have booked their place in Rio for the Paralympics in 2016.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympic Games in 1984. In the Paralympics, it's played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball. Boccia balls can be rolled, thrown, kicked or released down a ramp. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sport assistant on the court and deliver the ball using the ramp. The sport assistant is not allowed to look at the court or communicate with the athlete. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes in which the competitors must remain during play. The aim is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls in each end. Individual and pair matches consist of 4 ends, whilst team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack, then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer to the jack than the opposition's nearest ball. Boccia balls also get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result, score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point for each ball that's closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. Boccia requires strategy and pinpoint accuracy, where just one good ball can make all the difference.
Don't clonk him against the too much.
Yeah. So thank you.
Boccia is a Paralympic sport and is a game of strategy and skill. But how is it played? Two sides compete against each other as individuals, a pair, or as a team of 3. One side has 6 red balls, the other has 6 blue balls. One side plays the jack onto the court and then plays their first ball. The aim of the game is to get your balls closer to the white jack ball than your opponent. The side whose ball is not nearest to the jack throws until they get a ball closer or until they run out of balls. It is permitted to hit the jack, your own balls or your opponent's balls. Once all the balls have been played, one side receives a point for every ball they have nearer to the jack than their opponent's closest ball. Individual and pairs play 4 ends. Team matches have 6 ends. At Paralympic level, players are divided into 4 classifications, dependent on their impairment and functional ability. Boccia continues to grow internationally and provide opportunities for athletes with severe and complex impairments to compete at an elite level on the world stage.
Very warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning to you if you're just joining us. We're here from Liverpool, live at the BISFed 2018 World Boccia Championships. If you are just joining us, you did miss a cracking opening. David Smith, the world #1 and reigning Paralympic champion in the BC1 classification, putting on a clinic against Thailand's Subin Tipmanee, a 15-0 win with a great exhibition. Some brilliant shots from the man with the mohawk. So our next game on show court number 12, or number 1 I should say, is Korea's Do-hyun Kim against Portugal's Antonio Marquez. They are. Kim will play reds, Marquez will play blue. I'd like to say joins alongside me is the Paralympian Peter Maguire, and someone who has been going an awful long time in the game, Peter, is Antonio Marquez.
Very long time. I believe it was back in Atlanta in '96 where he started. So that's 20 plus years.
It is indeed. He's been around a while, and he's still ranked ever so highly in the sport as well. He's the number 8th seed at this World Championships, is Marquez, and a player that's been around for such a long time. I know in a community that's so friendly as Boccia, he's got a huge amount of respect within the sport.
Respect and falling out with in Portugal as well. And I think the experience he has here is crucial to winning. But I think what's kept him top here also is he's forever evolving his game, and you need to keep doing that in game of Boccia. You can't stay still, stagnant. So it's a credit to him for doing that all those years.
He did have an interesting start yesterday, did Antonio Marquez. He lost his opening game to Paulo Renato Noronha 8-1, which was not the start that he was looking for. Paulo Renato Noronha ranked, or seeded rather, 25 coming into this, which was a bit of a surprise result.
Yep.
And now Antonio needs to win here against Do-hyun Kim, who was excellent yesterday, to stay in the competition. Do-hyun Kim getting a terrific 10-1 victory against Mai Yi Leung of Hong Kong. And Antonio here has got his work cut out.
Yeah, it's a must-win here if we lose the first one. But some of the scores there, you said 8-1, be a bit deceptive. Sometimes the game's a lot more closer than what the score actually is at the end. Hopefully in for a good one here.
This is Do-Hyun Kim of Korea, who was part of the BC1, BC2 pairs bronze medal winning team in Montreal in May, along with Jungmin Son and Young Jin Lee. So even though his seeding might be a little low in comparison to Antonio Marquez, he's clearly in very good form. We are expecting quite a close game here. As we get towards the end of these pool stage matches, more and more on the line, and that just will keep on going all the way through the competition, because once we get into the knockouts, it is do or die.
Yeah, that's where the fun starts, I like to say. That's where I enjoy it most. The nerves really kick in those games. Must win, sharpen the mind, but tense out the body too much, you know, make you lose, and you need to handle that.
Gotta find that balance.
Yeah, you do.
And it'll be Kim to start first and set the jack for our match here on court number 1. All of the matches here will start at the same time, all 12 around the exhibition centre here in Liverpool. We saw in our very first BC1 match between Subin Tipmanee and David Smith, a very similar style favoured by the man with the red balls, and it was a long set jack, and again we're seeing that here. That's a good 7.5, maybe even 8 metres.
Yeah, 8 territory.
And close to the edge as well.
Yeah, so you really need to be precise with your weight. You don't want your balls to fly out. Maybe you just watched a lot of footage here of Antonio playing, and he's struggling in this area.
That's a danger.
It is. Just need to settle. Forget about that ball.
Maybe a little bit too much adrenaline flowing with the first
Yeah.
delivery of the match for Do-Hyun Kim.
Well, that looks touching also.
It does.
If that one's out, he really needs to take the pace off.
And, apologies if you got any bad language on one of our courtside microphones there. We're just going to take a really close look here at this one. Is any of the ball touching the white line? That's why the paper's gone underneath. That you can clearly see the curvature of the ball is over it, but it has to be touching the white line.
Yeah.
And I think
Justin,
he's okay. It's about as close as you could possibly go.
little kiss and that ball's out.
Antonio, you saw in the warm-up, gets really low when he's looking to play these long shots down the court.
He just has to adjust where he's sitting there.
And the first jack placement from Kim here has caused both players a little bit of trouble in the opening stages.
It is unusual to start there.
That's a lot more online.
Yeah. Still blue to go. You just got up the right hand side of that ball now, the blocker. That'll be really good. Oh, he's gone for the red. Oh, he's just missed it.
It was close, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's interesting, isn't it? The amount that Antonio leans, he can create an angle that some players certainly wouldn't from that side of the court.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially being left-handed as well.
To be able to curve it round that ball.
Goes this side. That again, line wasn't too bad. Maybe just lacking a touch in
Pace,
pace.
yeah. He's a bit wary of going out. Not touching that line.
He's played 4. Only 2 left for Antonio Marquez.
Measure that. I think it's still red, but it looks up. Yeah.
It's close, but I think you're probably right. Yep, you can see. Maybe by about an inch or so, maybe a little bit less. Referee Evelyn Youngshenko. Antonio's got the gap in there between the 2 blues. That's the road he
can risk it with a bit of pace now.
He needs to
He
go
hit
for.
something. Just keep that line.
Now then.
There we go.
Well,
Finish strong.
The ball he was looking for right from the very start to the end. He created the pathway, didn't he, with the blues? Just gave him something to aim at.
You always feel more confident with a lot of balls in the area that get in there.
Just gives that a little bit of margin for error, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
So Do-Hyun Kim.
Good work out here. A minefield to work through. Oh, cracker.
Brilliant. Went to his rock ball straight away. And he's nailed that.
It's close for a
may well
measure.
be.
Yeah.
Still, it's close, isn't it? But either way, he's still got 3 shots here to get the ball close to the white. And he's now a massive favourite to take this first end. But the question is, how many points? He just wants a little bit more time to compose himself.
Wasn't happy with the ball there. wasn't round enough. Let's go back to your pre-shot routine.
And each player does have a very different pre-shot routine. You quite often see it very different routines with the BC ones in particular. That's a brilliant shot from Do-hyun Kim. He likes that.
Great line.
Perfect, wasn't it?
Definitely won. I think it's pushed it close to that blue now.
We've still got 2 more. And this looks like one of his harder balls. Slightly darker in colour. A little bit careful. Doesn't like it.
Oh. Still can work it.
So yeah, at the minute it looks like just the one. So despite a couple of fantastic shots from Do-hyun Kim, it's maybe not the lead that he might have expected. Evelyn, the referee, confirms the score. There's 1 red. And 30 seconds left to play. The final ball of the end. So nothing.
Yeah, he was going for the power there to push that red up, possibly at 3. Just didn't have the line.
Well, it'll be a win for Do-hyun Kim, but it'll be a close start to this first end.
I think they both want to see, confirm it's just one.
Referee very clear.
Yeah.
Leaving the players in absolutely no doubt. So 1-0 to Do-hyun Kim. And I don't think Antonio will mind that particularly, especially in the pretty sticky situation he was in.
Yeah.
Midway through that end.
Yeah, you're not expected to win your opponent's jacks, but keeping those numbers low, like 1, 2 points in their ends, very good. Just need to maximise your score in your own ends. See where he puts it here. Marquez.
It's all about the strength of and weaknesses of your opponents as well.
You shouldn't always play to your opponent's weaknesses, you play to your strengths. Puts in a greater element of chance. If you just play to their weakness all the time, you might not be as good there yourself.
More easier to play.
It already looks the way that Antonio is shaping up to set the jacket, like he's going to go short.
Yeah.
Which, if that's the general length that he favours, might just add a little bit more to the fact that he kept it down to 1 on a very lengthy end and on end 1. In our other game, in Pool H, Paolo Renato Noronha and Mai Yi Lueng. It's 1-0 to the Hong Kong athlete Mai Yi. So two very close first ends in both of our matches in Pool H. About 3.5 meters, this one.
Oh. It's a very stray one there.
Yeah, similar in a way to the last end, where it's the opponent who's got the chance to set the tone a little here. A bit of a wayward start. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Marquez really needs to work now. Spin back, get that angle.
Even early on, we have seen a fair bit more consistency from Kim.
I think that short putt throw or dart throw has really helped.
He's going for the power shot. Antonio struggling to get his line.
I think it's the angle of the chair has to be worked on. Communication with his partner at the back has to be worked on.
He chooses to vary it up a little bit as well. Chooses the overarm throw. Has a little bit more success on the line at least. But just maybe lacked the power to move that
It
red.
does. As soon as it hits that floor, it loses a good percentage of the power.
Which is why for a predominantly overhand thrower like Do-Hyun Kim, it's really important to cover that jack up first up. Giving him the opening here.
He's in.
Could be close. Looks like it's still reds.
There's another one in there, it should be hard to move.
Also, if he pops another blue in the obvious gap, Kim nudges his red, nudges the jack closer to the rest of the blues as well.
Ah.
But needs to find the gap, and he is running out of balls to do it. Last one is coming. Has to get this line right. And doesn't. A big chance here then for Kim.
As you said, it's a possibility for Kim here to push that ball onto the red, the blues. So he has to be careful.
Yeah, he doesn't quite have the angle to go in between the red and the blue onto the face of the white, like Marquez did.
He could if he goes to the back of the box, but he's only got one extra ball to do that. You can't really accumulate a lot like the BC4's getting on top. It's more difficult, especially the overarm throw, the dart throw.
It looks like one of his harder balls is his first option. Wonder if he's going to try and clear out some of these blues.
One at a time.
can see he does have the power to move balls if he gets the line right with those rock reds.
Same shot. Yeah, he got it in there. But it did shift it back. Have to see over the top. Oh, it's not scoring yet. He's still pushing it.
It is a risk though, isn't it? Because whilst he's leading the end at the moment, there is a possibility that he could lose it.
Yeah, that's how he's got to have a look. Momentum can totally swing into Antonio's no pitch side. Antonio's side here if he messes this up.
Just wants a little bit more time. Now his line looked perfect there.
Yeah.
Just wonder how that's affected things. Let's have a look.
Still one. So more difficult now to push those reds in.
You mentioned how tough it'd be to get the reds on top like you would probably try to if you're a BC4 player, for example. He almost managed it there.
Yeah. I think it was a really soft ball he was travelling up. It's just because of the momentum and the rotation. You need more spin on the ball. That's how it's better underarm than overarm to get up. Can be achievable, but consistency wise, much better underarm.
It's just one then for Do-Hyun Kim.
30 seconds.
Only 30 seconds left for his final ball. Can he make it 2? Or really? Let Antonio in.
Now have the power there.
It's a close cluster. I think it's going to be Do-Hyun Kim by 1 again.
Yeah, see that there.
So even though Kim is going to win the first 2 ends, it is still very much all to play for here.
Definitely Marquez will be happy with just one there. But one poor end by Kim changed everything.
Will there be an element of frustration for Kim? Potentially letting off Marquez there. It was a really, you can see the ball that's close to the left of our picture there by the back of Marquez's wheel. That was the opener from Marquez, which really gave Do-Hyun Kim an opening. Didn't really perhaps fully capitalise on. Yes, he's won the end, but he'd have wanted to a bit more by 1.
You want to accumulate those points when you can. And he was in possession of a lot of balls at the end there to try and maximise that score. But you need to put that beside now and just think of the next end. Keep thinking over and over. That's when things can go to pot.
Referee Evelyn Youngchenko has just confirmed our suspicions that it will be one. Do Hyun Kim. Antonio's closest blue, closer, and Kim's second closest red. So it's a tight and close one, this, and Marquez, who needs to win to stay in the individual competition here. Still got a chance. Anything could happen from here.
1 point is still in the game.
Probably has to look to get on the offensive in this next end, though.
Wonder if Kim will take him far again. A lot of coaching going on here, I think.
Yeah, both players getting a bit of a pep talk with their coaches. Antonio looking like he's trying to listen into the Korean.
Yeah.
Not sure how good his Korean is. It'll be interesting to see how far Kim goes with this jack.
He's lined up for a next short one here.
In our other match in Pool H, it remains very close. Paolo Renato Narunya has got one back. It is 1-1 between himself and Mai Yi Leung. It's very close, which is the tail of the tape, really, in Pool H.
6 metres.
So it's long, but not as long.
A lot of variety here with the ends.
Which is good to see, of course. We love a little bit of variety.
Yeah. Keeps us guessing. Oh, great shot. The angle's spot on as well.
Yeah, big celebration from Do Hyun Kim as well. Could be a really, really important shot, that. He's put Antonio in a little bit of trouble here. Antonio, I don't think, can afford to have the amount of misses that he had in the first end in a similar scenario. That's a bit more like it.
Great line, just a lot more power needed to shift that. Almost on top.
he nearly went and sat it on top, wouldn't it? Which was an incredible shot with just 2 balls on the court. But the way the Blues moved, he has got a bit of a target to aim at here.
Yeah, it's bigger now. You can use that blue.
Wants to be on the other side of it, though.
Yeah, I think he went to go in off that blue, but too far wide.
Very similar to the first end. Just going to check if any of the ball here is touching the white line.
Yep.
It's okay. Remember, the curvature of the ball can go over, but as long as no part of it is touching the line, it's all right. Antonio will throw again. Just needs to find a little bit of consistency. That's a good line.
Yeah, great shot.
I think he likes that one.
Touching. It's close. Have to see where the light.
I think the
Kim to go.
yeah, decision's been made pretty quickly by the referee, Evelyn Youngton Co. There you see how close it is. Very even third end this.
Oh. Didn't want to push that.
And now it's definitely Antonio's advantage.
Has to use one of those rocks. Try and push that again.
Now
almost sitting in there. That will stop Marquez from pushing it on. These little balls. But it's took it off the blue.
Three played each. Very, very close end. So a big target to go into here.
Yeah.
There's Kim.
Just checking which ones he has left. All these balls are numbered, so he just has to say a number. His assistant get the correct one that he wants.
1 minute.
He's only got 1 minute to play two. Oh, now then.
Has he pushed it back? Oh.
He's been incredibly unlucky, actually, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's played a few very, very good shots in this
Yeah.
last little series and hasn't really been rewarded.
This jack ball's not moving. It's not doing what he wants it to do.
And he has to get this next one right, otherwise Antonio's actually got quite a big gap to really hammer home his advantage here.
Yeah. Well, he's got one back in the game here. Just needs another one. That's all to play for. Final end.
And that's the side-on view. It is very close and congested, but Antonio has the advantage. And the Portuguese 2-0 down in N3, needing to win to stay in. He's got a chance to get his first points on the board here.
Line's
That's
looking
a
good.
great line.
Excellent shot.
Oh, his coach is delighted with that, isn't he? Well, if it stays as it is, he squares things up.
He can go in there with power now. That underarm throw, he could come up on top. It's a risk worth taking, I think. That jack shouldn't go anywhere.
Stays as it is, rather. We go into our final end, all square. Its own kind of tiebreaker. Still got one more to play in this end. And you think his best option is to try and land one on top?
Yeah, nothing to lose. The way everything's sitting. Won't shift. You want to go in with a point in the final end. Up it goes. Oh, not the power. Great line, but didn't have enough spin. Just two there. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like two. Two that are touching the white. The next closest is just a little bit further out than Do-hyun Kim's.
The cluster. Cluster of reds.
But Evelyn Youngchenko has been very clear and precise with her measurements so far in this match. Shadows are a little bit deceptive. I think this is close, you know. I think it's still red that's closer, but I think this will be close.
Looks a little unsure of self, the other red.
So there's blue.
Red's closer. Red's closer.
You can see. Well, we will go into the final end of the match, all square. It is its own tiebreaker in many ways.
Shootout. It's massive, it's penalty shootout. Everyone's game, but that momentum's now shifted to Marquez.
It can so easily shift back now. Marquez gets to set the jack, but if he sets the jack and does what he did in his last end, the advantage all of a sudden is with Do-hyun Kim.
Yeah, really needs to get this first ball on the jack.
That was a fascinating end, that. Really did swing both ways multiple times.
I wonder if we'll get another shot. Jack here, we'll go somewhere else.
We still have plenty to come today, even after this match. It is only our second match of 7 today. We've got Judith Bulthuis taking on Nadav Levy. Netherlands versus Israel in the BC2 classification coming up next. Me, Brad Hope and Scott McCowan taking you through that one. And myself and Peter will be back for the BC4 match just after lunchtime as Michaela Balkova takes on Yuk Wing Lung of Hong Kong. Plenty to look forward to still for the
Look
rest.
forward to it all. Definitely. Two great athletes coming up there on the BC floors.
Now then, it's all about this final end for Antonio Marquez. Hugely experienced Portuguese player. And he's going long. He's going really long. He's gone too long.
Where's he going?
It is off court.
Oh. That's a blood to the head. These courts are fast. So not that been a second day.
Now for those unfamiliar with the rules, let's see what happens now with this jack.
The jack ball now goes back to the opponent. So they're now in control.
The advantage that Antonio had, we talked about it, it was such an advantage going into the final end. Now automatically ceded
Control
back.
was handed over.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe
Ref and timekeeper was just discussing what's happened here with the scoreboard and the timer. Because the timer started as soon as the white ball's handed to Marquez. Just clarifying the rules here with him, what he's got to do.
Wow. It's interesting that Antonio, his first thought was to go so long.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with that in the first end.
Will that now just put a seed of doubt in Do-hyun Kim's mind, who has gone long every time?
Well, he'll be in high spirits now, Kim. Marquez will be going, why did I do that? Why did I do that? You know? So. See how they both cope after that incident.
Looks like he's angling it a little shorter.
Yeah.
Isn't it interesting how it all changes?
Yeah.
We've got a really interesting final end here. Do-hyun Kim has gone long with every jack he's set. Antonio, with his second one, decided to go very, very long, too long in fact. Now Do-hyun Kim with the rare chance to set the jack for a third time, goes as short as he dares.
Just on that wheel line. He nails this. Antonio will be kicking himself.
We mentioned, didn't we, at the top of this championships, that what makes Boccia so good to watch and what draws you in is the tactics and the chess-like nature of the game.
Yeah.
There's certainly been a big power shift. There's been two big power shifts in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah.
And that angle from Do-hyun Kim is pretty good.
I think it's still doable in the back of the court. Back of the box, sorry. He's going for the overarm throw.
Antonio has to put that setting jack error to the back of his mind.
Just past it. Just be further back in the box, I think. I would also, myself personally, go for the underarm throw, just to try and open those two balls.
He's going a little bit further back. It was close to being perfect. Just flicked the jack on its way through.
Yeah, make it more difficult for him doing that.
So close he was. So you can see he does have the angle to rest up on it.
Yeah. Just managing that adrenaline and nails now. Shift again, shot choice.
He's going back to the underarm. He's just asking for Kim to be moved back. Just to give him a little bit more angle here. He went to move the jack there. he wanted.
3 balls. Playing to achieve something. Smack on that.
That's the angle. Coach loves it.
Those 2 balls, background committing effect now.
Because Dohyun Kim, if he goes to play this with power, may knock the jack, in fact, even further away from him. Just a shot that Antonio needed to play.
Yeah.
Now, the advantage is back with Marquez. Can Kim swing it back the other way? Oh, wowee.
That's a good shot. It's created some gap now.
Lobbed it right up into the air. Landed on top of his red. Created something for him. I think he can now slip into the gap between the blue and the red surrounding the jack. Maybe rest up there. But with that overarm throw, he doesn't have as much power going forward along the ground, so actually maybe an aerial attack
shot,
is
yeah,
the best way to do it.
definitely. I think I'll go for another lob shot onto that white and red, and white and blue, sorry. Push it onto the red. Stop the power there.
Antonio Marquez can only sit and watch for the time being. Kim with 3 to play. Marquez with 2 still in the chamber.
It's uncomfortable.
This match is one of the few still in action around the courts here in Liverpool. It's been very close, very tight. It's taken its time. One of the others still in progress. Here's the other in, Paul H. Hello, Renato Noronha leads 2-1 against Ma Yi Leung. Paul H is where it's at for the drama and the tension this morning.
1 minute.
1 minute, penultimate shot then for Dohyun Kim.
Looking good.
Pretty good.
Oh, still him. Just to push it again.
I think from that quick judgment from the referee, it must mean the blue's touching.
Yeah.
See, there's a little bit of fresh air between the red and the jack. Not a lot.
There it is.
But enough.
Yeah.
That's the margins we're dealing with in Boccia. Just got to
I think that's pushed on now.
A little bit closer.
Yeah, that's
there
good.
You see.
One. Get 2 balls to shift this here. Best be careful. You can see his blue, doesn't want to push that away. Or is he trying to give the ball to Rick? I'll go out and look myself personally first.
Well,
must not be 1-1 then.
Antonio Marquez is happy. He's got a smile on his face.
I think Kim here will ask for a measure.
This is close. Really, really close.
Get another end out of this if it's 1-1.
Referee's going to call for some measuring instruments. I think we might need a few.
Bring the paper back.
Get the torch, get the paper, get the calipers. That is touching.
Yeah.
Can't quite see from this angle whether the blue is as well, but that certainly is touching.
We have a tie break if it is.
If both are touching, which we think they are, it will cause a tie break. And just from a player's perspective, Peter, what's Antonio's thinking there? Because obviously he still had 2 balls left to play.
I think he just wasn't comfortable with the situation. Wasn't secure in himself doing that. I personally, I've got the balls, the opportunity, I would have went for it. You need that within a killer instinct, within a player to actually go out and win games.
Looks like our head referee's been called over.
Yep.
Both are touching. It's 1 apiece, and we go to tie break.
It's always good to have a second opinion though.
And the head referee's decision is final. Just going to take a really close look. It seems to be the blue they're taking another look at. And if it's the blue that's not touching, then it's a really bad decision from Antonio.
Yeah.
It could cost him a place in the World Championships.
That's not going down. That's secure. That's not going down. 1 each.
One. You hear her say it there.
See if it was a wise move soon enough. Maybe Marquez was thinking it was just 1 blue. That's why he gave the balls away.
He did, of course, have the option to go and look before he made that decision.
Time-wise, I'm not sure how much he had, but he should do that.
Yeah, that's the confirmed result. It's 1-1. We will go to tie-break. And do you know what other match is going to tie-break? In a game in Pool H, Paolo Renato Noronha and Mai Lung has finished 2 apiece, I think. So that game is currently in its tie-break.
Couldn't rate this stuff.
Now, a bit of a discussion going on here. Portuguese coach is making his feelings known.
Yeah.
Just wonder if we've heard the last of this. Because Antonio conceded his 2 balls.
I'm thinking now Marquez thought he had the point and Kim wasn't touching. That's why he conceded the balls.
Is there a way that I don't think there's a way that he gets them back. Well, that decision is final.
Yeah, once they're handed over, that's you. They're in the bin.
Our officials are being very precise and making sure that the decision is right. And we've seen that in the last couple of minutes, both red and blue touching the jack. Well, we called this final end a tie-break of sorts because they came in level. We didn't think we'd get a tie-break at the end of the tie-break of sorts.
Could happen again. Keep going till we get a winner.
Now, I know you were telling me yesterday you've been involved in a double tie-break before.
Yeah, I did that first World Championship game against world number 1. That was big.
Not a bad introduction to the sport, eh?
Yeah. And similar to this, all the other games stopped. Everyone gathers around you and kind of watches. Heightens the tensions again.
All the Korean team are gathered on the side of Do Hyun Kim as we look at it.
The Portuguese in the stand.
It's interesting to know what. Can't unfortunately make this out, but what do you think the discussion is centering around here? Because the decision seems, from our perspective, fairly clear cut.
It is. I think the issue is coming from the Portuguese, the Marquez side. But just Kim just wants clarification of what happened. There's so many languages here.
Well, high drama.
Yeah.
Just taking a peek down at Court 2, which is the other Pool H game going on between Paolo Renato Noronha and Hong Kong's Mai Leung, and it is mighty close in that one as well.
Looks like Blue's the hold in that one.
Which is Paolo's colour, I can tell you. And Mai Leung has one left to play. As this discussion carries on. And with her final delivery, it's gone away, which as far as I can make out will seal the victory by tiebreak for Paolo Renato Noronha, who's done it the hard way after getting a big win yesterday against Antonio Marquez.
Kim should just stop the discussion here. He's actually playing into Marquez's hands. He's kind of setting himself again. You know, Kim's getting round up now.
Result has now been confirmed down on Court 2. So after two really open games yesterday, 10-1 and 8-1, both now have gone to tiebreak in the second matches of Pool H. Just shows the variety here in the sport. But discussion's still continuing between Do Hyun Kim and the officials via the medium of a translator as well. There's a lot of chefs here.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's particularly helping the clarification for Do Hyun Kim. But for Kim, the decision should be relatively straightforward. He's used all of his...
He's got a second chance here.
Yeah. If anything, he was really back to the wall there. He should be pretty grateful for the chance of a tie-break.
I would be. I'd be just like, let's go. I've got a chance here, let's get this ball.
The mistake, I think, lies with Antonio Marquez, who, if he'd have played one ball and rested it up onto the jack, game was won.
Yeah. Marquez just happy sitting there.
Well, he questioned earlier on if he was quite avidly watching the Korean coach talk to Hyun Kim and questioned his knowledge of Korean. If he's got some, he'll be the most interested party right now.
Crowd's getting larger.
Yeah, it's only going to add to the pressure really on this tie break.
Yeah. And the way throwing the balls towards that crowd. All those faces. Need to block them out.
So a couple of matches still going on. Dmitry Kozmin and Machel Santos, Russia versus Brazil in the BC2 class. Has gone to tie break.
These final matches in the groups, that's usually when the tie breaks come.
Well, the thing is, this is only the second match. What has round 3 in this pool got in store for us? Can't get more dramatic than this. Both matches here going to tie break, won by, it appears, some degree of controversy.
I think we're dealing with 5 languages here. Head ref, Spanish, Portuguese, Korean, Chinese, and English. English being the main translation for everyone.
Now then, blue ball has been placed back in Antonio's court.
No, that shouldn't have happened, never. Once he rescinded those balls, he shouldn't get them back.
Wow. Decision has been made.
I wouldn't agree with that. Kim should protest with this.
Well, Antonio Marquez now has the chance to win it without a tie break. It's currently 1-1. We're aware of that. That has been hammered home over the last 5 minutes or so. And it'll remain 1-1. Needs to find that gap.
Yeah.
After all this, we still could be heading to tie break.
How will Kim cope?
I think that explains why Antonio seemed so at ease during that conversation.
Yeah.
He knew something we didn't. This is a big, big shot.
Need to go back to the rule book myself and check that one.
30 seconds.
Oh. He affected the head.
Wow. What an incredible conclusion to this match.
Be another measure now.
I don't think the two balls that were resting on the jack have moved. Tie break we just heard there from referee Evelyn Young Ching Ko.
Yeah, 1-1.
And that is the confirmed decision. At long last, we go to tie break. Quite a few now surrounding the court and watching on. It was 2-2 coming into the fourth end. It's then been tied via a huge amount of controversy.
All started with Marquez throwing that jack ball out. It's been a crazy end. Full of errors.
This game really has had it all, hasn't it? It really has. Well, our first tie-break on the show court of the championships so far, and for those unfamiliar, Peter, you are an expert in tie-breaks. We know you've had a fair few over the years. First of all, how are we playing this? And second of all, what tactics are you looking to employ on the tie-break? Anything different than you would do normally?
Well, first of all, the jack ball's placed in the little box at the centre of the court, and we have another coin toss, and you really want to win that coin toss and go first, because you want to get on that ball and really stop your opponent from getting that angle, because the pressure's really high now. And after all that controversy there, we'll see how they both cope. I think Kim will be a little more tense than Marquez.
I think Kim has won the coin toss. He has. So, after all that, it's the only game left playing. And we haven't even started the tie-break. Quite a few are surrounding the court watching this. There's a fair degree of pressure surrounding this finale. It's on the big screen in the venue as well. Everyone can see it.
Good line, it's a little short. Wonder if Marquez can actually see it yet. You can see all that white ball. That short ball now. I'm really struggling, can't get past it.
And in theory, it should be a length and line they're pretty familiar with, because this is the penalty marker as well.
Yeah, practice that every session.
There's the line. Oh, it looks good. Coach loves it.
Yeah.
So does the Portuguese team.
Now Kim's got that red ball to deal with first.
Wow, that's perfect, isn't it?
Yeah, inch per.
Just look at that, it's almost completely hidden. It's millimetre perfect from Antonio Marquez, who, needing a victory, remember, to stay in the competition.
He's got out the bag there.
Has pulled something of a rabbit out the hat.
Need to get a loan of that hat. Need some magic myself.
Now, what can Kim produce? Is there a way back into it?
Oh,
nearly.
Lob shot, so close.
That was a chance to get his eye in for that shot.
Mm.
Just a tiny little bit he needs to take off it. Because this now is a little bit more open play for Kim. He can't just rely on the muscle memory of a penalty shot.
No.
Looks like the harder rock ball has been selected.
Spray it himself.
And it's just long. Look how good that shot was from Marquez. Genuinely don't think he could have played that better.
No.
And the timing of which to do it.
Yeah. It's like he actually knew in his mind how this game was going to play out. Like so relaxed at the start there when he was kind of losing.
Yeah, all the emotion has been displayed by his coach.
Yeah.
He's done plenty of cheering for the both of them. Oh, he just lost the line there. That looked like the length.
He has to go for it.
wonder Lamori has attempts at it. The closer in theory, he should be able to go.
Athletes of this calibre should be practicing after every good session when they're tired and fatigued to get in this penalty spot. That's the best way to kind of learn how to cope with these situations.
One ball left then for Do-Hyun Kim. Marquez definitely will hand in all of his balls and take the win.
They'll be certain this time. Hand them over.
And there'll be no argument about that one. Do or die then for Do-Hyun Kim. Last chance. Doesn't get it.
No.
And Antonio Marquez will get the victory. He says done.
Yeah.
He's done it. And this time there will be no doubt at the concession of the balls. A smile on the face of Antonio Marquez. That was such an important win for the veteran Portuguese.
It's all coming out.
He's been so relaxed throughout the entire match, but ultimately, at the end, it is a beaming smile on the face of Antonio Marquez of Portugal. It was not without its drama, it was not without its controversy. But at the end of the match, the longest match of the competition so far, it is the Portuguese who scrapes a result against Do-Hyun Kim. And with the other results in the pool going as they are, Antonio Marquez lives to fight another round.
It's all to play for.
It is indeed. He will play the Hong Kong athlete Mai Yi Leung, whereas Kim will go into a game with Paulo Renato Noronha of Brazil. It was dramatic, it was tense, it was tactical, and ultimately that is what Boccia is all about.
Yeah, a lot of variety, a lot to see. They gave us it all there.
Well, there's the summary at the very end. That's how it finished. A game which really did have it all has got Antonio Marquez winning 4-3 at the conclusion. Thank you so much for joining us for that one. The next game will be very, very shortly forthcoming between the Netherlands' Judith Bulthuis and Israel's Nadav Levy as the players make their way into the arena. It'll be Brad Hope and Scott McCann to take you through that one. And that's coming up very, very shortly.
Welcome back to the Exhibition Centre here in Liverpool. It's the 2018 Boccia World Championships. and what a game that one was on court one. The show court, Don Young Kim against Antonio Marquez, and it went all the way to a tie break. That is what Boccia is all about. But now we move our attention to the BC2s, and in particular Judith Bulthuis versus Nadav Levy, which should be a very intriguing game, with Judith Bulthuis really needing a win to stay in the competition. And just a reminder, BC2 categories, they have a greater functionality than the BC1 athletes, and they have no aid, Scott.
That's right, yeah. Big difference in terms of trunk control and level of ability compared to the BC1, but obviously have cerebral palsy like the BC1s. So yeah, it should be similar in some respects to BC1s, but just they're a bit more able. But yeah, you're right, this should be a good game.
It should indeed, Scott. It's Nadav Levy against Judith Bulthuis. Nadav Levy actually won his first game against Ratislav Kurlak 6-1, so a win for him would really help getting through to the knockout stages.
Yeah, this is getting to the point where people that haven't won their first game really need to get off the mark now to have any chance of getting through to the next round, and that's the case here again. I think Nadav would be the favourite, being the world number 5. He's had a good couple of years, always there or thereabouts, competing for the medals. Just got him to that position, and I would fancy him again here. But that's not to discount Judith, who just had some good finishes of recent this year. 5th in Madrid Regional Open this year, 9th in Pavoa, the last event we were at in the Boccia calendar. So, yep, she could give him a run for his money.
And you were saying, Scott, off air that Nadav Levy was in good form coming into this World Championships, and he seemed relaxed. He went to go and watch the World Cup, you were telling me.
That's right, yeah.
Before the tournament.
Yeah, it was, he wasn't in Pavoa. So yeah, big football fan, if I remember rightly. So yeah, I think he went to watch the World Cup take place in Russia. But obviously that ranking position gives you the luxury of not having to go to every tournament, of course.
Yeah, it's a bit like golf, isn't it? You don't need to be playing in every competition to
No.
stay in the top of the rankings.
That's right. Yeah, it depends where you're positioned, how many points you have, but also they try and make sure that everybody has the opportunity to go to the same amount of tournaments. Only your best 4 tournaments count towards your ranking, so you can't like go to lots more tournaments than other teams who maybe don't have the finances to go to all the events. So it's quite a fair system.
And just switching attention to Judith Bulthuis, of course, lost her first game. How do you approach the second game when it's all to play for?
Well, I mean, essentially you just got to do your job. All she can do is concentrate on what she can do, win the game, and the rest will take care of itself. You just got to try and get points on the board early, but stay patient. Just try and keep that focus. It's not easy when you lose that first game. She'll have come in with ambitions to do well, and obviously knowing that Nadav's the top seed in the group, you want to try and get a win first to give you that luxury in this game to maybe not have to win. But obviously that isn't the case now, so she's going to have to try and overcome Nadav here. But you just got to try and concentrate on task at hand. It's all you can do.
Well, we saw some intriguing BC2 games yesterday, including the all-Portuguese affair between Nelson Fernandes and Abilio Valente. I'm pretty sure we're hoping, Scott, for another game like that.
Yeah, that was a good game. Abilio in particular was on excellent form, and hopefully we'll see something similar today. But you can see by the warm-up we're going to have a very similar style of game in all the ends. Both these players looking like they're going to favour the shorter areas of the court.
Yeah, we've seen some varied lengths, haven't we, today? A lot of the play's been at the back end of the court in the first opening games.
Yeah, I mean, the majority of players do play in the shorter areas. But yeah, we've seen a bit more variation today already, which has been good. We all like a bit of variety. We're watching the Boccia matches, so it's good to have all forms of jack positions.
Well, we can get this BC2 game underway. Judith Bulthuis against Nadiv Levy. It should be a really intriguing affair. And it's going to be Bulthuis who will throw the jack first. Well, that is very, very short.
Yeah, that's an early nerve tester, that one. Does cross the line though, crucially. And a good first ball also. And that's the start you're looking for when you need to win a game.
Yeah, it's making it an awkward angle for Levy. How would you approach this one, Scott? With you have to go to the side of it or try and get over the top of the jack?
Well, yeah, I mean, when you're this close, you do have the option of going aerial, or you can just go along the ground and move it, but either of those will involve power. You're going to have to take it off, and he's went for along the ground and worked out successfully.
Yeah, breaking the balls up there, creating a bit more space for himself to have a better look at the jack.
And when you play that tactic so short, you've got to get your ball on the jack because it's going to be easily moved. So you can't miss and give your opponent a free opportunity to get on the jack. So that's the trade-off you have. If you go a bit longer, you don't always have to get every ball perfect, but it's obviously harder at the back of the court. So
that's a lovely,
good response.
Second throw.
The angle's not as good as the one that Judith managed to get, so she'll be able to get this off pretty comfortably. And again, takes it off. So we've seen a really good start to this end.
Yeah, very intriguing start. Only in the first 4 throws into this first end.
And when Boccia's played at the top level, it does become a one-on, one-off type of game, which is good. And you're always waiting on the first person to miss and create an opportunity for the opponent.
That's a lovely looking shot. Just from our angle here, looks like it's just touching the jack. That's another good throw from Bulthuis.
Yeah, so Nadav can again elected to take the red off or possibly move the jack back to the blue. But moving the jack probably creates an opportunity for Judith to then get back on. So I'd probably reckon he'll go with the moving to the red, but try and keep it close enough so that it's him to play again, which allows him to control the jack with his next ball.
Just bounces over there.
So that's okay. I mean, obviously it's still potentially touching or just off, but he can now go between them quite nicely, or even move the jack back now to the 2 blues. Either or.
Yeah, there's a nice gap there just to potentially nudge the jack.
And that's not quite worked out the way he wanted.
Yeah, only a slight nudge towards his blue ball, but still closest to the red, and the red balls of Bulthuis.
Yeah, so he can still get the shot he was going for this time. No need to panic. Yeah, that's a nice ball.
That's a lovely shot from Levy, showing his experience and placing it right next to the jack. There is a gap between the 2 blue balls though for Bulthuis to attack.
You'll already see, for those that are maybe watching this for the first time, that there's quite a lot of difference in colours and styles of balls on the court, and that just goes to show all the different manufacturers and that we have. Also, some balls are made by the countries themselves. There's all types of textures, softnesses or hardnesses, and it just means we've got a really varied game of boccia, which is good. Loads of different styles. They all do slightly different things, different well, compared to the other ones. And it looks like that ball on Nadav's is going to win this end.
Yeah, it's looking good for Nadav Levy in the first end.
Key difference with that ball is just how good the angle was, and that just makes it harder to get it off again.
Still 2 to play for Bulthuis. She nudges it and does very, very well.
That's a very nice shot. Did really well there to get the separation.
It's amazing in Boccia how the change happened so quickly, Scott. We just talked 20 seconds ago.
Yeah, totally turned around now.
That Levy was in the ascendancy, and it's now in the court of Bulthuis.
Yeah, it was a really good hit. Putting pressure on Nadav with his last ball. But he should be able to tap that up again. Oh, yes.
That's a fan.
Oh, no, not quite.
It looked
better for the angle we had previously.
It did.
Trying to get up and over, but it just didn't go far enough to land on the jack. And Judith still got the shot here. You see how close that was to falling into the gap, potentially touching the jack.
Well, Levy's used up all his balls in his first end, so Bulthuis has one more. How do you approach this one, Scott? Do you try and go on the attack, or do you try and keep it conservative?
Well, you could. It just depends really what the angle is like. It looks a bit precarious. You don't want to give a point away, even though it's your jack. It just depends how confident she feels, how much room she has. You can see there that there might be an option to go between the two short blues, but it's quite risky. I think probably one would be best call, and that's the call she's made. I would agree with that.
Yeah, throws it off away from her jack. She placed, and that means that Bulthuis will take a 1 point lead going into the second end. So a good start for Judith Bulthuis. And Nadav Levy, number 5 in the ranking in the BC2 category, has it all to do.
And some people might raise the question of, if the option is to not play the last ball, there's no need to necessarily throw it. The reason what they're doing there is Judith will be trying just to get a feel for Nadav's jack position, or where she thinks he'll play. So she's just getting a ball there to get a feel for it. Good bit of practice. I always think that's a good idea, rather than wasting a ball. If you've got an opportunity to play, you should take it. She's now just taking a drink, compose herself. And obviously these players do not have assistants on the court, so sometimes the officials will assist with things like that.
Yeah, just taking her time going into this second, and of course it will be Nadav Levy to throw the jack.
And Nadav will be quite content. You always think going into your opponent's end, if you're going to lose one, that's okay, because you'd expect them to win their own jack. It's where they'll be strongest, in all likelihood. So he knows that if he can produce his game, he should still be okay. And so he's been here before, 3rd in Montreal World Open, 4th at the European Championships last year, 2nd in Seville last year at the World Open. So this is someone with pedigree of getting to the latter stages, so you'll not be fazed by this.
And it's another relatively short placing of the jack, a bit further into the court than it was in the first end from Bulthuis. So a much shorter game in terms of length we're seeing.
And that's a perfect start.
That's superb from Nadav. Just the response he needed after the first end.
Yeah, and this has been absolute quality so far. Really good shots being played.
With the distance so short, you've got to be so skillful.
Yeah.
To really get the ball placing.
Yeah, that's obviously what you're going for when you go with that tactic, is to try and to increase your accuracy. But obviously you give your opponent the chance to do that also. But you see the power that Judith generated to move the ball in the last end, to move the jack. That's gives her that advantage being so close. Good split there.
Yeah, she just tried to split the jack and the blue. Only slightly.
Yeah, it's going to take her another ball, but normally you would expect that when someone gets it perfectly on the angle. So that's as good as she could do, probably.
Just readjusting her seat and angle and a practice throw.
Oh, that's not ideal. Didn't either hit it enough, full enough, or didn't hit it hard enough, and that's resulting in it coming back to the jack. That's a disappointment.
Yeah, not the outcome that Bulthuis wanted, but she still has 4 more balls to throw.
Oh, that was a pretty good effort. That was a tricky shot to play into the jack because she couldn't quite see all of it, but she got the bounce right. That's going to be a measure.
That's much better, and it's the first time we'll see the measurements come out, just seeing if both balls are touching the jack. They're always so precise in the measurements, make sure they get it all right. The referees are also under increased pressure, just as much as the players.
Yeah, particularly when it's on this show court. All eyes on them. They just want to do a good job. Our referees do a great job at every event, give up their time to come and help us out at these events, and it's crucial because without the referees and officials we wouldn't have the fantastic tournaments that we have.
No, the referees have been fantastic so far throughout the championships yesterday, and of course we had the drama in the second game on the show court today between Do Young Kim and Antonia Marquez.
Yeah, I just came in to catch the end of that, and it was certainly dramatic. That's a good shot.
Bit more power on that one from Nadav just to break the jack away.
It's just a little unfortunate that it's moved so far. He might have wanted to use that as a kind of bridge to get on the jack, but it's still a very comfortable shot for a player of his calibre.
Yeah, there's a nice gap to aim for the jack.
Oh, that was a good line. Just didn't hit it hard enough. He may still be closer.
Another look at the replay.
That's a close one.
That is very close from Nadav. I think just a little bit more power on he was requiring on that one.
This could be crucial in deciding the outcome of the end, who's to play here. Because Nadav is assembling a collection of awkward blues that may be hard to get out if he does eventually get in.
Just taking her time, the referee, just to make sure.
Red to play.
And it's red to play. Judith Bulthuis. Nadav Levy with that shot, just getting a bit closer. Just having another look at the other game in this pool, Pool E in the BC2s. Xinqin Yang facing Ratislav Kursak, and it's Xinqin Yang who's leading 4-0. So that would be 2 wins in 2 for Xinqin Yang, and put her in a good position.
Yeah, that's a good start. Exactly what you want.
Ooh, just took a few bounces and looked at first that it was going to be potentially touching the jack, but it just bounced away.
Yeah, that was a tricky shot. I think, obviously we know that Judith's got enough power. To me, I think maybe the better option there would have been to go between the two blues and try and split them open. Obviously you risk hitting one of them on, but I think that was always going to be a big ask to get in there. And even if you do get in there, you're leaving Nadav a good look to just take it away again. Well, that's probably a worse outcome than it's closer, because Nadav can now go and secure the end.
Just having a good look at this, Nadav, just assessing his options.
Yeah, I think he'll probably just try and promote the blue to the left, right onto the jack, just to secure it first. Normally what you want to try and do is get your opponent to run out of balls, and then that way the situation's controlled by you only. And that's what he's done there perfectly.
That is a lovely throw from Nadav, just nudging his blue ball close to the jack, and it pretty much, if not, is touching the jack.
And he's just had that little bit more control compared to Judith in the first two ends in these areas. Not a lot in it. Obviously Judith is leading, but he felt Nadav just edged the first end as well.
He's certainly showing his class of being ranked number 5 in the BC2 category.
Just needs a good hit now.
One minute bell being sounded for Bulthuis. Of course, they only get 4 minutes per athlete per end.
That's right, it's different time for different categories, and that's just based upon how long it should take them to be able to play a shot. And that was a miss there that she'll be disappointed with, not making any contact with the ball.
Yeah, not the desired effect that Bulthuis wanted there. Her last ball to throw in this second end. And it's going to be Nadav who will take the point, but could he add to that total?
And I think that was the right call to try, and she's just trying to shut it down there, I think. But it's just not quite worked out. Needed to be in front. And Nadav obviously has got that gap in there to get a second shot, and may be able to promote his other blue to the other side for 3. So it's a good opportunity, this.
Yeah, a really important moment in the match, you feel, for Nadav.
And he's just overhit that. That's a mistake. We might still have the 2.
It's very close. But it is going to be, of course, Nadav to throw again.
I think that was just 1 the referee signalled there. Couldn't quite see.
1 minute.
So the last ball of this second end.
Just needs to get in here with this last one and take the 2. If he moves the red enough, he might be able to get it 3, but I don't know. It looks like he's maybe going for the other blue. Or you could do that, which is another good effort.
That's certainly a different way of doing it.
Getting up on top. And with the soft balls and the throwing style, that's greater chance of that happening. Sometimes that's why players play there. Allows them that ability. So it looks like 2, but there'll be a measure here.
They've agreed that they don't need the measure. And indeed, it looks like it's going to be 2.
Sometimes it's the case that the referee just really wants the players to be happy, but actually they're being a bit overly sure, and when the players go up there, they look at it and say, no, it's okay. I'm quite happy, it's clearly the score called.
Well, Nadav Levy goes into the lead, going into this third end.
Yeah, and that could have been a bit worse for Judith. She could have lost 3, so that's not too bad. And she's right in the game. She's only 1 behind. She gets a good start here. She's still right in this game.
You do feel like it's an important throw of the jack here for Bulthuis.
Yeah, she looks quite calm. Not overawed, which is good. Nadav looks quite cool as well. Pressure not getting to them at this point.
Judith Bulthuis needs this win to stay in the competition.
And sometimes that actually clears your thinking, because you know you just have to win. If it can come down to points, sometimes you can confuse yourself or overthink things. It's a clear thing. You just got to win this game, and the rest will just take care of itself, as I said.
Well, she will be throwing the jack, and it'll be intriguing to see where she places this.
It looks like this is going to be further. Oh no, no.
It's almost picture perfect from the first end.
Yeah, I thought that looked like a bigger swing, but no. And that's a mistake there. She knows it.
Yeah, head bowed down. She wasn't too pleased with that first throw.
Again, I can't be sure, but it just felt like that swing was a bit quicker. That she maybe just rushed that one. The jack seemed to be played, and then the red was played almost straight after, and it felt a bit quicker than her previous efforts, but again, only she knows that. But either way, it's an opportunity for Nadav. And that is absolutely perfect. Got the angle spot on, punishing Judith's errant first ball.
What a response from Levy. Just what he wanted going into the opening stages of his third end, showing his class and punishing the mistakes of Judith Bulthuis.
You see Judith's going right over to the edge of her box, and I think that may be to try and get the edge of the jack to move it to the red. No, she just went for the blue. So even going for the blue there, it's coming across at a better angle to try and get the blue off, because it's obviously straight on to her. You see how little that's really moved. Yeah, just not coming off.
Yeah, she's gone for it twice now, and you can see in expressions of her face that she's not happy with the 2 throws.
To me, both of them were quite central. Where she connected with the ball, I think it needed to be further to the side to try and move it round. I think that's the problem. But that taking nothing away from Nadav, it's all down to the quality of the ball he played. And Judith's going to be behind on the ball count by quite a bit. This will be our 4th effort, whereas Nadav's only played the 1. And that really becomes important as we get to the end of the end, because the worst thing you can have in boccia is to be out of balls and have your opponent with lots left to control the end. There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, you're almost like a passing spectator.
Yeah, it's a horrible feeling. That was a better connection.
Yeah, it's slightly nudged the jack away from Levy's ball. Just measuring it up.
Yeah, that's worked out quite well. Because if it is her to be close, and it is, Nadav to play, he's got a tricky task here.
Well, it's what Bulthuis was trying to do in her previous throws, and she has managed to do it now.
Now he could go to move the red out of the way, or he could just tap the blue up. But I don't think he'd be able to get the angle on the blue perfectly, so Judith's still in this. But I think that's still the shot, is just to get the blue forward. Goes for the red. And that looks to have worked. It has. He almost hit both balls there.
Yeah, he was very close, and Bulthuis just wants to have another look at what she's playing with. Clever shot there from Nadav.
Yeah. Again, he's only played with 2 balls. That's what you want to do, is keep your opponent playing. Judith here needs to get a red in between those 2 blues to protect the red she's got in there already, and maybe use it to come into the jack. Because at the moment, if Nadav moves that red, he's got lots of room for further scoring.
She's taking her time, Judith Bulthuis.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. That's a really good shot.
Superb effort from Bulthuis there, just to play it in between the 2 blues of Nadav.
So she's not got closer, but she's protected the one she has. And now that's going to be in there for the end. There's no way they'll both come out now, I don't think. Not sure what the best shot is here without being able to see what she can see. Maybe get one up on top, I don't know if that's on.
They're clustered together, so there might be a possibility. But she was under time pressure there, maybe did that affect her?
It might have done. Looks like she's trying to come up to the side of the jack, but that can sometimes affect a player.
And like you've been saying, Scott, 4 balls to play for Levy, so he can really try and build up maybe some more points.
Yeah. There's not a lot of room there, but I think with 4 balls he should be able to get the shot back and take a 2-shot lead going into his jack, which he'd always take. I don't think there's much room for any more, but we'll see. But he's got to be careful though with 3 reds in close proximity, because you could easily make it 1 or 2 red, 3 red, even if worst case scenario. Yeah, so he's just trying to tap it. Just a safe shot to get it back. And I think once he's established it's... Yeah, so I think that'll probably do him now.
Well, here's the beauty of Boccia, that you could look like you're in the ascendancy, but then it could easily turn against you if you get the throw wrong. And it ricochets off his own ball. But it's
yeah, that's a safe shot. It's not going to do any harm, but I don't think he's going to be able to get that closer.
Yeah, it's almost a wall of balls just protecting the jack there.
He needs to try and hit it into the other blue to come round the corner a little. I think if he went over to the left side as we look at it of his box to come across to push the blue into the other blue, that would help it come round, because it's going to have to get quite close. And he's just missed the target there.
Still looking like only 1 for Nadav. His last ball to throw.
Yeah, he's tried to just push that in, but I don't think he's got there. Just the one.
Just the one, like you said, Scott, for Nadav Levy. And he will take a 3-1 lead going into the final end. So still all to play for. Bulthuis could easily get back into this, but of course it is Nadav who will have the throw of the jack.
Yeah, I mean, considering he had so many balls left, Judith will be quite happy that it was only the one. To be fair, Nadav didn't have a lot on to get any more. In the end, it was a circumstance that meant he could only really get the one, but at the end of the day, he's got a 2-shot lead going into his jack, so he'll be quite happy with that, as I think Judith will be, because she's still got a chance. So it's going to end that both people will be quite happy with in some ways.
It does feel so important when you have the lead to have the jack in your possession in the final end. You feel like you have more control.
But you know, when you're playing a player in the Nadav standard, that you're not going to have a resounding lead. You're going to have it tight to probably win the game. So 2 behind is okay. She's still got a chance, and of course you only need 2 for a tie break.
Well, just looking ahead after this third game on the show court, next up we head to the BC4 category, and it's number 14 seeded Michaela Bakova will take on number 3 seed Yuk Wing Lung. It should be another intriguing game in the BC4 category.
Good game, and Yuk Lung of Hong Kong is a great player to watch, so that'll be really exciting.
Again, the jacks gone short. Seems to be the rhythm of this game.
Oh yes, that's a very nice ball. His fans sound and appreciation there.
Not touching, but it's very close, and it's a superb throw from Nadav.
Team Israel are good attendance down there.
They are a fine voice.
Watching their man.
Along with the Canadians we heard a lot of yesterday.
Yeah. I think we're seeing the sort of hearing the noise level just pick up in this second day.
As we close in on the second and third matches of the pools, and then of course the knockout matches will get underway tomorrow. It's really heating up in the Boccia World Championships here in Liverpool as Bulthuis' first throw goes sailing past.
Yeah, it's a shame.
You can see what she's trying to do, Scott, in terms of trying to break away the blue and the jack.
Yeah, it's the only shot that she has, and it's just getting that line right. She got it there. But you see again, can't afford to miss one because it's going to take you probably 2 shots anyway. And that's half your set gone to take 3 to get it off.
It's very similar to what she was trying to do in the second end when she was trying to break the Nadav's ball away from the jack.
I just feel like as the game's gone on, Nadav's advantage has just begun to tell. It's just been slightly better as it's went on. But that's again a good response.
Fantastic throw from Bulthuis there.
And that's allowed her to save a ball. She's been able to do 2 shots with 1 ball, almost.
Just double checking with the referee how close we are to the jack. Good overhead shot here.
Yeah, Sandra's a very good referee.
It's going to be Bulthuis to throw again. Nadav just looks so calm and relaxed, doesn't he, Scott?
Yeah, well, he knows he's got control of things at the moment. And she's got the shot now, maybe.
Yeah, that potentially might have had the desired effect that Bulthuis would have wanted, and the referee is going to measure it up again.
Yeah, you see there the different thicknesses of device to try and get the right one to fit in the gap, to establish who's closer. And that's just one of the many tools that the referees use. You'll see in the back pocket the other device that we use for measuring. Sometimes they use a tape measure for really large distances.
We've seen the torch come out on many occasions as well.
Yeah, that's an enjoyable one as well. Just using the light to try and see if there's a separation.
And it is going to be Nadav to throw. So Bulthuis managed to nick her red ball closer to the jack.
Yeah, and I think, possibly in my opinion, the better shot there might have been to move Nadav's blue, because then she would have sat there with the red right in front of him and he would have struggled to get in. But she's got the shot, so that's also an option. Oh, and he's been a bit unlucky there. Not really got a look at the jack.
Yeah, an awkward angle now. He's covered down the centre and to the right.
And Judith's got 2 reds in front, so definitely not over this game.
Intense drama all the way in this third game on the show court. Fantastic drama in the second game, and it's happening again now. We were saying earlier that he looked so calm, did it, Nadav, but he's now got some work to do.
Yeah, the world number 23 pushing him to the end of the game here. Oh, almost stayed up on top there.
It did. It looked like it was either going to rock left or right, and it
just needed another ball to hold it up there.
It did, yeah.
But whether it's actually helped him, I'm not so sure, because the red's now touching the jack. But I suppose he's got a bit of an angle to move the red now. But this is interesting, because this is going to level up the ball count now.
Interesting shot there from Nadav. Didn't really do too much. It nudged his other blue ball slightly.
I'm not sure whether he was just trying to move the red out to allow him to get a sight in the gap a bit better. That might have been the call, but it's hard to tell, of course, without knowing what's going on in their heads. But he just needs to get one and wedged in there. Like that. Well, it's just rolled back, so he's still got to go, but he's got a bit more control now, and I think if he can push that blue into the gap, I would find it very hard to see Judith getting 2 balls, and definitely not 3. So he's still sitting quite well in this game, but he does need to get that blue in there now.
In control at the moment, Nadav, but he's got to try and nudge that blue ball slightly, which he does.
And he still hasn't got the shot.
Still not the result he was looking for. But now
Well, this is interesting now. You can see in Nadav's face that he's a little bit concerned. He'll know that he still should be good to get this game won, but there is a chance now, with 2 reds left, for Judith to force a tiebreak or even win this game. But obviously there's quite a lot of blues in there, so it's difficult.
Surely we can't have 2 tie breaks in a row. It's already had exciting stuff so far on the show court. If we have another tie break, that would be fantastic.
I don't know whether Judith can try and get up and over those blues, or whether she has to try and move the blue to our right, which would allow her to try and roll up the side of the jack. Again, it depends how big the scoring zone is and her line from her box, and we can only estimate what that looks like.
You talked earlier, Scott, that of course the players have different angles to what we have.
Yeah.
So she might be seeing something we can't.
But I just get from the body language that there's a slight opportunity here. I think she might have tried to go up on top like a suggested. Still just one, so Nadav will breathe a little easier. Now only the tie break is possible, and even that looks remote. So you see he looks a bit calmer now.
Yeah, he doesn't seem as fidgety as he did before that shot. He seems a bit more calm.
So could we see the most dramatic end to a game yet on the last ball?
This would be quite something if Judith Bulthuis can force the tie-break.
Ooh.
So close, but
she just gave it back, but potentially. But that was, she had to go for it. Obviously, as we said, had to win this game. Then Nadav with a fist bump.
He's happy. And
One
it is
to play, yeah.
1 point to Nadav Levy. So he wins 4-1.
Yeah, Judith was right to go for that. She had to try and risk it, because there's no point losing by one. Doesn't do anything for her. And she gave him a good game, considering the gap in the rankings. She pushed him all the way. She'll take heart from that, but it'll be slim consolation, obviously, having lost already at these World Championships.
Yeah, Judith Bulthuis now exits the competition. She really put up a fight against Nadav Levy, but the class of the Israeli showed out, and he gets his second win of the pool. But a fascinating game in the BC2 category. Another win for Nadav Levy. And just looking at the scores there, it was very close. A very skillful game, I would say, Scott, in terms of how close the balls were.
Yeah, you can see that the first two ends were nip and tuck. There was change of who was to play regularly, and control of the jack changed regularly. But as we said, Levy just seemed to have that little bit more control throughout the first three ends, even though he lost the first one. And then in the fourth end, it's sometimes not a reflection of the game, because it's a certain scenario that comes your way. So Nadav was quite happy to just kind of control it and make sure he won the game. And Judith just wasn't able to get it on the last shot. But yeah, I think a worthy winner in the end.
Well, a fantastic game here on show court, the third game of the second day here at the Boccia World Championships and the Exhibition Centre in Liverpool. And next up, we'll have Michaela Bakova against Yuk Wing Lung in the BC4 category. And to take you through that one will be Stephen Jameson and Peter Maguire. But that'll be coming up at 12:45. But for now, here are the highlights from the third game between Judith Bulthuis and Nadav Levy.
מקצר לך את החיים. אני מקצר לכולם את החיים. תבחר. או שאני פוגע את הראשונים ועושה לכם התקף לב, או שאני לא פוגע כלום ועושה לכם התקף לב. נכון. בכל מקרה תבחר את ההתקף לב. זה אני, מה לעשות?
Boccia is a Paralympic sport and is a game of strategy and skill. But how is it played? Two sides compete against each other as individuals, a pair, or as a team of three. One side has 6 red balls, the other has 6 blue balls. One side plays the jack onto the court and then plays their first ball. The aim of the game is to get your balls closer to the white jack ball than your opponent. The side whose ball is not nearest to the jack throws until they get a ball closer or until they run out of balls. It is permitted to hit the jack, your own balls or your opponent's balls. Once all the balls have been played, one side receives a point for every ball they have nearer to the jack than their opponent's closest ball. individual and pairs play 4 ends. Team matches have 6 ends. At Paralympic level, players are divided into 4 classifications, dependent on their impairment and functional ability. Boccia continues to grow internationally and provide opportunities for athletes with severe and complex impairments to compete at an elite level on the world stage.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympics at the New York and Stoke Mandeville Games in 1984. Nearly 30 years on, London 2012 plays host to this event here at Excel, right in the heart of London's Docklands. Boccia, the stats. Boccia comes from the same family of sports as boule or bowls. In the Paralympics, it is played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball, weighing approximately 275 grams and measuring 27 centimetres in circumference. They can be rolled, thrown, kicked, or released down a ramp. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes, in which the competitors must remain during play. Boccia Essentials. The aim of the sport is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to a white target ball called the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls on each end. Individual and pairs matches consist of 4 ends, while team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack first, followed by one of their own red balls. Then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played 1 ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer than their opposition's, or they run out of balls. Boccia balls often get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. Watch out for the jack or nearest scoring ball being moved. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point for every ball that is closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia, the competition. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. 104 athletes will compete for gold in individual, pairs and team competitions. These have been divided into 7 events based on classification class. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sports assistant on the court and deliver the ball using a ramp. The sports assistant must never look onto the court or communicate in any way. Boccia requires strategy, intense focus and pinpoint accuracy when just one good ball can make all the difference. Prepare to be bowled over. Let the games begin.
My name's Nigel Murray and I've been playing boccia competitively for around 17-18 years now. I first became aware of it through my work. I work with people with disabilities and I went along to a disability sports taster day where I first saw boccia being played. So I thought it was a sport I could take back to people I supported, work with, and that's really my first introduction to boccia.
There's 4 categories within the international level. There's BC1, which is for cerebral palsy throwers, the most severe cerebral palsy throwers. BC2 are the more able cerebral palsy throwers. BC3 uses a ramp or assistive device to propel the ball because they're unable to throw it. And my class is BC4, which is for any other neurological condition.
The BC3 category is for people who can't naturally grip and throw a ball, so they use an assistive device or a ramp, and we have them bespoke made for us. They also use a head pointer to release the ball, and the degrees of accuracy that these guys can get are unbelievable. And partly that's about communication. So there's a ramp assistant or a performance assistant who sits on the court, who's very much part of the playing staff here rather than support staff.
Play with leather balls. So, they're quite soft. Everyone has a jack ball, and each team has 6 red balls and 6 blue balls. And the object is to get as close as possible to the jack ball. But unlike bowls, you don't alternate shots. So like, I would throw the jack ball, then my first red ball. And blue would continue playing until they get closer. So technically they can be out of balls before the next red ball's thrown. And then at the end of the end, if 2 reds are closer than the blue, it's 2 points, etc.
I don't think there's a sport in the whole Paralympic movement that represents the Paralympics more than boccia. They couldn't do any other sport. They can't play wheelchair rugby, they can't do Paralympic athletics, they can't do the swimming. But this, for anybody with the conditions that are severe enough to direct them here, but they're sporty and they're competitive, this is an outlet for that. So I think it's wholly representative of what the Paralympic movement should be about.
Boccia to me, it's my living, it's my work, it's what I do professionally. So obviously I want to be the best at it for as long as possible. Win as many competitions as I can, sort of leave a legacy in this country.
an unbelievable
Great Britain ending on a massive high here. Look at the spin on that. Look at the spin on that one. The way that turned back into the jack.
That was just unbelievable.
The Great Britain team, been a solid professional performance for all the games we've seen. They have booked their place in Rio for the Paralympics in 2016.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympic Games in 1984. In the Paralympics, it's played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball. Boccia balls can be rolled, thrown, kicked or released down a ramp. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sport assistant on the court and deliver the ball using the ramp. The sport assistant is not allowed to look at the court or communicate with the athlete. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes in which the competitors must remain during play. The aim is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls in each end. Individual and pair matches consist of 4 ends, whilst team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack, then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer to the jack than the opposition's nearest ball. Boccia balls also get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result, the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point each ball that's closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. Boccia requires strategy and pinpoint accuracy, where just one good ball can make all the difference.
Boccia is a Paralympic sport and is a game of strategy and skill. But how is it played? 2 sides compete against each other as individuals, a pair, or as a team of 3. One side has 6 red balls, the other has 6 blue balls. One side plays the jack onto the court and then plays their first ball. The aim of the game is to get your balls closer to the white jack ball than your opponent. The side whose ball is not nearest to the jack throws until they get a ball closer or until they run out of balls. It is permitted to hit the jack, your own balls or your opponent's balls. Once all the balls have been played, one side receives a point for every ball they have nearer to the jack than their opponent's closest ball. Individual and pairs play 4 ends. Team matches have 6 ends. At Paralympic level, players are divided into 4 classifications, dependent on their impairment and functional ability. Boccia continues to grow internationally and provide opportunities for athletes with severe and complex impairments to compete at an elite level on the world stage.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympics at the New York and Stoke Mandeville Games in 1984. Nearly 30 years on, London 2012 plays host to this event here at Excel, right in the heart of London's Docklands. Boccia, the stats. Boccia comes from the same family of sports as boule or bowls. In the Paralympics, it is played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball, weighing approximately 275 grams and measuring 27 centimetres in circumference. They can be rolled, thrown, kicked, or released down a ramp. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes, in which the competitors must remain during play. Boccia Essentials. The aim of the sport is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to a white target ball called the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls on each end. Individual and pairs matches consist of 4 ends, while team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack first, followed by one of their own red balls. Then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer than their opposition's, or they run out of balls. Boccia balls often get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. Watch out for the jack or nearest scoring ball being moved. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point for every ball that is closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia, the competition. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. 104 athletes will compete for gold in individual, pairs, and team competitions. These have been divided into 7 events based on classification class. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sports assistant on the court and deliver the ball using a ramp. The sports assistant must never look onto the court or communicate in any way. Boccia requires strategy, intense focus and pinpoint accuracy when just one good ball can make all the difference. Prepare to be bowled over. Let the games begin.
welcome back to Liverpool. Welcome back to the World Boccia Championships 2018. It is crunch time in the BC4 pool stages as we find out who's going to make the last 16 of this competition. We've already seen 3 cracking matches so far today. First up this morning, Brighton Breezy was the BC1's #1 ranked player, the reigning Paralympic champion David Smith of Great Britain, who put on a wonderful clinic in his match against Thailand's Subin Tipmanee. 15-0 win for David Smith. He was superb. Next up was a really, really close match that had it all. Went all the way to a tie-break after some huge officiating controversy in the final end, as Do Hyun Kim of Korea was defeated ultimately by Antonio Marquez of Portugal. And the game we've just seen there in the BC2 class between Netherlands' Judith Bulthuis and Israel's Nadav Levy, ending in a win for the Israeli. Here is our next match as we see Slovakia's Michaela Baltsova take on Yuk Wing Lung of Hong Kong. This is in the BC4 classification. Stephen Jameson alongside Paralympian Peter Maguire for this one, and Peter a slightly strange last game. This is it's actually a dead rubber. So
well, playing for pride here.
Playing for pride, and this is a situation which you don't really want to be in, especially if you're already out of the competition. But so often we see in World Championships a real final flourish from a player who's already out, and that's exactly what Baltsova will be hoping for here.
Yeah, but people of this calibre, they do not give up to that final ball. I'm sure we'll get the best out of her in this game, even though she knows the results. You know she's not progressing. And Long is a world champion, not a world champion, that's my brother, Paralympic champion, sorry. You know, he got gold in Rio. So she'll want to do her best against him, to actually show what she's capable of. See how they go.
Yeah, the Paralympic champion from Hong Kong, Lung Yuk Wing. He's seeded 3rd in this World Championships.
Yeah, it's been a strange year for him.
Just not quite having the same results, or
it's just those semi-finals and finals. He's just not hitting that gold marker like he has in previous years. Myself and Stephen's always looked up to him, respected him for being so clinical and his work ethic. We all have those kind of lulls, so we'll hopefully get him back this year, this championship. Have a great final.
Michaela Baltsova, meanwhile, of Slovakia, seeded 14th coming into this competition, and defeated by Laszlo Hegedus of Hungary in her first match, and then a defeat on tie-break to Seong Yuk Jang yesterday afternoon. Ultimately eliminated Michaela from the individual competition. It would have been a big ask to come into this match needing a victory over the reigning Paralympic champion to progress.
We all love an underdog.
Indeed we do. And Michaela certainly is in this match, as most people tend to be against Yuk Wing Lung. And I know this is your class, Peter. What makes him so good? What makes him so dangerous?
There's a lot of bows to his arrow. The shots that he has, you know, the lob shots, far distance, those underarm shots, really opens up the heads. He's just got everything. It's an all-rounder. It's not just one part of the court that he's really strong. He's strong everywhere.
And we're imagining he's going to give one Stephen Maguire a fair run for his money at these championships.
Yeah. But we like that challenge. As long as Maguire brings it home. We happy.
The number 2 seed in the BC4 is Pornchok Lapian of Thailand. He's in the second pool, Pool B, of this competition, and he has made his way through by hook or by crook. He's been involved in some really close games actually in Pool B, only just getting by Boris Nikolai of Germany and Artem Kalinko of Ukraine. And his first game against Lady Chika went all the way to tiebreak as well, which Pornchok Lapian won, but he's done it the hard way. So it's just an example, isn't it, that the seeding and the pedigree of these top players doesn't necessarily always count for everything.
No. We always say the top 8 in the world here, BC4 category, anyone can win it. A really short game here. The angle's really good, especially against a right-handed player. Just bounced over the ball. Momentum.
Yeah, got a decent-ish contact on it, but just wanted that to go about 2 or 3 centimetres further in distance, and it would have cracked straight into the heart of that ball.
I think it's because the floor's a lot more springy here rather than the concrete floor. So the bounce took it over. Just moving back to compensate. Oh, just touched that red.
Michaela is seeded 14th in this tournament. Was technically the second seed in this group, so if it all went to form, she would have been qualifying in second place. It's not quite been her competition. It has been close though. Mentioned only a marginal defeat to Laszlo Hagedus of Hungary and a defeat on tie breaks to Sung Yuk Jang. And as we saw earlier, tie breaks can really go either way.
Yeah. St. Stoffels. We'll still see a lot of Michaela later on. The pairs games coming up. Her and her partner Samuel, they're from Midwell team together. So I'm looking forward to that.
And the game we watched earlier, Peter, that went all the way to tie break. I've had it finally confirmed, the official tale of what happened.
Yeah.
Antonio Marquez was informed that it was 1-0 by the referee. Yeah. So naturally seeded his 2 balls, and then when he found out it was 1-1, understandably was wanting his
balls
back.
Translation then, I think.
Quite possibly. That was the long and the short of it, at least.
That was a good open up in the head there.
So Pamela Johnston, our referee in this one. Poor referees, all they want is a quiet life.
Yeah. Up and down all the time. Hard on your knees.
And we'll keep you up to date with what's happening in the other match in this pool between Seong Yuk Jang and Laszlo Hagedus. Korea versus Hungary on court 2. Oh, that's
great
brilliant.
Shot. A lot of spin in that to bring it over. Which I like to see. well protected now. Those other two balls.
And it's the sort of shot that a Paralympic champion can play.
Yeah. With ease. Looked effortless.
Bulthuis now has problems in this end.
Just come in off that blue.
Let's just going to have a little look at this. And that's the state of things at the moment. And you can see there is a gap there for Michaela here.
Just getting that weight right.
Using every inch of area here. And she's knocked the red out of the way with a heavy ball.
She wanted to go. A little too heavy.
What can Lung produce here?
Just make her use that final ball and see what we can do. Accumulating points in the end.
He had to use his hard ball there as well, which meant it was difficult to stick, but he put a lot of spin on it, which just helped it naturally attract to that jack.
Oh, he can clear that now. That's a really bad error, that one.
Yeah, that could really cost Michaela hit in this end.
Push that away, you can set 3, possibly 4 if his ball stays in scoring zone.
Michaela looks down in frustration.
You need a lot of spin to stop this ball, so I'll just kind of push it away, take the 3 points.
Left to play. Or Lung Yuk Wing. Oh wow.
There's an opportunity missed.
Still will be his end. But he'll be 1, maybe 2 points down on what he would have expected to have at the end of that shot.
Yep, seen the frustration in his face there. Not happy.
Okay, just going to have a little look to make sure she's okay with the scoring. This is the final shot from Lung. Or at least the aftermath of it.
And Michaela, sigh of relief there. Could have been a lot more points. Too long.
It's a rare let-off that from Lung.
Just too much spin power there.
So it's Michaela to set the jack in end number 2. Only 1 point then for Lung Yuk Wing, who will have definitely been eyeing up more than that.
Yeah. should be sitting strong here with 3 points minimum right now. Looks like Michaela's got to go a little further up court.
It's fairly short.
Yeah, just the way her seating position, it looked like she was going 6 metres beyond. No, too heavy there. It's left it open for long here.
Just ever so slightly maybe had the wrong line as well. Not by much, but if it was the other side of the centre of the jack, it might have caused a little bit of a problem for Lung with it being on his side.
Yeah.
This is now wide open.
Just tapped it, creating that good gap. You want to keep that ball in position so it's harder for your opponent to move once you've got your ball in front. And it goes. Great line. Be very hard for her now. Couple of shots here. Do the lob shot, or just kind of smack that red really hard.
Looks like the suede ball is out. It looks like the second option.
Yeah. Going to be a measure.
Well, she's certainly got power.
Does that. Winds up well. Both players have a lot of strength here.
Calipers are out.
Yeah, blue to go. That's what she wanted. It's going to come in off this blue. Roll it over like Jenny Long did earlier. Yeah, ready to go.
It's nearly, wasn't it?
Still effective.
Well, to keep you in touch with what's happening elsewhere on the court, start with this pool, Pool C. Sung Yuk Jang and Laszlo Hegedus are close. It's 1-0 to the Hungarian after end number 1. And in Pool E, which is that amazingly close pool where it's winner takes all in both matches, Sergei Safin leads Hyun Seok Seo 2-0. I'm still waiting for the end of the first end between Nuno Guerrero and Evie Edwards of Portugal and Great Britain. There's the power of Lung Yuk Wing.
Shot. Great spin there. Very effective.
He does well to get that sort of power, considering his ball comes out the back of the hand, it's always going to naturally have that backspin.
Yeah.
All comes from the strength of his arm there to power it through. Bulthuis just putting the brakes on. Good indication she's going to hit this one pretty hard. It's not bad.
Good. Always wasn't getting on that white because that red was affecting its line straight in. Red here can just push that ball straight on. Nick Michaela uses the last 2 balls. Oh, wrong angle. Didn't hit it square enough.
Maybe an opportunity here for Michaela.
Yeah. I wonder if she's opened up the jack. Yeah. See it all. Go between the red and the white here. No.
I see a disappointment on the face.
Yeah. Release point was too low there. Still an open ball.
And one of the few players you don't want to leave an open ball to.
Not this man.
Is this fella. 2 balls in hand then for Lung Yuk Wing of Hong Kong. There's a little bit of a let-off in the last end between himself and Bulthuis to only take a 1-0 lead into the second end. Make the same mistake again. Don't expect him to.
Yeah, great shot. That channel was as wide as a Mersey there for him there.
Topical, I like it. A few rules from around the courts. Other games. There's a tension just ramps up and you can feel it inside the arena, can't you, as the pools are starting to come to a close.
Yeah.
The tension really is palpable.
Yeah. Nail biting stuff for a lot of athletes now.
And what can Bulthuis do here? Still got 1 to play.
Roll over. Up on top. Just that line, not there.
She looks almost ruefully at the court. It's going to be 2 to Lung Yuk Wing.
I haven't had a look myself. I was in her position. Helps settle your nerves as well. Just that extra few seconds before the next end starts.
I can tell you that Evie Edwards won her first end 1-0 against Nuno Guerrero in Pool E. So as it stands, it's Evie Edwards and Sergei Safin who are going to make their way out of that pool of death.
Yeah, that's good.
Outrageously close pool. And let's not get ahead of ourselves. There's probably myriad twists and turns still to come in that one.
It's a great thing about Boccia. The dynamics and the change end to end.
Well, we haven't seen a better example yet on the show court other than that second match today between Kim and Marquez.
Yeah.
Incredible match.
Confusing as all.
Even just the way it went back and forth. Couldn't pick a winner at any point during that match. And if you did, you'd be proved wrong within 2 minutes.
But Marquez was so focused throughout the whole match, expressionless right to the end, and you'd won. Right on the V line again. Those angles, so effective.
Just his bread and butter, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's roughly about 2 meters the distance here.
That's great. Now she just has to follow it up.
A chance to take the initiative in this end here. Requires a good shot though.
Oh, just the weight again.
This is a fraction too heavy, wasn't it?
Yeah. She's struggling with the pace here in this court. Yeah, good line up there. Back to square one. From here, the sector that looks like red, closer.
I think it may well be blue.
And lighting's tricking as well.
Oh, it's very close, that.
Yeah.
Pamela Johnston got her work cut out. It's blue to go.
Yep. The atmosphere coming in.
It's the Colombians who are making all the noise just below us, which you can probably hear. One of the courts adjacent to the show court. As Mikhailo goes for a lob shot, which didn't quite come off. But it's a little bit dangerous, this, because we've got two Colombians right next to each other on courts 3 and 4, so there's going to be a lot of noise coming from this section directly below us. It's Euclides Grisales and Duban Zelli against Decio Pinto and Luis Saunders, respectively. And both Colombians at present are leading, which is why they are in such high spirits. Not that it usually takes a lot to set the Colombians off.
South Americans love to party.
Michaela's had a good look at this. Tried the lob shot to no effect. What's she got here?
Effective, but again, Long can just hit that ball up. She's back to square one if he does that. He's left on an angle. There's only 2 balls left.
Just a little check of the chair. Remember, as long as it's not touching the floor, i.e. touching the line itself, which is okay. Parts of her body in her chair can lean over. Again, it's just that weight, isn't it?
Yeah.
Kayla's struggling with.
To get this line right, with long 3 balls left, no, you still get a good opportunity to get a point after this, but she has to make sure it's not too many.
This is the final ball of Bulthuis' end here.
And it goes.
Nicely played.
You should drive that, Jack. Hard, right back. Yeah, cracker shot. Great power.
Michaela Bulthuis appreciating that one as well. Now, Lung is in a very good position here to take some pretty serious points. Well, interestingly enough, one of Michaela's blue balls, which was, I think, the attempted lob shot, isn't too far away from the jacks. He does have to have a degree of control about this.
Yeah, you can't just throw them behind the back.
Well, he made that look very easy.
Yeah.
And it will be 3 more to the tally of Lung Yuk Wing. Make it 6-0 after 3. And he's making light work of this match. He's been very impressive. Just a very efficient player.
Yeah. Clinical.
Elsewhere, Seong Yuk Jang in Pool C has pulled ahead 4-1 against Laszlo Hegedus of Hungary. And it could be a big win for Seong Yuk Jang. We've got a tie-break win over Michaela. That is essentially a shootout match. Whoever wins that will qualify. Minute, it's the Korean.
Wonder if she'll take as long here from the line.
Elsewhere in Pool E, Sergei Safin leads 2-1 against Hyun Sik Seo, and Nuno Guerrero took 3 in the last end against Evie Edwards to lead 3-1. It is close.
One and a half, I think you'll see it. More effective, that was good.
It's a lovely shot, that. A smile on the face of Bulthuis as well, which we've not seen too often actually in this match, but it's good to see. It's not quite been her tournament.
No. We'll have those, but at this level, you really want to be on form right from the start.
Yeah, you can't afford to have off days at the start of these championships.
Not in the Worlds, no.
As you mentioned though, she will be back very much in the pairs, where she's got a very good chance of having a good tournament there. So I think that will be the motivation for Michaela here, to get herself back on form. Might not necessarily get any points out of Lung Yuk Wing, but it's a chance just to restore a bit of confidence, maybe.
Good, very effective.
It just seems that little air of almost certainty out of Lung Yuk Wing. Never really seemed to doubt that he was going to break that up, even at that distance.
No, The trains there consistent. It's just like breathing. It's very effective, that one. But Michaela just can push a blue into the scoring zone. Yeah, at right angle as well. If to score like this, you can take risks. Try and show us what you can do.
It's a lovely shot, that.
Yeah. Oh, not enough spin in it there.
It's absolutely clattered into our microphone as well. Shows the power behind that from Lung Yuk Wing. Alison Levine of Canada in Pool G is on her way to another win by the looks of things, this time over Kwan Hang Wong. She's looked in good form in this competition. Will certainly provide competition to those other higher seeds. Stephen Maguire already through. 3 pretty good wins for the world number 1.
He's really determined to get this jack ball.
Quite having it all his own way though.
No.
He's running out of balls. 1 left. Is Michaela going to finish with a flourish? Yes is the answer. And you can see the blue still very much touching the jack, which means if it stays as it is, Michaela will get at least 1 point. You should be hoping for more, of course.
4 balls, let's see how many points you can get. Oh, wrong side. Yep. Might have pushed it away from the blue a little. There'll be 1 still.
Yeah, I think that was what the grimace was for. We'll take another look.
Yeah, it's a measure.
This last one just wants to glance the front blue close to the jack and sit this one in. Doesn't look too impressed, does she?
No.
A bit hard going at times in this match. Michaela Bulthuis.
Just keep your emotion in check. That's what you need to do at this level.
This is the right thing for her to do as well. Just take a moment just to compose herself, take a look at the head.
Clear your mind.
And final ball of Bulthuis' individual competition, which we'll be exiting here at the pool stage. should, though, be getting at least 1 point on the board. Maybe more.
Yeah. Oh, 2. I'm seeing 2, it looks like.
Yeah, I think 2 just about. And 2 called by our referee. Yuk Wing Lung is not too fussed about getting that checked too precisely. That is our final score. A handshake between the two. All smiles for Lung Yuk Wing and Michaela Baltseva. As Pool C comes to a close for these two. Lung Yuk Wing will qualify in top position from Pool C. And looks in very good form as well, it's worth pointing out.
Looks very happy, centred, and it'll be good to see who he's paired up in the knockouts later on.
With everything.
It was a short game there.
It was, yeah. And it's nice that Baltseva did manage to get herself on the board there, just to give herself something to cling on to at the end of what's been a tough individual competition for her, because those matches are never easy to play.
No, especially against the guys at the top. But those are the ones where his athletes really want to go for. And beating those men, even just an end, is a wee victory. She'll take that home.
So the official results there of our match between Lung and Baltseva. And take a final look back on some of the best bits from a pretty entertaining match between two very decent players. And we'll be back very shortly with a match from the BC3 class. That's coming up at 2 o'clock. Scott McCown will be back to help guide you through that one. He knows a thing or two about BC3 players, and he's going to take you through a very, very good game between Maxim Vasiliev of Russia and Gregorios Polykronidis of Greece. That's coming up at 2 o'clock, and we will be seeing you then. Do stay with us, though, here at the BISFed 2018 World Boccia Championships. Plenty more to come on day 2 as we decide who is heading through to the knockout stages of the World Championships. Until 2 o'clock, though, it's goodbye for now.
My name's Nigel Murray, and I've been playing boccia competitively for around 17-18 years now. I first became aware of it through my work. I work with people with disabilities, and I went along to a disability sports taster day where I first saw boccia being played. So I thought it was a sport I could take back to people I supported, work with, and that's really my first introduction to boccia.
There's 4 categories within the international level. There's BC1, which is for cerebral palsy throwers, the most severe cerebral palsy throwers. BC2 are the more able cerebral palsy throwers. BC3 uses a ramp or assistive device to propel the ball because they're unable to throw it. And my class is BC4, which is for any other neurological condition.
The BC3 category is for people who can't naturally grip and throw a ball, so they use an assistive device or a ramp, and we have them bespoke made for us. They also use a head pointer to release the ball, and the degrees of accuracy that these guys can get are unbelievable. And partly that's about communication. So there's a ramp assistant or a performance assistant who sits on the court, who's very much part of the playing staff here rather than support staff.
Play with leather balls. So, they're quite soft. Everyone has a jack ball, and each team has 6 red balls and 6 blue balls. And the object is to get as close as possible to the jack ball. But unlike bowls, you don't alternate shots. So like, I would throw the jack ball, then my first red ball. And blue would continue playing until they get closer. So technically they can be out of balls. before the next red ball's thrown. And then at the end of the end, if 2 reds are closer than the blue, it's 2 points, etc.
I don't think there's a sport in the whole Paralympic movement that represents the Paralympics more than boccia. They couldn't do any other sport. They can't play wheelchair rugby, they can't do Paralympic athletics, they can't do the swimming. But this, for anybody with the conditions that are severe enough to direct them here, but they're sporty and they're competitive, this is an outlet for that. So I think it's wholly representative of what the Paralympic movement should be about.
Boccia to me, it's my living, it's my work, it's what I do professionally. So obviously I want to be the best at it for as long as possible. Win as many competitions as I can, sort of leave a legacy in this country.
What a shot. That's an unbelievable
Great Britain ending on a massive high here. Look at the spin on that. Look at the spin on that one. The way that turned back into the jack.
That was just unbelievable.
The Great Britain team, been a solid professional performance for all the games we've seen. They have booked their place in Rio for the Paralympics in 2016.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympic Games in 1984. In the Paralympics, it's played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball. Boccia balls can be rolled, thrown, kicked or released down a ramp. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sport assistant on the court and deliver the ball using the ramp. The sport assistant is not allowed to look at the court or communicate with the athlete. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes in which the competitors must remain during play. The aim is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls in each end. Individual and pair matches consist of 4 ends, whilst team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack, then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer to the jack than the opposition's nearest ball. Boccia balls also get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result, the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point each ball that's closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. Boccia requires strategy and pinpoint accuracy, where just one good ball can make all the difference.
Boccia is a Paralympic sport and is a game of strategy and skill. But how is it played? Two sides compete against each other as individuals, a pair, or as a team of 3. One side has 6 red balls. The other has 6 blue balls. One side plays the jack onto the court and then plays their first ball. The aim of the game is to get your balls closer to the white jack ball than your opponent. The side whose ball is not nearest to the jack throws until they get a ball closer or until they run out of balls. It is permitted to hit the jack, your own balls or your opponent's balls. Once all the balls have been played, one side receives a point for every ball they have nearer to the jack than their opponent's closest ball. Individual and pairs play 4 ends. Team matches have 6 ends. At Paralympic level, players are divided into 4 classifications, dependent on their impairment and functional ability. Boccia continues to grow internationally and provide opportunities for athletes with severe and complex impairments to compete at an elite level on the world stage. Boccia was introduced to the Paralympics at the New York and Stoke Mandeville Games in 1984. Nearly 30 years on, London 2012 plays host to this event here at Excel, right in the heart of London's Docklands. Boccia, the stats. Boccia comes from the same family of sports as boule or bowls. In the Paralympics, it is played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball, weighing approximately 275 grams and measuring 27 centimetres in circumference. They can be rolled, thrown, kicked, or released down a ramp. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes, in which the competitors must remain during play. Boccia Essentials. The aim of the sport is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to a white target ball called the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls on each end. Individual and pairs matches consist of 4 ends, while team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack first, followed by one of their own red balls. Then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer than their opposition's, or they run out of balls. Boccia balls often get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next.
Watch out for the jack or nearest scoring ball being moved. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point for every ball that is closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia, the competition. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. 104 athletes will compete for gold in individual, pairs, and team competitions. These have been divided into 7 events based on classification class. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sports assistant on the court and deliver the ball using a ramp. The sports assistant must never look onto the court or communicate in any way. Boccia requires strategy, intense focus and pinpoint accuracy when just one good ball can make all the difference. Prepare to be bowled over. Let the games begin.
My name's Nigel Murray and I've been playing boccia competitively for around 17-18 years now. I first became aware of it through my work. I work with people with disabilities and I went along to a disability sports taster day where I first saw boccia being played. So I thought it was a sport I could take back to people I supported, work with, and that's really my first introduction to boccia.
There's 4 categories within the international level. There's BC1, which is for cerebral palsy throwers, the most severe cerebral palsy throwers. BC2 are the more able cerebral palsy throwers. BC3 uses a ramp or assistive device to propel the ball because they're unable to throw it. And my class is BC4, which is for any other neurological condition.
The BC3 category is for people who can't naturally grip and throw a ball, so they use an assistive device or a ramp, and we have them bespoke made for us. They also use a head pointer to release the ball, and the degrees of accuracy that these guys can get are unbelievable. And partly that's about communication, so there's a ramp assistant or a performance assistant who sits on the court, who's very much part of the playing staff here rather than support staff.
Play with leather balls. So, they're quite soft. Everyone has a jack ball, and each team has 6 red balls and 6 blue balls. And the object is to get as close as possible to the jack ball. But unlike bowls, you don't alternate shots. So like, I would throw the jack ball, then my first red ball. And blue would continue playing until they get closer. So technically they can be out of balls before the next red ball's thrown. And then at the end of the end, if 2 reds are closer than the blue, it's 2 points, etc.
I don't think there's a sport in the whole Paralympic movement that represents the Paralympics more than boccia. They couldn't do any other sport. They can't play wheelchair rugby, they can't do Paralympic athletics, they can't do the swimming. But this, for anybody with the conditions that are severe enough to direct them here, but they're sporty and they're competitive, this is an outlet for that. So I think it's wholly representative of what the Paralympic movement should be about.
Boccia to me, it's my living, it's my work, it's what I do professionally. So obviously I want to be the best at it for as long as possible. Win as many competitions as I can, sort of leave a legacy in this country.
shot. That's an unbelievable
Great Britain
shot.
ending on a massive high here. Look at the spin on that. Look at the spin on that one. The way that turned back into the jack.
That was just unbelievable.
The Great Britain team, been a solid professional performance for all the games we've seen. They have booked their place in Rio for the Paralympics in 2016.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympic Games in 1984. In the Paralympics, it's played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball. Boccia balls can be rolled, thrown, kicked or released down a ramp. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sport assistant on the court and deliver the ball using the ramp. The sport assistant is not allowed to look at the court or communicate with the athlete. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes in which the competitors must remain during play. The aim is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls in each end. Individual and pair matches consist of 4 ends, whilst team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack, then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer to the jack than the opposition's nearest ball. Boccia balls also get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result, the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point each ball that's closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. Boccia requires strategy and pinpoint accuracy, where just one good ball can make all the difference.
Boccia is a Paralympic sport and is a game of strategy and skill. But how is it played? 2 sides compete against each other as individuals, a pair, or as a team of 3. One side has 6 red balls, the other has 6 blue balls. One side plays the jack onto the court and then plays their first ball. The aim of the game is to get your balls closer to the white jack ball than your opponent. The side whose ball is not nearest to the jack throws until they get a ball closer or until they run out of balls. It is permitted to hit the jack, your own balls or your opponent's balls. Once all the balls have been played, one side receives a point for every ball they have nearer to the jack than their opponent's closest ball. Individual and pairs play 4 ends. Team matches have 6 ends. At Paralympic level, players are divided into 4 classifications, dependent on their impairment and functional ability. Boccia continues to grow internationally and provide opportunities for athletes with severe and complex impairments to compete at an elite level on the world stage.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympics at the New York and Stoke Mandeville Games in 1984. Nearly 30 years on, London 2012 plays host to this event here at Excel, right in the heart of London's Docklands. Boccia, the stats. Boccia comes from the same family of sports as boule or bowls. In the Paralympics, it is played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball, weighing approximately 275 grams and measuring 27 centimetres in circumference. They can be rolled, thrown, kicked, or released down a ramp. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes, in which the competitors must remain during play. Boccia Essentials. The aim of the sport is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to a white target ball called the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls on each end. Individual and pairs matches consist of 4 ends, while team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack first, followed by one of their own red balls. Then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer than their opposition's, or they run out of balls. Boccia balls often get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. Watch out for the jack or nearest scoring ball being moved. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point for every ball that is closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia, the competition. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. 104 athletes will compete for gold in individual, pairs, and team competitions. These have been divided into 7 events based on classification class. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sports assistant on the court and deliver the ball using a ramp. The sports assistant must never look onto the court or communicate in any way. Boccia requires strategy, intense focus, and pinpoint accuracy when just one good ball can make all the difference. Prepare to be bowled over. Let the games begin.
My name's Nigel Murray and I've been playing boccia competitively for around 17-18 years now. I first became aware of it through my work. I work with people with disabilities and I went along to a disability sports taster day where I first saw boccia being played. So I thought it was a sport I could take back to people I supported, work with, and that's really my first introduction to boccia.
There's 4 categories within the international level. There's BC1, which is for cerebral palsy throwers, the most severe cerebral palsy throwers. BC2 are the more able cerebral palsy throwers. BC3 uses a ramp or assistive device to propel the ball because they're unable to throw it. And my class is BC4, which is for any other neurological condition.
The BC3 category is for people who can't naturally grip and throw a ball, so they use an assistive device or a ramp, and we have them bespoke made for us. They also use a head pointer to release the ball, and the degrees of accuracy that these guys can get are unbelievable, and partly that's about communication. So there's a ramp assistant or a performance assistant who sits on the court, who's very much part of the playing staff here rather than support staff.
Play with leather balls. So, they're quite soft. Everyone has a jack ball, and each team has 6 red balls and 6 blue balls. And the object is to get as close as possible to the jack ball. But unlike bowls, you don't alternate shots. So like, I would throw the jack ball, then my first red ball. And blue would continue playing until they get closer. So technically they can be out of balls before the next red ball's thrown. And then at the end of the end, if 2 reds are closer than the blue, it's 2 points, etc.
I don't think there's a sport in the whole Paralympic movement that represents the Paralympics more than boccia. They couldn't do any other sport. They can't play wheelchair rugby, they can't do Paralympic athletics, they can't do the swimming. But this, for anybody with the conditions that are severe enough to direct them here, but they're sporty and they're competitive, this is an outlet for that. So I think it's wholly representative of what the Paralympic movement should be about.
Boccia to me, it's my living, it's my work, it's what I do professionally. So obviously I want to be the best at it for as long as possible. Win as many competitions as I can, sort of leave a legacy in this country.
Well, welcome back to the Exhibition Centre in Liverpool. It's the BISFed 2018 World Boccia Championships, and we're back on the show court. We've had 4 fantastic matches so far on the second day, and next up we turn our attention for the first time here on show court on the BC3 category, and 16th ranked Maxim Valsiev against number 1 in the category of the BC3s, Greg Polychronindius. Joined with me today for this match is Scott McCowan, and this one, Scott, should be a really tasty game.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this one. It's always great to see the world number 1 in action in my category, so it'll be exciting to see how his form's holding up this week. And Maxim, obviously a good player as well, so should be a good contest. He's a player that can play really well at times, and hopefully this is one of them today and we see a good game.
Well, Greg, of course, a lot of pedigree, like you said, Scott, number 1 in the category of the BC3s, and of course the BC3s is a very unique classification for boccia because it includes the use of the ramp, of course, and the assistants who when I first started watching boccia, It was interesting to see the assistants. They couldn't watch the game. It was only, like you put it really well yesterday, Scott. They are the hands and legs of the players.
Yeah, that's correct. They're basically an extension of the player themselves. So obviously they can't release the ball on their own. They need just help to manoeuvre the ramp, position the chair, and set them up to be able to play the shot. But crucially, they have to make contact with the ball last, and that can be done a number of ways via pointers from the mouth, head, hand, or even their own body can be used. And yeah, they're not allowed to look on the court or communicate with the player. It's all got to be down to the player. So it's a crucial relationship between player and assistant in the BC3 category.
Well, of course, Greg, he has a lot of pedigree in this competition of the BC3s. He won gold in the 2012 Summer Paralympics in the BC3 pairs, and he's someone you know a lot about.
Yeah, I've been lucky enough to square up against him on a number of occasions, but unfortunately not had too many victories, got to say, either in pairs or in individuals, but did get a win over him last year early on in the season. But yeah, he's a formidable opponent, and yeah, obviously world number one at the moment, and some good form winning the Pavor World Open, the last tournament out there, and obviously finishing first in Madrid at the Regional Open, as well as doing very well last year, also in a number of events. So he's a proven competitor, been there and done it, lots of experience, and it's a tough game for Vasiliev today.
Yeah, it should be for Vasiliev. If you were Maxime, Scott, how would you approach playing the number one player in the category?
Well, the thing about Grigorius is he is a great player, but a lot of the time players are generally beaten before they even start the game because they're overawed by the task at hand. But essentially, you've just got to go for the game and go out and try and attack from the beginning. You can't play a defensive game against Grigorius. He's too good a player, and that will ultimately lead to defeat. You have to go for it, and that might lead to defeat also if you're not playing well at that point, but it's the only way to go against a player of his calibre.
Well, as you can see from the pictures, they are setting up the ramps and testing them out on court. How much work goes into each ramp? Of course, we were talking about yesterday how each player wants to get each ramp specifically for their own game. Yeah, well, they're all tailored to suit the individual player, but a lot of work goes into getting it right and fine-tuning it, and it involves a lot of hours in training, trying to work out the best way to get the most consistent release of the ball onto the court. And obviously, those at the top of the game, they're there because the amount of work they put into that is so important. And Grigorius has spent a lot of time over the years perfecting his ramp and his release mechanism. I think the head pointer that he uses is probably the best head pointer in the world. It does give him an advantage, and he's able to get really fantastic angles that a lot of players aren't able to get, which we'll see throughout this game, no doubt. I'm sure we will. It's going to be a fascinating contest. We've already had 4 brilliant games on the show court today, including a fantastic game between Do-Han Kim and Antonio Marquez that went all the way to a tiebreaker. And then the next match between Judith Bulthuis and Nadiv Levy. That was a very intriguing affair as well. But in terms of this game, it's actually a very interesting game for Vasiliev because he has won one and lost one. And so too, as well in their pool, is Jesus Romario. So it could actually come down to how many points are won.
Yeah, as you say, we get to this stage in group games, and that sometimes can be the case. So all you can really do is firstly try and win the game you're in and try and get as many points as you can, because it could come down to points difference, but it's a tall ask. So you just be Maxim will just be concentrating on trying to get that victory first and then see what happens from there. But yeah, he's a good player, as I said, world ranked number 18, and he's a player that will make the last 16 or quarterfinals kind of regularly. His best result recently was second in the Bangkok World Open back in 2017, which is probably why he's got that rank position. Mainly that was his best result, but that proves that he can go to the medal matches at occasions. So I think this will be a good game. I'm hopeful anyway.
I'm very hopeful as well. It should be a real titanic battle and a really interesting affair as the ends go on, and it could come down to the last couple of throws.
I'm also reasonably well informed that it's actually Gregorius' birthday today as well.
Yes, that is correct. So to wrap up his birthday, I think it'd be nice if he could get a third win under his belt.
That's certainly what he'll be hoping for. And Maxim will be trying to spoil the party.
That'll be the perfect birthday gift for Greg today if he could get his third win in Pool A. But we'll keep you up to date with the other results in Pool A between Wing Tung Lao and Jesus Romario. It could be very important in the context of who finishes where in Pool A.
Yeah, there's some real important games at this point in proceedings. Important games from a British perspective as well today in this round. And Greg starting with a pretty typical jack ball that we see from him these days. Just crossing the V line. Quite a central position. And that's basically to try and give him the best opportunity for angles. As I said, he's one of the best players for angles anyway, so this accentuates it. And he's relentlessly accurate with his first ball. Very rarely do you see it miss the target.
Well, as number one player in the BC3 category, he's a very consistent player. And a Scot.
And that's went right on.
Quite rightly mentioned that he's very consistent in all his tournaments and does well. And he's got a lot of pedigree in the BC3 category and the pairs BC3 classifications.
Putting the pressure on early. But this won't be a surprise to him. He'll have expected this start to be the case from Greg. And he'll know that he'll need a power shot early. The Russians are a aggressive side in Boccia now in the BC3s. So they're used to attacking the game.
Yeah, it'll be very intriguing to see how Maxim gets on in the first two ends, as he's needing the win, of course, but potentially needing to get some points on the board. I think they're just going through some, looks like practice setup.
So that's the first effort there. And you see no movement on the first ball. And it's a difficult one to move. Normally requires at least a couple of hits with a hard ball to prize from the jack. See how he gets on with this attempt.
Of course, in the BC3 category, they get 6 minutes per end.
Yeah, that's correct. They get longer than the throwers, rightly, because obviously all the equipment and the ramp assistant has to be quite speedy to get it all done. At the time when you see separation now.
Just trying to get the first ball of Greg's away from the jack.
And you've got to be able to get that ball off in as few shots as you can, and then get your ball on the jack really quickly, because as you see, it eats up a lot of balls early. That's it, got it now.
That's a lot better from Maxim, that's what he was looking for.
And crucially, he's left the red quite close, which you can use to bridge between jack and red, which secures the jack more. So that's good. Now he crucially has to get this layup to the jack perfectly on to give himself the best chance.
He's used up 3 of his balls, so this will be his 4th. And he wants to get it absolutely perfect, using smaller ramp on this shot.
Yep, and that ball that you see there is a very soft ball. It's a particular ball that's really soft, hard to get off, so the fact he's got that one on means it will be quite tough for Greg to manoeuvre to get back in. And as I said, it's bridged against jack and red, which makes it even tougher.
Will be interesting to see how Greg approaches this next shot. Of course, only used one of his balls so far, so he has balls in hand.
The only issue with that shot that Maxim played is that it allows Greg a sight of some of the jack, which means he'll be able to move it back and cut it if he wants, which I would guess is the shot he's going to play here.
Well, we can see he's using a very large ramp to gain as much power as he can.
And that's exactly what happened.
That's a fantastic shot.
Cuts the jack back to the red, and it's Maxim to play again. And of course it puts the pressure on with only 2 balls played. And because that ball is on the red, Maxim is not able to push that onwards. So it rules that ball out as well. So it's altogether a great shot.
Really clever play from Greg. Number 1 in the BC3 category, and really showing his nous there to create an opportunity for himself. Maxim only, like you said, Scott, has 2 more balls to go.
Yeah, and that happens so many times that you'll see that the ball count is not in your favour because it takes so many balls to get off, and if you don't get that layup onto the jack afterwards exactly right, then he is able to do things like that and put you under pressure again. And that's why that jack position is so effective at the moment. You see here, we haven't actually seen that yet in the BC3s, but Maxim has one eye covered over when he's lining up, and some players shut one eye, some prefer to cover it. I think you see that more particularly with the cerebral palsy players. They just find it's easier for lining up just to use one eye, particularly because obviously they have involuntary movements, which obviously makes lining up harder than if you're perfectly still.
Well, you can see he looks right down the ramp, doesn't he, to get the best angle.
And that's, well, almost perfect. Just a little bit heavy, but he'd be quite happy with that one.
Yeah, very nice looking shot there from Maxim. And putting the pressure on Polychronindius. But he still has 4 balls remaining. Very focused is Greg. Very calm player.
Yeah, doesn't give a lot away. And again, he also goes for that lining up tactic of closing one eye, looking through the ramp. Saves you a lot of time as well if you don't have to lift the ramp in the air like some players do. That's the lining up style I use, of lifting it in the air, and the only disadvantage of that is it's a bit slower. And that's a very, very good knock on.
Superb play there from Greg, just knocking his red ball towards the jack.
Oh yeah. Nice.
Superb shot. Very well played from the number 1.
And he's got closer as well.
So he's now putting the pressure back on Valsiev.
So Vasiliev needs to try and get a ball between the blue and red now. And if he does squeeze one in there, it'll be quite safe. So he's still got a chance here. But the pressure's on. Last ball.
Yeah, only 1 ball left to play for Maxim in this end, which really puts the pressure on him to get this right. No second chances.
That's it. It's a critical one, so he's got to make sure he gives it enough to get there. Yeah, and he just hasn't quite got it right in the middle. And it's 1 red.
Yeah, an unfavourable bounce off the red ball and the jack for Maxim.
And crucially, because it's not in that gap between them, I think Greg should be able to split those blues with the power that he possesses. So this could be a tough start for Vasiliev.
Well, he's made Vasiliev play all his balls, and now Greg has the opportunity to potentially get more than 1 point on the board. And he's definitely a good enough player to do that.
And you see that he's lining up with his head, get turned to the side, and that's such a difficult skill to be able to do. But very rarely does he line up incorrectly. You see that large head pointer allowing him to play that shot, and he's actually pushed the blue in. That's not what he would have been hoping to do.
A mistake from the number 1. Not what we were expecting there. But like you were saying, Scott, normally the players we saw yesterday in the BC3 category were facing the ramp head on. He comes from a side angle. Very hard. Practical thing to do, to come from the side. Shorter ramp this time for Greg.
Ball being placed on by Shramp assistant Katerina, who's also his wife.
And still.
And he's pushed the red back on, I think.
He just has, yeah, it looks. Referee's just having another look. It does look like from this angle that it is touching.
Yeah. Not sure.
The referee for this match, Cassandra Turk.
Yeah, she's a referee with a lot of experience, doing it nationally and internationally for a number of years. Trademark shiny shoes.
Hard not to spot them.
Yep.
And that's actually worked in the favour there. That previous shot there from Greg, it's just nudged the ball of Maxim away.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a good recovery. Because I say that wasn't ideal what he was trying to do with that shot that pushed the blue in. And Maxim will be quite happy with that probably in the end. To only lose the 1. You always you'd always accept losing 1 on your opponent's jack.
And especially an opponent in the form of Polychronindius.
Yep.
And in a game that Valsiev really needs to win as well. Of course, we'll keep you up to date with the other game going on in Pool A in the BC3 category. And focus on Jesus Romario. And it'll be between Jesus Romario and Maxim Valsiev for another spot in the first knockout round.
Yeah, and that was a close defeat that Ace has had against Gregorius in the previous game. And there's not many players keep it as close as that, so obviously a player who's improving all the time. Colombia are relatively new to the BC3 category, but are improving at a remarkable rate.
We've heard them in fine voice around the courts today.
Seen so many improving countries in the BC3 category. Russia were new players as well back in 2012. Is when I first remember seeing them coming along to events, and I think they beat Great Britain, as was Great Britain that year, in the pair event. And that was the first time we'd really kind of took note of them, and since then they've gone on from strength to strength.
We're moving to the second end now.
Yeah, it's really important to get a good start here.
Valsiev will place the jack. Shortish ramp and
Yep.
short distance as well.
That's his usual jack position, is to play short. And the players always have a balancing act with the tactics against Gregorius, because obviously if you play short you're playing to an area that he prefers to play at, but obviously it gives you the best chance of being accurate. You could play further up the court, which reduces his accuracy naturally, but obviously it reduces yours as well. So there's always a balancing act to be had.
Especially with Greg's power as well.
Yeah.
Through the ramp.
So a little bit of resetting here. Just needs to calm it down and get that good release. And he hasn't really. And he's left the door open for Greg.
Yeah, he looked a bit unsettled actually in that first throw there.
And that's his again, that really soft ball that I was talking about. The specialty ball that's for that purpose. So you've given the chance of using that up now, because it's now not going to be in play. As I said, Greg very rarely misses these shots. So after end, he'd be quite happy with Maxim. Just made a disappointing start to the second end.
Well, the score from court number 2, which is just directly below us here in our commentary position. Jesus Romario leading 1-0. So not great news for Valsiev.
And that's a great shot. Right onto the jacket, really good angle. Tucked in behind the blue and makes Maxim's job really difficult now.
Absolutely superb play from Greg there. Really capitalising on the errors of Valsiev, and that's what, when you're number 1 in the category, that's normally what happens.
Yeah, and every time you make a mistake like that, he normally punishes you. And that's what's happened again.
It looks like Valsiev is going to go for a larger ramp this time.
Yeah, he's going right to the top here. Going for maximum power.
He's going to try and split the ball of Greg's and the jack.
And that was quite a good contact. Moved it around quite a bit.
Just giving himself a better look at the jack now for his third shot.
Yeah, you see it hopping up there as it makes contact. It's an interesting view. And I think he's going to have to hit it again, but don't know. It depends what his angle is like. Only he knows that. But it looks like that he can see in, because he's going to play a softer shot to try and take control of the jack.
course, all the different types of balls used have a different desired effect.
Exactly, yeah.
In each game. See where that ball went?
Yeah, so he's came up short.
Yeah, just a couple of inches short of the jack there.
So I think he's going to try and push it up now. But that red is hampering him somewhat. But that's a very good shot to get both balls in there to the head. I think he might have it here. It's very close. But that's a very good shot. Good recovery.
Just what Valsiev needed, and it blocks off the view for Greg quite a bit there.
Yeah. I think he'll still be able to hit the side of it and spin it out to allow him in, but it's certainly as good as he could have done from that position. See it again here. Lovely shot.
Fantastic work from Maxim Valsiev. Good replay there just to show the importance of that shot there for Maxim to get back into this game.
And just making sure the measure here is Cass.
Like we've said in all the games, the referees have been fantastic, just double checking everything and making sure everything's precise.
Yep. And that's the right way to be. It's better to take a little bit longer and make sure you get things right than make a mistake. Because anybody that's been on the end of a bad call from a referee knows how frustrating that can be. But we accept that they're human at the end of the day. And errors do happen, but as long as you take your time and try your best, so you can do it. And it's very, very tight, as we see here.
Yeah, certainly taking her time. Cassandra Turk, the referee. Oh, it's going to be
so
Greg to throw.
He's got closer there, Maxim. Good shot.
Very well played in a pressured situation there.
But again, we look back to the ball count, you see again behind on that. And that is the problem. He just saps the balls away from you, and you end up with very few left and unable to deal with the onslaught that comes at the end of the end. And the big difference between the very best players in this category and the players below that is what some players take 2 or 3 shots to do. Greg's able to do that in one shot. It just saves him so much time and so many balls. The head pointer goes up and gets adjusted again. And you see the different prongs on it. That's so you can make sure the ball comes off straight down the chute. Because if you were to, obviously coming from this angle, if he pushes the ball sideways, you'll push it into the ramp and then it'll actually bounce all the way down. You don't actually notice it at high speed, but it then affects the ball, and he's split it open perfectly there like I thought would happen. And he's got it across to the red a bit as well.
Yeah, a fantastic shot there from Greg.
And he's got closer, which is even better.
Well, it looked like Maxim Valsiev had done really well to cover the jack, but Greg showing all his knowledge and showing why he's number 1. So Valsiev has 2 more balls to throw.
Tried to push that on, but he's not got anywhere near enough power to get it onto the jack. That's disappointing from him, from his perspective. Pressure on now.
With 1 ball remaining for Valsiev. He's a bit like the first end, he's got to really get this right.
Yeah. Has to put the pressure on now, and he just about does that. That was a delicate knock on because he was hitting a hard ball, and he knew he had to get the pace right. You see when he makes the connection here, just a little bit bouncy, and that's the difference. If he'd hit that any harder, it might have went right through the gap. So it was important to just nudge it.
A lovely shot there from Maxim Valsiev, but Greg has 4 balls remaining.
And that's why it's always important to know the equipment you're using or hitting, because it generally affects quite a big way how the balls will react. If that had been a soft ball, you wouldn't have had to worry so much about hitting it at the right pace. But Greg has so many balls left that I would expect him to come out with this end, with at least one, probably more. And he clears that one right out. Great shot.
Yeah, all the work that Maxim Valsiev did to get that blue ball close to the jack is wiped away in one shot.
You just see the power that's generated, his ability to just clear that out, but obviously because it was a hard ball, he actually could have done that with a softer ball if he'd had one, but he didn't need to. You see the space that's been opened up now. If that other blue now gets moved, regardless of whether this is Greg closer at this point, if that other blue is cleared out of there, it leaves a big space to score.
A real chance for Greg to take initiative in this second end.
Another shout goes up at the court. Below us there is my brother Jamie McCown. Obviously it's another good shot, cheer from him. And he's had a great rivalry with Gregorius over the last few months of this year. Gregorius defeating him in 2 championships in the final this year to get revenge on him for the European Championship defeat in the previous year. And it'll be interesting to see how the things go this tournament between those two.
Could potentially see a titanic battle then between Jamie and Greg in the knockout rounds.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be hoping that, but there'll be some other people around here, such as the former Paralympic champion, Ho-Won Young, that'll be wanting to change that idea. As Greg rolls in for a point. And that's just pace perfect, as you see there.
Superb play from Greg. Pinpoint accuracy.
The hardest shot in the game has been able to stop a ball in a spot like that when you don't have a ball to hit into.
You've got to get your pace just right.
That's right.
And use the ramp perfectly to your effect. Comes from a lower point on the ramp, and
that's a perfect shot. Straight in there.
Fantastic work there from Greg, and that's another point added to the total. That was the previous
lovely ball
effort.
And Gregorius now can either move the blue or just go straight in. I think he'll choose to go straight in because we see now it's quite a big target right onto the jack. He's got balls either side to trap it. He's already holding 3. And I expect another here. And Gregorius is just moving away from Maxim now in this end. And when he gets a lead, it's very hard to claw it back.
Well, he's certainly built up momentum in his last 2 matches, and it looks like it's heading the same way in this game.
You can see how hard a ball that is, that he's had to play so low down the ramp, but he gets it perfectly. And that's when you want to use it, when you've got a big target, because you know you can overhit it. It's not going to come out. But that big pointer coming to his aid to allow him to stretch right down. as he stretches his lead. And that, of course, is the first time that the assistants get to see what's happened. You can see that Vasilyev's assistant was surprised to see the scoreline, and that sometimes can be difficult for the ramp assistant. You've got to be able to not pass on your disappointment to the player, try and encourage them for the next end. And this is when the players can receive a pep talk or conversation with their assistant. They can get a drink as well and refuel. Get some words of reassurance.
Yeah, just going through a few more prep before the third end, but Greg is in full control. Number 1 in the BC3 category, 2 wins under his belt already in Pool A. And just how important is momentum in these in any tournament, but in particular the Boccia World Championships, when it's such a short amount of days and the games are coming quick and fast.
Yeah, it's absolutely crucial. You've got to be able to keep it rolling throughout the whole tournament, but also you want to try and save as much energy as you can. So it's a difficult balance in that, because you want to be fresh at the end of the tournament. And Greg obviously comes to every tournament expecting to get to that final. He'll be planning for that, so you'll know what to do to make sure he's ready for that. And it's a bit of an arduous week if you're playing all the way to the end.
Greg just sets up the jack ball there, very close to the V line, but it's the way he plays, very skillful and tactical.
Yep. Some people might look at this and think, playing just over the line like that, of course that's obviously an easy position to play, but then these people need to try and be able to replicate it every time that Greg's able to, because it's not easy to do that. To be able to consistently play your ball to the jack without missing. I don't know how many times he'll have done that in a row now at championships, but it'll have been a while since he'd last missed one, because there's so many variables that go into the shot in BC3. The ball might not have been rounded properly, it might not have been released properly, the floor might have been uneven, which directs it away, the ramp might have been moved when lowered or adjusted. So many factors come into it that's actually not easy to be able to do every time.
And you can see there how close Greg has got with his first ball. A bit more power on that one from Vasilyev.
Yep, good shot there. Opens it up, and he may be able to now get to the jack without another shot involving power. But we'll just see in a minute what he decides.
Yeah, he's certainly given himself an opportunity to get close to that jack. And it looks like it's going to be a lower ramp.
Yep. It's always a bit of a risk to this. But if you elect to... Well, actually, I think maybe he is going to go for a power again.
Quick change of mind there from Maxim.
Yep, electing to move it. And that just allows you to have the whole jack to make sure you get control of it, but at the same time it makes the shot obviously more open. You've got more chance of missing.
Yeah, no balls around the jack to work with.
Yeah, but it's definitely the way to play, I think, being aggressive, because only by nailing your angle on your shot, only by doing that can you possibly challenge Gregorius, make him use his balls to get it off. So we're now at a crucial stage. This ball has to go on the jack, you feel.
Well, he needs the points. Even if he loses the game, he does need the points, but to potentially get that spot in the knockouts.
Oh, and that would have been a little bit further. That would have been a very good effort, but it's still awkward enough if he's closer. And it appears that he is. Gregorius is now setting up. And the trouble with that really soft ball that Maxim plays is what you find with that one is if you hit the side of it, expecting to cut, it won't turn as far as maybe a harder ball. That's what you'll find. And so Gregorius is right on the edge here, trying to get as much angle as he can. And you want to hit it as hard as you can to try and move it as far across without hitting the jack so that it doesn't stick to it. We'll see if he's able to do that. Although that's not on the jack, it might actually take 2 balls to get off, such is the nature of the ball. And that's not always clear to someone who's maybe just stumbling across Boccia for the first time. But you see there he had enough angle, enough pace that it was okay, and had enough room between jack and blue.
Yeah, he had good enough sight of it to try and break the ball of Maxim's away from the jack.
And now we talk about that bridge that he has between jack and blue. If he goes in there now, shuts the angle down, it's going to be very hard for Maxim to get back in. And ultimately the game that Greg plays is a very simple game. He's just very, very, very good at it. And it's so hard to live up with the accuracy that he has.
Well, if you can do the basics very, very well, then you're often always at the top end of the rankings.
Yeah, if you have to do difficult things, you tend to not be playing very well because that should be the only reason you're having to do that.
And we just see there he's nestled it right in between Maxim's
right on
ball
again.
and the jack. Lovely shot there from Greg.
Yeah, you see the initials on the jack ball. Always important, don't want to lose that. When they're getting handed around in the call room before the game, it's very easy to misplace a ball by an official or something like that.
Especially when it comes to the big stage, like the Worlds, you want to make sure everything's perfect.
The line judge is coming in to make sure the release is correct. And that's what the line judges will do. They come round to make sure the rules are being followed, with chairs staying inside the box, the release being correct. No communication from the ramp assistant. They have a crucial role in the BC3 game, and they're not always employed in the throwing categories because there's normally a good opportunity for the referee to be able to spot that. But with so much going on in the BC3 category, you definitely need another pair of eyes. And he's opened that up quite well. He's got a nice target to get into now.
Yeah, there's just a little gap that Maxim could aim for, just in between the blue and the red ball.
Yep, that's absolutely right. Oh yes, very good shot.
That is superb play from Maxim Valtsev, and boy did he need it.
Absolutely right.
Well, news coming from the other court, the latest score involving Pool A in the BC3s, that Jesus Romario is 2-1 down.
That's a interesting result
so
at the moment.
It could every point could be crucial for Valtsev.
Wasn't quite able to get close enough.
The last ball of the third end for Maxim.
And that should do it. Yep.
He'll be happy with that. Will be Valtsev, with Greg now having 3 more shots to go. Just having another replay. we mentioned in an earlier game, Scott, that now it's almost like the passing spectator. You're just watching your opponent now finish his end.
Yeah, well, he's done the job there to get back in and make Greg work. But yeah, it's never easy to watch. You're almost hoping for them to miss in your head. And this will be another full power shot to open things up. And that was always going to be difficult. He would have known that before the shot, that he was going to have to hit it a few times.
Very close. Here's Greg's ball to the jack. He's broken it.
Oh, he opened it up perfectly. And you see there, that moved a lot more than the first one. And that's not that that was hit any harder, it's just because it had opened enough for him to then spring it out with the second shot. He comes out to have a look now, survey the scene.
Sporting different colour trainers on each foot.
Yeah, they often go with the matching footwear to Greg and his wife.
An opportunity now for Greg to add another point to the scoreboard.
Yeah. You would expect him to do that. He's just going to push that red on, I think. Really good view of the release here. Oh, he goes to move the blue instead. So obviously that the two reds are closer, or at least one of them is. But I reckon both, because that's why he went for that one rather than the easier push of the red. And I think he must be holding two. I think so.
2 to red is the call.
And another good end. And obviously puts the game beyond doubt, assuming there's no violations, because the maximum you can get in an end is obviously 6.
So another win. It's 99.9% confirmed for Greg, and on his birthday, so he'll be very happy. I'm sure he will want to carry on right through the match and be as professional as ever.
Yeah, and you want to set a marker down. All his rivals are playing just now around the room. He'll want to say to them, I'm ready for this tournament. You're going to have to play your best to beat me. And for Vasiliev, it's a case of damage limitations. Try and get that score line as close as you can, because he knows now it's down to points.
Yeah, you're quite right, Scott, and we'll get a score update from court 2. And all eyes on Jesus Romario on that court.
And obviously when you go into the game, you know that might happen, but you might have no idea what the score is in another game because you won't be able to see it. So you can't really work it out in your head what you need. You just know you've got to try and get it as well as you can, as close as you can, and hope. It's not a nice situation to be in.
Of course, with the setup we have here at the Exhibition Centre in Liverpool, you'll hear noises from all the courts, and in particular, like we were mentioning, court 2 is right next to the show court, and just below us here in our commentary box. So it's Maxim to place the jack.
And you can see here this is going to be a longer one. And this is a tactic that the Russians employ quite a lot in the last end if they're losing. They like to go longer, which is a tactic I would agree with. If it's not worked up to this point, you need points, you have to try something different. And that looks to be a maybe 6.5 or a 7 metre jack.
It's the first time in the match that we've seen the jack at the other end of the court.
And
you were saying, Scott, that of course Greg's play is often maybe he prefers it on a shorter length.
Yeah, as we all know, it's easier the further down the court you are, and it's just a battle of whether you can be more accurate than him if you go further up. And at this point, Maxim's got nothing to lose. And Maxim up to this point this year has not been contested for the medals. He was 15th in Pavot at the last World Open and 14th in Montreal. So he was hoping to come into this tournament and improve on that, but it looks like as that ball drifts past that it's going to be unlikely, because when you need points, you know that a -7 at this point is not going to put your chances that highly.
Especially if Greg can add a few more points
indeed
to that tally as well. That won't help Maxim at all.
And it is difficult when you try and switch jack position, because obviously these players will all have it written down. Some of them tried to do it from memory, but most of it written down now, which position they have to put it on the ramp to reach different distances. But obviously when you practice beforehand, you can't do every position on the court, so you'll do what you're most likely to do, which will be your jack position. And it might be that Maxim hasn't done that distance for quite some time. Temperature of the hall can even affect it, and things change, surfaces change. If the jack doesn't go exactly where you practiced it, that might affect the line of it, and it could be a number of reasons why he's missed that ball.
Here's Greg's first attempt from a distance, and it's very nicely played.
Yeah, just a bit heavy, but he was obviously better able to find the line than Maxim.
It was always going to be interesting to see how he played from a further distance. And he's got it closer to the jack. And now the ball is in Valsiev's court. (7-0), and this is the final end of this match. Just quickly looking at the other courts going on at the moment. Jamie McCowan 3-1 up in his match.
Yeah, that was always going to be a close game. Eric Bousset is a good player. They've played each other a few times recent years. It's always a good battle.
See Maxim's second ball, not as far, but it's still a good distance away from the jacks. Just hasn't found his range yet.
No, he's just struggling to get the pace on this position, and also coupled with the fact that he knows that in all likelihood he's going to be exiting the tournament, and that can easily mean performances just drop off as soon as the adrenaline leaves you. It's amazing how quickly performance dips, and that might be what's happening here. That was better line, just pulled up again.
Yeah, he's got one of the things right, just needs to find his pace now. Three more balls left for Maxime. It must be so tempting for their assistants just have a quick glance.
Yeah, in the early years it can be easy to do that, but obviously with experience you're quickly taught, conditioned not to do that at any point. But yeah, in the beginning it can be easy to want to turn around and look. But that is a rule that's in place, obviously, so the assistant can't interfere in the game in any way. That's why it's there.
Yeah, it's all down to the judgment of the players.
Yep.
You can see he tried to...
Yeah, I just tried to move the red instead, which is an okay tactic if you move it far enough. He just obviously didn't. And at this point, sometimes you just want to get off the court. Going for the knock on now. And he just about caught enough of it to push it towards the jack. Good shot.
Yeah, nice glance off the blue ball. Just nudging it ever so slightly towards the jack.
And at some point Greg might just decide to throw away, give the end up, because he wants to just save himself for the rest of the tournament. There's no point expending unnecessary energy. Or he may elect to keep confidence high and keep playing.
I'm sure which way he goes for it, he's in great form going into the knockout stages.
Yep, he's the form player, the one to beat. Proving it again here. Good shot, opens it up.
And he's now got free sight on the jack. But it is still Maxim's ball. Closer, of course. Only just, though.
Yeah. He's managed to give himself a chance now to play on and take this end. And as we said before, only 2 balls played, so it just gives you that so much more room for a shot to not quite come off, give you the time to get in eventually, still win the end, and the firepower to obviously open any situation up. And deciding to move the blues rather than go on with a ball to the jack, and it does the same thing at the end of the day. The only thing that shot does is give Maxim the opportunity to put one on the jack, but at this point in proceedings it's not that important, because obviously the game is won.
I'm sure this will be a good opportunity for Greg to just to practice his long game.
Yeah, well, sometimes you do that as well, but obviously it's his opponent's jack, so he had no control over where to go, but he might have said to himself, yeah, quite happy about that, because that allows me to practice for when I need a performance on the longer jack that somebody might play that he faces later in the tournament.
This is Maxim's final ball of the end, and looks like his tournament.
Oh, and that's a shame to finish like that.
Not what the result he wanted. Ended up pushing.
Yeah, I think he was trying to move the jack back, but didn't connect with it. And that is the end of this game for Maxim Vasiliev.
He won't be happy with that to end his tournament. It looks like that in the fashion he's just done there. And now it's a chance for Greg to add a few more points to the total.
Yeah, can Greg give us a champagne finish here?
Show to the rest of the tournament why he is the one to be feared. Number 1 in the BCC category, remember.
And you might be surprised to see that watching, but the idea of that will be to try and get a feel for another position on the court for maybe a later game.
I'm sure he's been in this position many a times when he's already looking ahead to the knockout stages and plotting his route to the final.
Yep, those of you that are regular watchers of BC3 Boccia will probably notice that red ball has went to around a position that both Jamie and Patrick Wilson of Great Britain have employed in other tournaments, so there's no doubt that that will be for that eventuality. Some the French players been known to play there as well, so it's for a particular reason, I'm sure. And then, of course, that one will be to a different one as well. So it could be somebody else in the tournament that he might have looked at the draw and will planned out who it potentially could face. But again, you never know where someone's going to play till they actually get to the game. They can go wherever they like. And who knows, Greg might change up his jack position for an opponent also, which he's been known to do.
Yeah, these practice, almost just like practice shots now.
Yeah, I can see the sense in it. I've done it myself. There's no need to get more points here. It's better to learn something for subsequent games.
And that is the final ball of Greg's final end, and it's a win for Greg Polykranidis, and he moves on to the knockout stages. Just adds one to his tally.
Yeah, you keep the clean sheet and you get a bit of practice done further up the court and to other positions that someone might employ against you. So all in all, he'll be really happy with his work here. Moves on.
He's only conceded 2 in the pool stages, so he's a formidable opponent, and he'll be looking to carry on his great form throughout the tournament and into the knockout stages. A beaming smile from Greg. He's happy on his birthday, and just looking at that scorecard, it's pure domination from Greg.
Clean sheet will be the perfect birthday present. And again, we see how many red balls were left at the end of the end, and that gives you the control to do what you want. And in the end, it never looked like it was going to be any other result than a Gregorius Polykranidis win.
Well, a resounding win for Polykranidis against Maxim Valsiev. An 8-0 thumping. And we'll be back on the show court for our next game at 3:15, which is again in the BC3 category. Number 26 in the rankings, Ling Yan Sang. He'll be taking on number 23 in the rankings, Kazuki Takahashi from Japan. That should be a really intriguing affair. But we'll leave you with the highlights from the game we just watched between Maxim Valsiev and Greg Polykranidis. And we'll see you again at 3:15 on show court.
what a shot. That's an unbelievable
Great
shot.
Britain ending on a massive high here. The one, look at the spin on that. Look at the spin on that one. The way that turned back into the jack.
That was just unbelievable.
The Great Britain team, been a solid professional performance for all the games we've seen. They have booked their place in Rio for the Paralympics in 2016.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympic Games in 1984. In the Paralympics, it's played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball. Boccia balls can be rolled, thrown, kicked or released down a ramp. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sport assistant on the court and deliver the ball using the ramp. The sport assistant is not allowed to look at the court or communicate with the athlete. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes in which the competitors must remain during play. The aim is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls in each end. Individual and pair matches consist of 4 ends, whilst team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack, then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer to the jack than the opposition's nearest ball. Boccia balls also get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result, the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point each ball that's closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. Boccia requires strategy and pinpoint accuracy, where just one good ball can make all the difference.
Boccia is a Paralympic sport and is a game of strategy and skill. But how is it played? 2 sides compete against each other as individuals, a pair, or as a team of 3. One side has 6 red balls, the other has 6 blue balls. One side plays the jack onto the court and then plays their first ball. The aim of the game is to get your balls closer to the white jack ball than your opponent. The side whose ball is not nearest to the jack throws until they get a ball closer or until they run out of balls. It is permitted to hit the jack, your own balls or your opponent's balls. Once all the balls have been played, one side receives a point for every ball they have nearer to the jack than their opponent's closest ball. Individual and pairs play 4 ends. Team matches have 6 ends. At Paralympic level, players are divided into 4 classifications, dependent on their impairment and functional ability. Boccia continues to grow internationally and provide opportunities for athletes with severe and complex impairments to compete at an elite level on the world stage.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympics at the New York and Stoke Mandeville Games in 1984. Nearly 30 years on, London 2012 plays host to this event here at Excel, right in the heart of London's Docklands. Boccia, the stats. Boccia comes from the same family of sports as boule or bowls. In the Paralympics, it is played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball, weighing approximately 275 grams and measuring 27 centimetres in circumference. They can be rolled, thrown, kicked, or released down a ramp. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes, in which the competitors must remain during play. Boccia Essentials. The aim of the sport is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to a white target ball called the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls on each end. Individual and pairs matches consist of 4 ends, while team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack first, followed by one of their own red balls. Then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer than their opposition's, or they run out of balls. Boccia balls often get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. Watch out for the jack or nearest scoring ball being moved. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point for every ball that is closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia, the competition. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. 104 athletes will compete for gold in individual, pairs, and team competitions. These have been divided into 7 events based on classification class. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sports assistant on the court and deliver the ball using a ramp. The sports assistant must never look onto the court or communicate in any way. Boccia requires strategy, intense focus and pinpoint accuracy when just one good ball can make all the difference. Prepare to be bowled over. Let the games begin.
My name's Nigel Murray and I've been playing boccia competitively for around 17-18 years now. I first became aware of it through my work. I work with people with disabilities and I went along to a disability sports taster day where I first saw boccia being played. So I thought it was a sport I could take back to people I supported, work with, and that's really my first introduction to boccia.
There's 4 categories within the international level. There's BC1, which is for cerebral palsy throwers, the most severe cerebral palsy throwers. BC2 are the more able cerebral palsy throwers. BC3 uses a ramp or assistive device to propel the ball because they're unable to throw it. And my class is BC4, which is for any other neurological condition.
The BC3 category is for people who can't naturally grip and throw a ball, so they use an assistive device or a ramp, and we have them bespoke made for us. They also use a head pointer to release the ball, and the degrees of accuracy that these guys can get are unbelievable, and partly that's about communication. So there's a ramp assistant or a performance assistant who sits on the court, who's very much part of the playing staff here rather than support staff.
A very warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Liverpool, to the Exhibition Centre. After a short break, we have some more BC3 action in the BISFed 2018 World Boccia Championships. As Ling Yan Tsang of Hong Kong takes on Kazuki Takahashi of Japan in Pool G of the BC3 class, which is a very, very competitive pool, and we'll tell you a little bit about that in a minute. I'd like to say Scott McCowan still with us on the commentary. Saw a pretty one-sided game in our last one with Greg Polykronidis excellent against Maxim Vasiliev, but in this one we're expecting it to be a little closer, and with so much riding on it, could have a little bit of an edge to it as well.
Yeah, I think it'll be closer. I think the results in these two players show they're quite closely matched. Still make Takahashi the favourite, but yeah, I think particularly because the pressure's on, he knows that if he gets a win here, he should be going through to the next round. But sometimes that can make you tense up, the pressure of expectation. So yeah, I think this could be a bit closer.
So to bring you up to speed with the situation in Pool G at present, it contains these two, Ling Yan Tsang and Kazuki Takahashi, Patrick Wilson of Great Britain, and also Hwon Jeong of Korea. Now, Hwon Jeong is all but through. He's been very good in his two games so far. He beat Takahashi 8-1 and beat Ling Yan Tsang 9-0. So his for and against points difference is currently 17-1. It will take a minor miracle for Hwon Jeong not to qualify. Kazuki Takahashi has one win and one defeat, so too does Patrick Wilson. And he needs to beat Hwon Jeong to have any chance of heading through to the next stage. And rely on a bit of a result for Ling Yan Tsang at the same time.
Yeah, you don't really want to be in that position. Patrick would rather have won yesterday. Meant that this game was a decider for who won the group. But unfortunately, that didn't work out. Takahashi got the win in the tie-break, and it now means that he does have to win that game against, as I said the other day, probably the best BC3 player there's ever been. Obviously hasn't played since Rio, and I can't actually recall the last time he lost a game. So it just shows the task that Patrick has ahead of him.
It is amazing, isn't it, that he's waltzed straight back into this World Championship, having had the best part of 2 years away from the game, at least at a competition level.
Yeah.
And he has been incredibly impressive. Hwang Jeong of Korea, the reigning Paralympic champion, who took a bit of a sabbatical really from the game. We've not seen him in major competitions since. Seeded 10th at this championships, and the 7th seed, Patrick Wilson, is in very, very imminent danger of exiting the competition at the pool stage. And the main reason for that is that tie-break defeat to Takahashi yesterday. It was 3-3 on ends. It was very, very close. And anyone can win a tie-break, and it went Takahashi's way.
Yeah, I think Takahashi's proved over the last few years that he's a capable player, and if you don't play to your best, then you can slip up against him. And I think that's what happened yesterday. As I say, he's a capable player. He's a player that can get really good angles in the box with the way he releases the ball and the way he orientates his chair. And he's also got a lot of power. The balls that he uses to move things out of the way hit with a tremendous fury. There's not many players that can hit it harder. And those two things give him a chance in any game.
See the interesting differences in the ramps. I always like seeing each athlete's preferred weapon of choice, as it were.
Yeah, you can see these two are quite similar. Kind of the wooden ramp with the metal base. They've got similar bases. But yeah, it just depends what you want to have on your ramp that suits you as an individual. But the basic principle is always the same.
And we saw this yesterday with one of our BC3 athletes, the tiniest possible chair that Takahashi's assistant is sitting in. And it's all to create space in the box. It's obviously limited and at a premium when it comes to the BC3 class.
That's right. You want to try and get as much room in the box as you can, but it can be a bit uncomfortable sometimes, the positions that the ramp assistants have to find themselves in. And you've seen there Takahashi with the sideways release, having his chair pointing sideways, which is something that you don't see too often.
You can see his main method of ball propulsion comes from the extension of his arm there. And it's a short set for the first jack of this one from Takahashi. Will the pressure of imminent qualification just
maybe
weigh too much on him?
As he's just bounced off there, and that's not the ideal start. Creating an opportunity right away for Ling Yan Sang.
And you mentioned to me, and just quickly in the build-up to this match before we came on air, that against Patrick Wilson, yes, Patrick won 5-1, but it was a far closer game than perhaps the scoreline suggested.
Yeah, I think that was the case. I mean, she's a player that's faced Patrick twice now, I think, this year. I think he played her in either Portugal or Montreal. I think it was Portugal, actually. And he won quite comfortably, if I remember right. But yeah, she's a good player. She can sometimes pull out a really great shot. She's had more success in the pairs of recent with her partner Yoon Kei-ho. But yeah, she's a decent player and can trouble Takahashi if he leaves it open like that. But she'll be disappointed with that first effort. But yeah, she's a player who quite recently in Montreal at the World Open finished 4th. So say she's got the game to trouble Takahashi.
Just needs to rediscover that form. was a heavy defeat to Ho Won-jeong, but I mean, that can happen.
Yeah, it's happened to me, so I have sympathy there.
I think it's happened to just about everyone in the BC class at one point or another. Yeah, only dropped a solitary point.
Yeah, there's very few people that have even a win, never mind I don't know how many people would have a win, it'd be very small. And
Oh, well, that's a good shot from
great
Lee
knock
Yang-sang.
on there. So it would probably be only his Korean teammates that have actually beaten him. But yeah, that's a great knock on by Ling Yan-sang there. And now Takahashi has work to do it.
Referee here is Eleni Liloglu. Just
And
taking a look to see the state of affairs.
Sang actually didn't get closer there, so she's going to have to play again. But she's in a good position.
Good to see one of our Japanese athletes on the show court as well, because obviously the next Paralympics is in Japan. It's in
That's
Tokyo
right.
in 2020, and a little bit of added incentive for these Japanese players to really step things up over the course of the next couple of years. There is quite nothing like a home games, I'm sure you can attest.
Yeah, well, as I say, having played at home games, I know just how great a feeling that was. So I know that Takahashi will be dying to make the team for that. And Japan is a nation where Boccia has really taken off, and they've improved in the BC3 category immeasurably. And we had a couple of players out there at the end of last year, Patrick and Jamie, playing some exhibition stuff and seeing where some of the stuff's going to be taking place for the Paralympics, and they're definitely passionate about it.
What was their verdict on Tokyo?
Yeah, I think they really enjoyed the trip. Really impressed by the facilities, and I think mainly just how passionate they are about Boccia, and they're really keen to showcase it, which is great.
I think it's brilliant that the last few cycles of games have taken us to probably three of the most passionate nations for parasport that there are. We started obviously with London in that, and also Brazil, and now Japan. It's just seems to have been it's a great time to be involved in parasport at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think every year that passes, parasport gets bigger and bigger. And yeah, I think London did really kick it off, but hopefully it'll go from strength to strength. And this event and events like this will be the springboard for that.
Well, the extra volume you can hear from around the court is actually coming from the British contingent cheering on Patrick Wilson against Ho Won-jeong. He's having a good end here. Still a long way to go in that one though, as Takahashi looks to break things up.
Yeah, he's having a bit of trouble moving that blue off of the jack. I thought he was probably going to go for the jack, try and move it round behind the red, but twice he's hit the blue now and not really been able to separate. But I would say that Hong Kong are probably a team that favours that tactic more than anyone, of laying a ball in short of the target and then knocking it on and leaving both balls there. They've used that to effect in the last few years quite well. And you can see the trouble it's having now with the two balls in the way.
And that close-up actually just lets us see quite well the ramp and the floor. We touched upon this a little bit yesterday, but the rules for the BC3 players aren't any different to the other classifications in regards to being outside of the box, and the ramp there just above the floor.
Yeah, it looks like it's on the floor. but it will be just slightly off, and the referee will check this in the call room, or sometimes on the court with a bit of paper and slide it under, and if they can get it under without it stopping, then it's okay.
I'll tell you what, by the way, that's a brilliant shot from Takahashi in the midst of all that.
Certainly is. Turned the end around.
So Takahashi really opening this end up, and it looked like he might have struggled at one stage, and now what can Ling do from here?
Yeah, I mean, I think she's going to try and push the two blues on in the middle, but the distance from them to the jack and the fact that it's two balls means that would need quite a lot of power to achieve it. But she obviously feels she can do that. And again, you see the angle here that both players can actually do quite well in this game. And you see her now setting up the pointer for release. It's important you don't push it off to the side so that it doesn't bounce side to side on the ramp on the way down, which will throw off the line. So she needs a good connection here.
Right at the top of that ramp. Oh, it's a really good effort.
And yeah, I mean, I think, to be fair, I think she probably got a little bit of fortune that the ball she hit with has stayed in there, because the blues actually went to the red. See it again. Yeah, just in the double ricochet there. It was left the hard ball in, and that's the one that's closer.
It's actually a scoring ball, I think, by the look of that.
So that's probably a little bit of fortune, I would say. But it looks like...
Well, you know what they say, Scott, fortune favours the brave.
That's right, yeah.
It was a gutsy shot. Didn't have too many other options, but... what can Takahashi respond with?
Yeah, be interesting to see. I think he's got a route into the jack. Partially, anyway. And you see he's looking down there to his lap, where he'll have his calibration sheet, as we call it, which basically just have all his numbers for where he has to play a ball to a certain distance. And he'll be trying to adjust from that to calculate the pace required for the shot. Oh, and that wasn't far away from coming onto the jack, but might have the shot, I'm not sure.
Oh, that's close, isn't it? Calipers are coming out for our referee, Eleni Liloglu. It's red to play next, which is Takahashi.
Replay of that shot. Wasn't far away from coming right onto the jack.
It's just the line that was slightly off there, wasn't it?
Yeah, and the end's right in the balance here, living up to the billing of a close encounter.
It certainly is. Over on net, court 2 as well. Hong Xiong and Patrick Wilson are having a real old ding-dong in their first end. This ball has been tight.
And again, he just caught the wrong side, needed to just slide past it.
Well, that's all of Takahashi's reds now used. And if Ling Yan-sang can squeeze a path through to the jack, I don't think she's got a straight angle for it. I think she might have to use a little bit of help from some of the other balls there. But it's possible this could be a multiple scoring round for her with a bit of work. Still got 2 balls to play with.
Yeah, she'll be quite content to take one if that's the case. But if there's an opportunity, she'll want to try and go for more. But again, it just depends on the route in. It's not always easy to tell, unless you're looking right down the chute. But she's going for something. But that ball that's in there is very hard. She didn't want to hit that and risk dislodging it. Oh, and again, neither of them have got a clear line through, and they've all just hit the edge of one ball or another. Just stopped them getting right in.
Yeah, you can see there that the road through is at an angle which Ling just cannot access straight off the ramp.
Deciding to throw away. I think both of them could have done with putting a bit more pace in their shots to just try and hold the line and bounce it through a bit more. That might have helped there, but nonetheless, it's a close first end. And 1 to blue is the second, I think. Is that right? Hard to tell. Can we see coming out to look? It looks like, yeah, 1 to blue.
Yeah, it has to be, doesn't it?
But Takahashi, I think, wants a measure, as he's within his rights to have.
It is close. You can see that. Not a lot in it at all. We'll see it from this angle the best.
Oh yeah, clear now.
Only about a centimetre or two in it, but that's all it takes.
Yeah, 1 to blue. And that is good news from a Ling Yan Sang perspective, but also from a Patrick Wilson perspective.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, just judging from the scoreboard of court number 2, it's a very, very tight opening end, but it has gone the way of the Paralympic champion, 1-0 to Ho Won-jeong. Plenty still to play for.
Yeah, it's getting tense now.
This is only day 2 of the competition.
Yeah.
Let's wait until we get involved with the knockout games tomorrow. The drama and tension which make Boccia so watchable, only going to ramp up, pun not intended, for tomorrow's fixtures especially.
Players here just setting up for the next end, having a drink, getting the equipment right. Players only get a minute between ends, which is not a lot of time if you try and time it yourself at home and think how long that is to do all these things. It feels a lot quicker than you might think to get all that stuff done.
And also in that time you're also thinking tactics and plans for the next end
Yeah,
as well.
exactly.
And it's interesting actually on the court where Patrick Wilson and Ho Won-jeong are facing off, there's a big following as well of spectators. I think from plenty of nations as well, as Ling Yan sets the jack short. But it's almost as if that people can't quite believe that Ho Won-jeong is back. He's still got that star appeal, I think, to quite a few people here.
Yeah, there'll be a bit of that. See, it's definitely a draw today and this week to have him back. A bit like the crowds that follow Tiger Woods in golf when he has returned to the scene recently. He's the name that everyone looks for, and there was a lot of talk after Rio whether he was going to be retiring for good, when he would be back, and if he'd be able to be at his best. And so far, there ain't a lot wrong. As we begin this second end with a really good positioned first ball.
Yeah, it could be a little bit tighter, but that's the only criticism you'd really have. The angle is nice on that.
Yeah, the thing about a soft ball with a soft jack is the little gap actually acts as a shock absorber. So sometimes it's actually harder to get off because the initial shot will push it into the jack and then you've got to hit it again. So interesting to see what happens here. The importance then in that case is the angle. Can you cut it, slide it past the jack? And as I said earlier, Takahashi creates wonderful angles, so I'm sure he will be able to. See, he's going to play this one almost backwards. It's very few players can do. And splits it open very well. And I think, judging by how far back he can get in the box, he'll probably be able to get a line at this now.
Yeah, it's a good hit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Especially as you mentioned with the extra difficulty of having the two soft balls as well. Gives a little bit more context to how good that shot was. But it's interesting what you say, Scott, about the angles that Takahashi can create, and that is certainly unique. He's almost played it as almost a backhand overhead volley as you would in tennis.
Yeah, and that's just the nature of the different disabilities that have strengths and weaknesses, and some people can do it differently to others. He's got quite a bit more arm function than some players, which allows him to do that, but obviously not enough arm function to throw a ball, hence why he's using the ramp.
So Lingyan Sang has to respond. We're seeing a Japanese player here, Kazuki Takahashi, and we'll see one in our final game of the day here as well in the BC1 classification as Takumi Nakamura takes on Thomas Kral of Slovakia. Which will pretty much conclude our pool stages. It's been a entertaining first couple of days, that's for sure.
Yeah, certainly has. Oh, that's another perfect layup onto the jack. And it's a very good start to this end by Sang. A good start in general. See there, the soft ball just sticking on impact, because it was actually harder than it needed to be. And if that had been a hard ball, it would just have rolled away probably.
Also around the courts at the moment we're seeing, we're starting to see the conclusion of the BC1 classification. David Smith, who we saw earlier, our first game of the day here on the second day of these World Championships. He won 15-zip against Subin Tipmanee of Thailand. He's in action again, 1-0 up against Omar Haywards as Takahashi goes for a bit of a strike there on the head, but
yeah, good contact, he's moved it a bit. And it jumped up a little bit. Just see the red just held it in place more than it would have done if it had not have been there. And it'll be interesting to see if he can get a line in now.
well, if anyone can, it's likely to be Takahashi. Again, it looks like he's going to that backhand style, which lets the ramp go much further back and create a much acuter angle. He's completely facing backwards.
Wow. You really see here the top of the range of releases that you'll see. And he's actually moved his red instead of the blue.
I think you just saw a first glimpse of a little bit of frustration from Takahashi there as well. It's not come out how he wanted it at all. Got some real work to do here. But we thought this in the first end, and all of a sudden he produced something very, very good before Lingyan Sang responded in kind.
That's true. See what he can do now. So he just tries to roll to the jack and he's just got a bounce. You can see it's still him to play. He's just asking the ramp assistant of Ling Yansang to move out of his way. I think maybe the power shot to move that blue would have been a better idea, because it was always going to be difficult to get closer than the blue, but I suppose maybe he feels with 5 played that he needs to try and get as many in there to keep it tight, because if Sang's able to open it up, then she could get a few points here. So he does have to be careful. We're only halfway through, not even.
Well, he's now got less than a minute.
Needs to try and secure it up now. Oh, and that's not ideal at all. Leaves an opening in the middle.
Good chance this for Ling Yansang.
Definitely.
And it's worth pointing out that should Hwon Jeong beat Patrick Wilson and Ling Yansang beat Kazuki Takahashi, we're going to have to get the abacus out, because all 3, Takahashi, Wilson and Sang, would be on 1 win and 2 defeats.
Yeah, it then becomes complicated.
It really does. And that's maths that I am absolutely not prepared to do.
Thankfully, we won't have to do it, and the competition organisers will hopefully come to the right conclusions.
Well, in the other game between Jeong and Wilson, as we just await this play from Sang,
sounds
Hwon Jeong has just played an absolutely incredible shot. It's I think from what I can tell, they're just to the left of us in our commentary position. Keep half an eye on it for you. But both players have played some really brilliant boccia in the last 15-20 minutes or so. It's been 2 engrossing games at the end of this pool.
Takahashi just having a bit of a stretch there. Players are allowed to move around, stretch a little bit, as long as it's not deemed to be trying to put the player off, because at that point they're supposed to be silent and not preparing the shots in the opponent's time. And she's moved that red out of there nicely, and there's a good potential now for a few points.
Yeah, it's all there for her. Just a couple of... Well, she's got 3 balls left to play here still. And there is a fair bit of room here. And I don't think, she won't need the long extension too much more now.
She's not going Takahashi's way at all right now. He's up against it.
You can see there, there's definitely room for at least 2, probably 3 if it's nice and tight. Could be a big round this, a big end for Ling Yansang, which would really...
Oh, that's a lovely shot.
Put the cat among the pigeons.
Old in tune at least now.
In Pool G.
It's important to know the score at this point, so I don't know whether Ling is aware whether it's 2 or 3, but at some point that'll need to be decided in terms of the strategy, because that other ball can be pushed forward.
Well, it looks to me as if it's 2, just from our pictures. It's not always the most reliable. That's a nice little shot.
Yeah, that's definitely 3.
Yeah, I think the ball to the left as we look at it here, it's just a little bit further away than Kazuki's closest red. And you've still got 1 more to play.
Yeah, so she could potentially push the shortest blue forward and leave the one that she hits it within the scoring zone as well. Or she could just go for the collection of 3 blues that are already there.
Well, it's 3 minimum really here for Ling Yansang. Could well be 4, might even be 5. Could be a big, big end. That's a shot she played. It's going to be 4.
Yeah, pushed it in. Best use of that hard ball there and secured it nicely.
Looks to be 4 to me. It's a little bit close. The calipers will come out. In fact, no, they won't. Referee Iloglu is happy to call that.
As are the players, it seems. And at the halfway stage, 5-0 down is Kazuki Takahashi, and I did not see the game going like this. Expected a close game.
It looks like Hwon Jung is doing the business in end number 2 against Patrick Wilson. Get the abacus out.
Bit of a delay here. Referee in conversation with the line judge, it seems.
You can just see them. Yeah, there seems to be an
issue with the stopwatch, maybe, that decides the time between ends. I don't know.
I don't think it's quite topped the drama of Do-Hyun Kim and Antonio Marquez just yet. Game we saw earlier on today, Korea versus Portugal. The longest and most dramatic game of the championship so far.
It appears like this end is not finished. I don't know what there was discussion over the. I don't know, there was. Yeah, there's a red ball in the referee's hand, which suggests that there's been a violation at some point that what both of us seem to have missed here. Definitely aiming to that penalty ball, penalty box.
That's caught both of us out, I think.
Yeah, I don't know if that's something that's happened since the culmination of the end, or something that happened earlier that we didn't see, but it's definitely a penalty ball being played by Takahashi, and this will lessen the impact of the fort if he gets it. Oh, and that's very close. I'm not sure. It's got in there.
Looks on the line to me.
Nope, just the fort as called originally.
Wow, that's I might be being a little bit harsh here, but it's a big chance for Takahashi. That.
Yeah, I don't know what it was for or what it was about, but yeah, that just if that had turned it back to 3, that makes a big difference. They're still discussing it, the line judge and referee. I think it's something the line judge has called.
It wouldn't be the last game of the pools without a little bit of drama.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll find out at some point what had happened, but in the end it was not crucial because he didn't get the point. and we move on.
It's 5-0 to Ling Yan Sang and Takahashi here. Needs a performance in this end.
Very, very shiny jack ball. Can he respond in just the right way? I think he can. Absolutely perfect.
Needed that.
Yeah, definitely. Had to get that shot there to put the pressure on and try and turn this game around. Because obviously Sang's now thinking, all of a sudden I could win this game. I can still go through. And that brings its own pressure. So it's definitely not over.
Sang herself is creating some angles here. You can see just keeping that ramp inside the lines. This is the angle that Takahashi's making her play with his own angle that
exactly, yeah.
Only really a few players can play, getting it that far to the side.
Yeah, there's more and more every competition, but it just shows you if you're not able to get as much out of your box as others, you are going to be at a disadvantage. So it has changed the game, I think, for the better, because it creates things that previously you wouldn't have seen because balls would decided ends.
Got some separation.
Yeah, that's about as good as you can do. It's always going to take two to get a ball like that away.
It'll still be Ling Yan Sang to play next. The ramp remains just about its maximum height. A little bit wobbly on its way down there. It might just have affected the line,
yeah,
possibly.
Not worked out. You'd expected the jack to have been in full view after that. And we could see a turning in momentum here. Just when you think you know how it's going to pan out, things have changed again. And before that result in Montreal for Ling Yan Sang of 4th, the previous year saw not too much in terms of competing for medals. 14th at the Bangkok World Open, 9th in the Asia and Oceania Regional, and 9th in Dubai Regional Open. So it is a bit of a surprise to see this year an improvement, but hopefully, sorry, not hopefully, but clearly she's been working hard getting into this season.
Looks like a soft ball being chosen here. I think it came out of the special spherical packet.
Yeah.
Which keeps it nice and round.
Yeah, because the ball, if you squeeze it or hold it, will lose its spherical shape. And it makes contact with other balls and the ground. And that is not an ideal shot. And she's under pressure now.
Yeah, indeed. Gonna pull something out here. It's a better shot.
Yeah, a bit better. It's in a position she can promote now. But needs to get in there soon because she's running out of balls. As Takahashi stretches back and looks the picture of calmness, and he'll suddenly be thinking, you know what, I've got a chance here to get some points on the board here and put my opponent under pressure. Mouth pointer in place. Now going for the promotion of the blue, I think. Yep, and that's a very good effort. Touching ball, I think.
And it's taken her a fair amount of blue balls to get to this stage.
Yeah, very nice.
But that's a good effort from Ling Yansang here.
Saving herself with that ball, you feel. But there's a long way to go and 5 more red balls to be bowled. Appears things are progressing steadily for Ho Won Young and the other game in this pool. So who goes through is in the balance at the moment.
Yeah, it really is. If results stay as they are, the final positioning criteria for the pool stages, which can now confirm for you. So equivalent of getting the abacus out. It's first number of wins and then it's head-to-head records, and that works as a plural as well. So if it stays as it is, it'll be a 3-way head-to-head battle. Then I'll go to points difference, points 4, ends 1, positive points difference in a single match, then positive points difference in a single end.
Clear as mud.
So, needless to say, this match is crucial because for Patrick Wilson, his result against Ho Won Jong isn't really all that relevant in the qualification because it'll come down to head-to-head against the other 2 players he's already played.
Yeah, that is a rare miss of a power shot from Takahashi, and he looked very frustrated with that one. Just caught the jack a little, pushed it back, but really needed to open that up there. And he's not being able to take advantage of the chances that Sangs gave him after opening it up very nicely with the first effort. Wants to get Sang played out and give himself as many balls left at the end to turn things around. Goes for power again. And takes the jack out of court. And that's the first time we've seen that on the show court, I think, so far in these championships.
Yeah, it threatened it earlier on, but this does mean that it will go to the cross in the middle of the court, which for Takahashi now, who still has 3 balls to play.
And we spoke about the penalty box. Oh, referee, line judge nearly standing on the jack. It's not what you want when it's your jack ball sitting in there, is to have someone step on it. Particularly if you've still got to play it in the game. As they now try and decide who's closer. This is the tape measure, the other device we mentioned earlier, coming into play for distances so large. The line judge goes in to help, holding things in place. But that's an interesting tactic, because if Takahashi isn't to play here, then he's given his opponent a chance to nail the jack. So I'm assuming he thought that it would be him to play. We'll see.
Looks from this angle as if Blue's closer.
I think it. I think they've decided. And yeah, we were talking about the penalty ball earlier not becoming important, but actually now Takahashi's had an attempt to that cross earlier, so he now knows the run and he knows the pace, which is important in this environment. But unfortunately for him, it is his opponent Ling Yan Sang who's going to get first attempt at this jack.
And this could be really costly for Takahashi.
Well, yeah, could be.
Because we saw in the tiebreaker earlier, which is essentially what this now is.
Yeah.
Albeit with less balls, obviously, for Sang. But if she can roll this one up, makes it incredibly difficult for Takahashi, with only 2 balls left to play, to make something happen.
But at the same time, puts the pressure on Sang, because she has to get this ball in the vicinity of the jack, because Takahashi's coming in behind with balls left. But yeah, I think there was no need to take the jack out there.
How good is it? Oh, got to get the line.
The one thing that I think might have influenced it is the fact that looked like quite a hard ball, and it may be that Takahashi knew that Ling Yan Sang only had a hard ball left, and therefore that would be a very difficult shot. And even if she did get it on the jack, it would be easily moved. So that might actually have proved to have been a good call. Just shows you the difference.
Everything always looks better in hindsight.
Yeah. Shows you the difference the balls can make to that situation.
And it also makes getting the line that little bit more difficult to judge as well, especially when it's just being dropped onto the court with not much propulsion behind it.
Yeah, the hard balls
can waver.
At slow speed, just they follow every deviation in the surface.
Because really, with the straightness of the ramp, if you get the line right on the penalty box, shouldn't really be missing when it's that straight.
No, and it's just the hard ball that makes that difference, and that's really, it's done the job, but it's not the greatest effort. But crucially, with Sang out of balls, all it had to do was get closer than the blue, and if he gets this one in, it'll be 5-2 and game on. But I wonder how hard a ball he has left. I still reckon he'll get the second one just by how big a scoring zone he has.
Hong Jong has won the third end. He's 7-0 up against Patrick Wilson. That's a better one than Takahashi.
Yeah, takes the 2. And Ho Won Young carrying on where he left off in the last 2 games.
He is really looking impressive, isn't he?
And where he left off in the last cycle, if we're being truthful.
Well, Takahashi's got 2 back. It'll be 5-2 going into the final end.
And a slight glimmer of hope for Takahashi. There'll be 3 for a tie break. Of course, it's on his opponent's jack, but stranger things have happened.
I have a feeling this may well end up going to points difference.
You think so?
With head-to-head, it would, if things stay as it is. Takahashi has beaten Wilson, but lost to Ling Yan Sang. Wilson beat Ling Yan Sang, but lost to Takahashi. Ling Yan Sang lost to Wilson, but at the minute is beating Takahashi. So the head-to-head table, as it were, is totally even because they've all beaten and lost to each other. And if that's the case, I think it goes to points difference. We will try and get some confirmation on that for you, ladies and gents.
Which would put the odds in Takahashi's favour with a tie-break victory, which is close.
And it could well depend on how many Patrick Wilson loses by against Hwon Jeong.
And so far it's heading towards a similar score of the other players in this group against Hwon Jeong.
But at the minute, Takahashi is he's in second place going into this final round of fixtures, but that's with a points difference of -7. Patrick Wilson actually has a point difference of 4. Positive.
Yeah,
so that's going to change, obviously, with this impending defeat, it looks like, barring violations against Hwon Jeong now in the final ends. Lin Yan Sang did have a points difference of -13. That's now -10 as it stands, so she needs to win this final end by a decent amount of points, 3 and more, and it will give her a chance, because Takahashi on -7 currently is on -10. And what's Lin Yang Sang on as it stands? -10.
It's all interesting stuff.
As it stands, Patrick Wilson is on -3 with an end to play.
So at this point, Patrick would be going through, you would think, which is good news for him, good news for me as a Great Britain member.
I think that's right. Don't want to nail my colours to the mast too much.
Yeah, I think we'll just wait and see. We're going to see a backwards release here again from Takahashi, as Sang gets the perfect start on this end, and that's a beautiful shot. And I think he'll get a shot at the jack now in 1 ball, which is a great advantage to have.
It's all you want from that position, really, isn't it? The ability to lay up to the jack after just 1 shot to break them apart.
It must be a horrible feeling releasing it and not being able to see the outcome till you turn round.
Yeah, of course, because lest we forget, the assistant not allowed to communicate to the player.
And that's the thing about the ramp assistant, they go all around the world with their team, their player, and they never see them play a game of boccia, which is a strange situation.
Amazing phenomenon, really.
Yeah, my dad, who's my ramp assistant, has only seen me play a small number of times in my career.
You can only assume you're quite good.
Yeah. Read my face on facial gestures. And that's why it's important to have opportunities like this to stream matches, so that players like the ramp assistant, can review afterwards and see how the game's panned out.
Because whilst they're not allowed, obviously, to coach whilst on the court, they very much will give their opinions afterwards if they're able to.
Yep. And we as ramp players often joke that I think a lot of the time the ramp assistant would rather we were sitting on the stool and they were sitting in the chair operating the ramp, because they're not shy in giving their opinions off the court.
I know you've likened it a few times to a caddy in golf. Does it feel when medals are announced that it is very much a team effort?
Yeah, and I think that's why we're so happy that they do hand out medals to the ramp assistant as well, because you couldn't do it without them. And often as well, the ramp assistants will not just be the ramp assistants; they'll be the care person for the athlete as well. So they wouldn't be able to go to these events without them. So it is really crucial. And quite often there's a family tie with a lot of the ramp assistants. And that's not worked out, I don't think. Oh no, got it closer. but not ideal. Takahashi's got a good chance here. He started very well. Definitely a game of two halves, this.
Of course, all this mathematics might well be elementary.
Yeah.
If Takahashi can turn this around. It's not out of the question in the final end here.
No. Only 3 for a tie break needed. We've had quite a lot of cross action already. This could be a very dramatic end to this group. Oh, he's got it perfectly. Ratcheting up the pressure on Lingyan Sang. And there's no doubt she'll be sitting there going, that's 2 to red. Another one means tie break. I could be in trouble here. And you try and push those thoughts to one side.
What can she look to do here? What would be your play if you were in her shoes at this stage?
Well, it's quite difficult because the short red's blocking the route to the closest red. But to me, I think there's a possibility to maybe push the blue or move the jack even. Do we see what she's going to... Yeah,
that's what she's
move
done.
The jack to the blue, and that's worked out. That was a good shot, good response.
The angle is potentially there though for Takahashi
To just push the red back in again, yeah, or even get in the got in the
stick
jack
another one in
himself.
there, yeah.
But the blue's always going to be there. Maybe he could move the blue a bit as well by connecting with the jack.
Really lining this one up. He knows now every single ball, only 6 left in total.
Yeah, he has to try and reduce the number of balls that Lingyan Sang has left, because if it goes ball for ball, he can't possibly win.
Which in itself is a different kind of tactic to how you'd usually play. Has to go on the attack.
Playing quite a gentle shot here. Not gentle enough because it's rolled back. It's still blue that's closer, and that blue has to get out of there to give him any chance.
Just looking at the texture of the balls there, I wonder if he played one of his harder balls there onto the jack, because it really did get a real bounce.
Yeah, and he wasn't playing it that high up the ramp, so might be the case there. Sometimes a balancing act, because you have to predict the shots you might have to play later in the end and what ball is required for that, and sometimes you get it right, sometimes you get it wrong. Oh, that's nowhere near enough pace required, and that's a mistake.
He almost wanted those 2 balls the other way around, and I think he'd be absolutely perfect.
Yeah. And I think it's looking unlikely, but the thing is, with all those reds piled there, somehow if that blue was to disappear, then there's 3 there, but I highly doubt that's going to happen now.
Well, maximum power is about to go.
But if he does manage that, it will hands down be shot of the tournament so far on the show court to turn this around.
Takahashi goes for it.
Ooh. And that's not. He's got the 1. 5-3 as it stands, but Sang could really do with more points here.
I think this is close.
Well, maybe not 1 red, maybe 1. Can't quite see it. But either way, Sang needs to go for more, I think. Whether she knows that is a different story.
It's difficult to see what our
Just going for it now.
Referee Loglu just called that. But Sang is going for it. And with the other match happening on the court just next to this one,
Yeah,
I just wonder if Sang has managed to have a little peek over.
Unless Patrick loses quite a lot in the last end, I think you're right. I think it will be him that goes through, but must stress that we're not sure.
Ooh. Oh, now that could be disastrous.
That nearly went up and over, and it's made it definitely one red. She's got balls left, but not making it count at the moment. Owen making the very strange decision to throw those balls away when down one. It's going to win her the game, but not a lot of foresight going into how that does for the group. One to red.
So Takahashi gets the end by 1, which makes it 5-3 to Lin Yan Sang. And I think I'm right in saying that Patrick Wilson has just won the final end.
Oh, well, that totally changes things, and I would say secures his place, I think. And that will prove to be a very costly defeat for Takahashi.
3 reds for Patrick Wilson. We can just confirm from just down below us. So it will finish as 7-3 in that match between him and the Paralympic champion Huan Zhong. And we will wait for official confirmation. But according to our workings out of the official regulations, we think that may mean that Patrick Wilson sneaks through. We can tell you what's happened in the match, that much we do know. 3-5 is the final score. Lin Yan Sang gets her first win of the tournament, which is a nice way for her to finish off the individual competition. She was very, very good in the first couple of ends in particular. Takahashi came into it in the second half and made things far more difficult.
Yeah, we've said before many times that you can't give away a big score in this game anymore, and that 4 in the second end that was lost proved decisive, especially when he had the opportunity to turn it to 3 with a violation. And after that, despite coming back to win the next 2 ends, it was just too much to do. In what was a close game other than that.
It really was. Well, terrifically close game, a very, very close group. I know our officials are working hard behind the scenes at the moment. We will get those confirmed results to you as soon as we know them, and we'll get those to you probably, well, hopefully before the start of our final game of the day, which is in the BC1 classification. As Takumi Nakamura takes on Tomáš Kral of Slovakia, our second successive Japanese player. He'll be hoping to have better luck in his game than Kazuki Takahashi had there against Lin Yan Sang. Scott, just before we bid you goodbye for the day, let's talk a little bit about day 2. And what's been your pick of the day so far? What's been your favourite moment?
Well, it's been an interesting day. There's been quite a few closer games than we had yesterday, but I think I'm going to have to go with the first match that I watched this morning. That was David Smith's performance, winning in comfortable style in his pool, and it looks like he's going to be the one to beat again. We saw probably more quality shots in that game than any other, particularly in the longer distance, which we haven't seen so much. So I'm going to have to go with that one. But it's been another exciting day, and looking forward to the next one.
It's only going to get more exciting.
Definitely.
We hope so. Scott, thank you ever so much for joining us today. We will see you again tomorrow. We still have one more game though, ladies and gents. Peter Mungai will be back with me for Takumi Nakamura versus Thomas Kral, and that's coming up in around about 5 minutes time, we think, once all the courts are cleared here at the Exhibition Centre. Do stay with us. We'll be back soon.
What a shot. That's an unbelievable
Great Britain
shot.
ending on a massive high here. The one, look at the spin on that. Look at the spin on that one. The way that turned back into the jack.
That was just unbelievable.
The Great Britain team, been a solid professional performance for all the games we've seen. They have booked their place in Rio for the Paralympics in 2016.
Boccia was introduced to the Paralympic Games in 1984. In the Paralympics, it's played by wheelchair athletes on a court measuring 12.5 metres by 6 metres. The balls are made of leather and are slightly larger than a tennis ball. Boccia balls can be rolled, thrown, kicked or released down a ramp. Athletes who are unable to propel the ball independently have a sport assistant on the court and deliver the ball using the ramp. The sport assistant is not allowed to look at the court or communicate with the athlete. The throwing area is divided into 6 rectangular boxes in which the competitors must remain during play. The aim is to propel blue or red balls as near as possible to the jack. Each player, pair or team gets 6 balls in each end. Individual and pair matches consist of 4 ends, whilst team events are held over 6 ends. The red team starts the opening end by playing the jack, then the blue team plays their ball. After both teams have played one ball, the side whose ball is furthest from the jack will continue to play until their ball lands closer to the jack than the opposition's nearest ball. Boccia balls also get pushed on or knocked out of court, and as a result, the score can change dramatically from one shot to the next. At the close of each end, the side whose ball is closest to the jack scores 1 point and receives an additional point each ball that's closer to the jack than any opposition ball. Boccia is one of the few sports where men and women compete with and against each other. Boccia requires strategy and pinpoint accuracy, where just one good ball can make all the difference.
Boccia is a Paralympic sport and is a game of strategy and skill. But how is it played? 2 sides compete against each other as individuals, a pair, or as a team of 3. One side has 6 red balls. The other has 6 blue balls. One side plays the jack onto the court and then plays their first ball. The aim of the game is to get your balls closer to the white jack ball than your opponent. The side whose ball is not nearest to the jack throws until they get a ball closer or until they run out of balls. it is permitted to hit the jack, your own balls or your opponent's balls. Once all the balls have been played, one side receives a point for every ball they have nearer to the jack than their opponent's closest ball. Individual and pairs play 4 ends. Team matches have 6 ends. At Paralympic level, players are divided into 4 classifications, dependent on their impairment and functional ability. Boccia continues to grow internationally and provide opportunities for athletes with severe and complex impairments to compete at an elite level on the world stage.
And a very warm welcome back to our final game of the day here in Liverpool at the BISFed 2018 World Boccia Championships. And stating his arrival in no uncertain terms there, Peter Maguire. Good afternoon to you, Peter.
Nice to be back.
Yeah, good to have you with us. And we've got a really interesting game coming up here in BC1 classification as Japan's Takumi Nakamura takes on Tomáš Kral of Slovakia. And BC1 classification has provided us with some really, really interesting results, some great performances throughout this tournament so far, and we will now see the conclusion of the pool stage in Pool G between Tomáš Kral and Takumi Nakamura. Andre Ramos and Bridget Mason are the 2 others in this pool. Tomáš Kral has played 2 and won 2, beating Andre Ramos 6-0 and Bridget Mason 14-0.
Yeah,
that is a formidable record.
Yeah, it's really strong. See how he copes here. And also, if Ramos beats Mason and Kral wins, he goes first to head, then points scored. So if you're
let's not get into this again, Peter. If you're just joining us, we saw a really dramatic end to Pool G in the BC3s, We are still awaiting the tournament director's confirmation of the table standings as to whether it will be Wilson or Takahashi or Sang who qualify through. We will get that to you as soon as we do know. But yeah, an interesting dynamic to this one. The one thing we can say with a little bit of certainty here is Thomas Kral has qualified. His record is superb, and Andre Ramos needs to beat Bridget Mason, and he will be through to the next stage. Takumi Nakamura, it's all he can do is to give Thomas Kral a really good game, sneak a win, and hope that Bridget Mason can do something spectacular.
I've been in a situation like the other guys in the previous group, and what happened when everybody was the same points, we had to play a death match really. It was just one jack ball, one ball each, and that was it. That was very sweaty hands there doing that.
My heart can only take so much of today, Peter. I'll be honest with you. Well, as I say, we'll wait and see, because it's a pretty unique situation. You don't find it in many sports.
No.
That employer head-to-head ruling, a three-way head-to-head where they've all beaten each other. It's a unique. Well, it's an unlikely. It's a rare event. And one thing we can say is Hwan Jung, the returning Paralympic champion, has qualified. Superb to see him back and playing so well as well.
Those performances are what he sees time and time again. That's what brings us back. It's good to see another Scotsman on the court. Referee Dan Thompson there. Very well respected by all athletes.
And we have got a little bit of a confirmation for you, Peter.
Yeah.
Our suspicions of points difference are confirmed, and Patrick Wilson has qualified for the next round of the World Championships.
That's great.
Incredible final round of matches. Lin Yan Sang ends up in third in the group, and Kazuki Takahashi, who started the final round of matches in second place and through to the next round, has ended up bottom of the pile.
Oh, that'd be a hard pill to swallow, that.
Wow, incredible scenes really in Group G in the BC3s. Will we see something similar in Group G of the BC1s?
Let's hope so. Grim stuff.
Well, Thomas Kral has looked unstoppable so far. He really has been excellent.
The line's just off there. A good weight there.
He's the 7th seed coming into this one. Nakamura the 10th. Elsewhere in the group, Bridget Mason 26th, then Andre Ramos of Portugal 23. So at least in the seedings, this match was intended to be first versus second for who tops the group.
Yep.
At least on predictive paper, but doesn't look like it's going to be the way for Takumi Nakamura, who is somewhat needing snookers.
I don't think he's really picked up the pace of these courts quite in time for this championship. There's a lot of give in that chair when he's throwing the ball as well. That might affect it if it's a brand new chair he's trying it.
That's a little bit more like it though. From Nakamura. We were chatting actually in the last match, Peter, myself and Scott, about Japan and the fact that Tokyo is hosting the next Paralympics in a couple of years. Is that something that you experienced in the build-up to the London Paralympics, that extra weight of anticipation and pressure as a potential home athlete at a home games?
It was a welcome pressure. Although you're the home nation, you're automatically qualified, but you still do have that aspect of you need to go out there and perform well and strong every game. And it might be putting some of those athletes off. You just need to learn to cope with it. I think he's handling okay. It's a good performance of moving that ball out of the way there by Kral.
Will be a special moment for the Japanese team when they make their way out in Tokyo 2020, but it's all about the here and now here in the Boccia Worlds, and that's very much Liverpool 2018. And Kral there has followed up an excellent positional shot from Nakamura with two very good shots of his own.
The angle here might be a couple of balls. He'll have to hit that to move it with.
Kral's performances will have attracted some attention among those players in the BC1 class. And it's a class that's in a way quite open. David Smith is the overwhelming favourite, but below Smith it seems to be a little bit open season in terms of who's beating each other.
Yeah, dog eat dog.
Oh, wowee.
It's just a couple of inches.
Now that's gone very kindly for Nakamura, because that blue is now incredibly difficult to move.
That blue one's behind, so as long as he pushes it onto it, the jack ball onto it, that should let me try it again. Should secure the point. It's the accent. No alcohol involved.
Yeah, managing to sneak that blue behind the jack, it makes it very, very difficult for Tomasz to look to move it, and
just has to push that on.
Yeah, it's his next. Is it going to be his next shot or the one after, looking to move the jack back towards that cluster of blues?
You want to do it with this one. Just have to get that line, move back in the box. Yeah, he's doing that. Always watch those lines. Every athlete's weary. Here we go. Oh, he just clipped that red. Then the blue.
Oh, he's got to nail this last shot now.
Yeah. That's the narrow that's going circle.
He's lining it up. He hasn't got a huge amount of time to play with, I don't think, here. In fact, there we hear it, 30 seconds.
It's a lifetime for an athlete.
Looks good.
Yeah, that was great. Great contact.
But I think that red still looks closer.
Yeah. Really, if that happened in the last shot without moving the blue, it was stuck in that blue.
I think the disappointment there for Nakamura was that I think he played his harder ball as his 5th one, and that was the one that missed, and that was the one that really needed to hit.
Was, yeah.
Ultimately, it looks like that may well cost him the end here. And when Thomas Kral still has 3 in hand.
Just has to be wary of pushing it up. You can't come in too hard though. Panicking. I don't want to push that back. If you went off the blue there to the side, there's a chance to come in and rest against that back blue. That'd be a good option. You can't push up the front red now, so that would be the channel I would use.
Two still to play then for Kral. Is he going to try and utilise that channel that Peter mentioned?
Wrong side of the ball.
Well, that was his selection, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Now,
still capable. Just.
Well, the last 2 balls he's played have both been slightly darker. I'm trying to work out if that means they're the harder balls or the softer ones. Well, just be the one.
Yeah, you want to make contact with the other blue first.
It's going to be a slim lead then for Thomas Kral in this first end. Takumi Nakamura is satisfied with the referee's decision.
See how he responds here now, his own check. I've not seen Nakamura's other games, but I wonder if he'll just throw short like the others we've seen so far.
Both players just taking the opportunity to have a little bit of refreshment.
A little pep talk also. BC4s don't have a chance to do that.
You don't sound too bitter about that.
It's good. Can't blame anyone but yourself.
Not that you would anyway, right?
No.
It's Nakamura to set the jack. And this is maybe a chance for him to make his presence felt in this one. A couple of errors in end number 1. And that is short.
Just over the V line again.
You mentioned it in the first end, Peter, but there just seems to be a little bit of a give in his chair there.
Yeah, there is that. The motor's inside. They're not fitted correctly. Not like that's what I've seen before.
It looks like the brakes have now been applied by his assistant.
Really needed.
Which hopefully might just keep Nakamura that little bit more stable. That certainly was a very stable shot.
Right angle, well, right side, guarding it against his opponent.
There is a fair amount of Japanese attention at these championships. They've got a Japanese TV company here as well, covering all the action. There's one country who really gets parasport. Japan will be right up there in the conversation.
Well, something that's coming to our doorstep real soon.
Speaking with Scott about this in the last match actually, but it's perhaps worth repeating that the last 3 Paralympics, if you include the next one, London, Brazil and Japan, you could scarcely have 3 better hosts of a Paralympics in terms of what these nations bring parasport and para-athletes in particular.
Different qualities as well. Yeah, definitely. And also from different continents. It's amazing. The differences there. Good shot there. I think he's narrowed the angle now, making it a bit harder to see it. Looks from this side, his perspective, totally different. Can come in off that ball now. That was perfect setup. You just couldn't see the jack ball.
Nearly.
Yeah, came off the wrong ball there. Really difficult now. Should try and defend, block these last couple of balls. Can't really go for it again. Well, shouldn't go for it again, should I say.
It looks like the one that he's got left as his last ball, and indeed maybe the one he's got in his hand here, could well be his rock balls.
Yeah. They aren't effective blockers, but no, that's great. Ping pong.
Interestingly, it looks like he plays 3-3 in terms of his balls here. Which is quite an aggressive strategy, I think.
It is.
Generally, it seems the received wisdom seems to be 4 and 2 with.
4-2, yeah. Depends again the athlete how confident and comfortable they are knocking the balls apart. So having that extra one himself will give more confidence in those games. I'll still get one back up if I miss. It's just personal preference, and as long as he's comfortable rolling up onto the jack with such a solid ball himself, that's fine. I'm different. See how he responds here. Nakamura needing the point.
At the minute is only 1 to Kral. He still has 1 left. Nakamura still with 4 in the bank to play with here.
A lot of tension and focus here on these guys. Effective. Just pushes on blue up now.
Yeah, it's still reds, but obviously now a far bigger gap between that and the jack. It's interesting, we see with every different player, particularly in the BC1s, seems to be a real difference in how they set up for a shot and their pre-shot mannerisms and routines.
Yeah.
This is something that Nakamura does. He visualises his throw here before he does it. Gets his eye in. And then it's go time.
Just to clip that left hand side of the blue. Is it far enough? No. Next one, really good. It's actually pushing that red away. You want to go again. You don't want reds to go. Yeah, he knows it's him.
You're already going through those techniques, as we mentioned. By the look at that, it looks like it might be reds though. Yeah, it's Kral's play. Darren Thompson makes the decision.
Kicking himself now, Nakamura. Opportunity.
Kral wouldn't have been expecting to go. Now with a rock ball in hand, what can he create here?
His red's kind of covered with that front blue. Yeah. Point opportunity here, Nakamura. 2 balls left. Most you can get here is 3. That's it up. So rush that ball there.
Sure.
Think through his routines. Deadly as before. It's a wasted opportunity. Ran out of time.
Yeah, we heard 10 seconds called, and Nakamura there.
Yeah, that's why he didn't go through his routine quite steadily as before.
Well, you see, he's very close.
Kral will be happy with that. Sigh of relief. Only 1 point.
So 1 to Nakamura.
Something to play for.
And it's, in a way, quite a significant point, especially when you consider that that is the very first point that Thomas Kral has dropped all tournament.
Yeah, it has. I don't know if it's and been comfortable late in the day. Already qualified, 2 wins. Taking his foot off the gas, as you say.
There are all the, well, a few of the Japan supporters in the house here in Liverpool.
All happy to be here, celebrating the countrymen.
I know you keep your ear to the ground at these events. What's the general perception been amongst the athletes for this event? Has it been well received so far?
Very well received, they're loving it. Everything that's here from this show court, the food also, they're enthralled with what they have and they just want more. This standard is a benchmark that it's been set high and I want to carry that on in the future.
And Thomas Kral again sets the jack beyond the 5 metre mark. This one a little bit wider, I think, but not by a lot than the first one he set. And Nakamura's defeat to Ramos in his earlier fixture in this group, potentially looking like it might cost him pretty dearly.
It's 5-2 in that game.
It was, and as it stands, Andre Ramos is 3-1 up against Bridget Mason of the USA, and that win will be taking Andre through to the next stage of the BC1 World Championships, regardless of what Nakamura can do against Thomas Kral here.
A hard play this way, one here, it doesn't go through.
Well, they loved that, didn't they? As well they might. The principal method of qualifying when 2 players are matched on wins is on head-to-head. So even though Nakamura was potentially could have a very impressive win over Thomas Kral, the fact that he lost to Ramos, who he's competing with, would be the deciding factor.
You need to start strong in these competitions.
And that's something that Thomas Kral did very, very well. 6-0 win over Andre Ramos on day 1. Nakamura, though, has given the Slovakian and something to really think about in this end.
The one behind, still effective. Just has to adjust himself, get that line right. Don't want to rush this. though it's only 4 minutes you have. It's a very long time out there. Clock ticks really slow.
Is that one of the key lessons that you learned from the experience of playing quite a bit?
Yeah.
Is it something that's easily done as a new player? Is rushing your shots?
It does. I think it's to do with the adrenaline. The experience for the first time as well. That was a good shot. Effective. No. You still see a bit of the white now. Yeah, the adrenaline kicking into your body. You just need to adjust, kind of settle yourself with your breathing. Techniques and that again. It's really can be a hindrance or a help. You make it work for you. That's a situation you want to be right in. Can push up.
Kral is used up now 4 of his reds. Nakamura, purely by having plenty more in the tank, has got a bit more control in this end. And you can see from this camera shot, it looked like, well, I was just about to say, it looks like Nakamura might have an angle in from his right hand to go in between the dark and the light red through to the jack.
It's going now.
And I just wonder if that's about to be sealed up.
I think it will. That's final ball. He'll go for the push again. It's a double effective shot. Getting the point and blocking your opponent.
Big shot coming. Potentially. Don't want to talk it in.
Yeah, that was it.
Hasn't he played it well?
Very well.
Nakamura wants a closer look.
He's got the balls to change the situation here. Just got to take a couple to change it around.
In this scenario, as a player, would you rather already have the balls on the court, as Kral does, or would you rather have the balls with the ability to change it, as Nakamura does?
Nakamura's. You own control of the situation then. And sitting in Kral's place, you're going, it's in the maps or the hands of the gods there. You know, you have no control whatsoever what's going to happen now. He just has to hit dead centre between the blue and the red. If he hits between the two reds and effectively take out that blue from the game, and it's hard to get to that jack.
And his first shot's going to be a big one, even with 4-star in hand afterwards.
On the wrong side, still doable.
I think when you mentioned the warning of what he could do, that was a little bit of an escape for him.
Yeah.
It wasn't far off having a disaster there.
Luckily that ball moved pretty far.
It was actually the fact that it was a much poorer shot than he intended that actually saved him.
Mm-hmm.
If it had been slightly better, it would have ended up with a worse outcome.
Yeah.
Bizarrely. That's a sighter for him.
Same setup. That's it. Oh. We can still push that blue on. That's the choice now.
Oh, let's open it up all right. You can see it's still red, but...
Yeah, you push that blue now.
We've got 3 balls to do it. But if he gets it slightly wrong, he could push the red onto it. It's quite a thin margin for error, this.
Yeah, it's in the distance as well. It's quite deceptive how far away it is from the angles we're seeing on screen. But looking over onto the court, it's pretty far for these guys. Looking good.
Didn't he make it look easy?
Yeah.
Big reaction from the Japanese following in the crowd and from Takumi Nakamura himself. It's a brilliant shot.
One blue, one ball there.
And here's Thomas Kral heading for his first defeat at the championships.
Don't see him get another point here. Why is he setting up? Look at the timer. Yeah, you just want to throw the ball out. Looks like another one. I thought there was only one left.
It's interesting. He almost quite literally threw that ball away. And I think that's what he's doing again.
Yep. I would have practiced to the cross myself. You know, just getting used to those floors out there.
It's an interesting tactic. It's one that may prove a little useful in ends to come. But for now, it's going to be a 2-1 lead for Takumi Nakamura.
1 point up. There's ball. There's Jack ball. He's really in control here.
It's half a chance for him. What's this? Atmosphere has been really raised here by Japanese contingent. And the Slovakians getting involved as well.
Yeah, see them down there. Try to outdo each other.
Good to see.
Always. Brings a smile to everyone's face. We'll see if he goes short again or goes a little bit further. If I was him, I would stick to the same routine.
Did serve him pretty well on his end. Got there by hook or by crook in the end,
Yeah,
but
he fought for it, he did that.
I just wonder, the last blue that he threw in the third end, if that was his practice jack in a way.
Yeah. Let his opponent know where he's putting the ball.
It's very short.
Just crawled over that line.
He's satisfied he's lined it up pretty well. it's go time. Final end of the final match of day 2.
Yeah, it's good effective ball. Right side. Now his opponent's thinking, is it a knocker or try and roll in there? Asking them to move back. Pretty small boxes. Metre by 2 metres.
And I think Thomas is having to use every inch of those boxes as well. With being a left-hander as also, this is an awkward angle for him.
Yep.
So having to create as much of it as he can.
Doesn't want to clip that blue on the other side. Effective. But gives Nakamura a great chance here. A wider head to get into. We going in here with plenty of confidence, it says.
The Nakamura routine.
Great shot.
Beautifully played.
Effectively kill the game, that one. Kral's heading down.
And isn't it amazing how the crowd's essentially divided in two? You got the Japanese going crazy on the left and the Slovakians looking pretty miserable on the right.
Yeah, arms folded there, some of them.
So Michaela Baltzeva, who's in there as well. She was in action on the show court earlier on. She knows exactly how it feels to be Thomas Kral right now.
Yeah, I think that's how she's there, cheering him on, giving that motivation.
She was involved in a good game against the reigning Paralympic champion in the BC4 class, Yuk Wing Leung of Hong Kong.
Good shot, just didn't get the outcome. Still work at that. Was never going to be a one ball opener, not with the way they were sitting. That's where the 3 rocks come into play.
Yeah, it's plenty of firepower, isn't it?
Mm. Have to use the other one. It's getting there. It's changed tack. It's a softball here. No. You shouldn't have changed tack. So just driving that home again.
Nakamura here. Big favourite at this stage. Kral is just struggling a touch. It's not been the Thomas Kral that has got him an undefeated.
Strongly beat those opponents as well earlier on.
Yeah, hasn't dropped a point ahead of this one.
Oh, it's in there. Still ready to go. long shot here. Just too wide.
So then Takumi Nakamura has an opportunity to win his first match of the competition. Sadly, it won't be enough for him with results elsewhere to qualify through to the last 16.
Nakamura beat Mason earlier on, 4-2. Think he's giving the balls up, or will he go for it? Not knowing the other result. Think he will.
Yeah, it has finished in the other game. Andre Ramos beating Bridget Mason 7-1, which does secure his place in the last 16 alongside Thomas Kral, who's 1-2 and is now about to lose one by the looks of things.
He has to be careful here though. Doesn't want to knock that red in. Go for another tie break.
Well, you mentioned he had to be careful. That looks mighty close.
What's the red?
It's a bit of a tough one to take for Nakamura, who will be the one who loses out on the head-to-head ruling.
That's effectively red point there. Two balls left to change us.
Slightly mistaken in the head-to-head ruling, as if Nakamura wins this, it will put himself, Kral.
Oh,
what a shot that is! I love that.
Still one right now, but if he can push another one through.
And I think, Peter, I'm right in saying that this may come down to points difference, and it will be close. Thomas Kral will go ahead on that. His 2 wins were huge. He did sit on a difference of 20 heading into this, whereas for Ramos it was -3, for Nakamura -1. Ramos has got a win against Bridget Mason of 7-1. That means he goes to +6 onto his total, which is a total of 3. Nakamura on -1 then needs to win by 4.
No, it's not looking good here then.
To make up that points difference.
+2. Again, World Cup in Canada. Many years ago, I went through as highest runner-up. Just +2 points, and on all the way through to the semi-finals. So that is achievable by those just coming through the back door, as you say.
Well, as you can see, it's 2 for Nakamura. It's been measured out. And just wonder if he's going to drop agonisingly short here.
He's pleased he got that point.
It looks like 1 is the final decision.
Yep. 3-1 final score.
And a good result there for Takumi Nakamura, who ends on a high with a good win over Tomasz Kral, who coming into this was looking in an unstoppable mood. But Nakamura and indeed the entire Japanese contingent here look like they've really enjoyed that victory on the show court. Big smile on the face of Takumi Nakamura and on his assistant as well, and on the faces of those in the crowd. Those are the final stats. It toed and froed a little bit, that one. It was close, but in the end it is Nakamura who takes the victory over Tomasz Kral and brings the curtain down on day number 2 of the competition. Tomorrow we have so much to look forward to. We cannot wait to bring it to you. We are in position once again from 9 o'clock on both the BBC and IPC channels, and we've got so much to look forward to. We start with group stage fixtures from the BC2s to round off the pool stages here, and then it's the round of 16s. We're into the knockouts, and we end on the quarter-finals.
Exciting stuff. That's what we want now. That's what I'm looking forward to.
We will see a last 16 match from the BC3s, a last 16 match from the BC2s, and the first quarter-finals from both the BC4s and the BC1s tomorrow. What an exciting day in store.
Indeed.
How much are you looking forward to it, Peter?
I don't think I'll sleep. I'll try. We'll see how it goes.
Well, we hope you manage it. All the best to you on that endeavour. Thank you very much for joining us today, ladies and gentlemen. If you've tuned in for just one match, or if you've been through the hard slog of every single match today, we really do hope you've enjoyed it. And we do look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow for the start of the knockout stages. We can't wait. And we'll see you then. From everyone here, from myself, from Brad, from Peter, from Scott, from all the team behind the scenes here in Liverpool, we'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
Good night.